Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 401. Zhang Feng's goal was achieved. It is uncertain how old Li would beat his son back. The revenge of this arrow is a revenge. The most important thing is that Zhang Feng is very lazy. Old Li knows this thing. Now it can't be covered. So it's just a shopkeeper. He believes in the benefits. Old Li will not pit him. After all, this tricycle is just a starting point. The real giant is still behind. He can make those things. After all, he chooses equipment manufacturing and maintenance for professional courses. All of these have to wait until the dam system is activated, and then enter the Imperial Court. It's still early for everything. Okay, Old Li, I see you are excited. If you are really interested, then go back and discuss how to get the Ministry of Work's stubborn group of old stubborn. And then get the approval. We're talking about this, but I'll say it first, I only make blueprints, and I will teach you how to make it. As for the rest, I don't care about it. Is this benefit? Half? No, I only want 30%. Zhang Feng stretched out 3 fingers and shook it. This thing has to go through the hands of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Justice. It's pretty good that Old Li can get 6 achievements. So he doesn't have lion's big mouth. After all, being able to have a good relationship with the government will be very helpful for him to enter the Imperial Court in the future. Although he will not come forward, if he can support Old Li, that would be great. The most important thing is that now, he doesn't want to make one's mark. After all, in the face of huge interests, let alone one person. In the eyes of those officials, 100 people or 1,000 people can do it. It disappeared silently, so Zhang Feng did a behind-the-scenes look for his life. Isn't he good to lie down and make money? Li Shimin is also a little surprised. But after thinking about it, I came to understand. Isn't this half the benefit? But for Li Shimin, this little money is really nothing. Zhang Feng brother, what about this matter? Is it so decided? It's set. Li Shimin's mood is settled. But when I thought that the 3 of Li Chengqian almost broke the major event, I couldn't help but feel angry. I also felt that there was something wrong with Zhang Feng, so I returned to tavern and brought 2 jars of wine, handed Zhang Feng an altar. Li Shimin said in one fell swoop, Zhang Feng brother, the tricycle thing, I will definitely make those 3 guys pay the price when I go back. I am here, borrowing your wine to apologize for you. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, he held a jar dong and started pouring it. And Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. So this son fucked me, you who are an old man, come to me again. I was drunk yesterday, and my stomach is still churning. Where can I still drink it now? Some speechlessly stopped Li Shimin. Okay, I won't drink the wine. What happened to the school? Li Shimin put down the wine jar with unfinished ideas, and burped. He smacked his lips and said, still waiting for the approval of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, but it's coming soon. By the way, I saw the desk you ordered, and it is indeed a little different from the current one. As long as it's settled, let's get 30 people to try the water first. If it's too troublesome, then forget it. Just a few of your precious sons will almost kill me. If there are too many people, if so it's all that kind of role, so you can't exhaust me. That. Okay, yes. 18 refrains on Tartar pipes. I heard it last night. It's really extraordinary. When are you going to marry 2 people past the door? Do you want me to prepare a house for you? It's guaranteed to be more luxurious than that of the National Duke Mansion. It's okay not to say, Li Shimin said. Zhang Feng's head is aching. This one is still confused. These 2. Then Jingxiu will not talk about it. If you can mix in the Yanlai building, you must have the ability. This Miss Zhang family, although she has never met, but that one A letter can tell that it is not simple. Once one of them enters the door, he will not have a good life, let alone 2. He still doesn't want to die an untimely death. Come on, it's not urgent. Okay, I'm sleepy. You have to remember to close the door for me if you are okay. I haven't woken up from the wine yesterday. While speaking, Zhang Feng yawned and lay on the recliner, pretending to sleep. Where does Li Shimin know what Zhang Feng means? Slightly smiled, clasped his fists and said, in that case, then I will leave first. If you don't want to, do you want Tang? Let me tell you, after all, I still have old Lee in Chainan City a bit of face. Face? If you have a face, why have I never heard of your name in Chainan City? Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. Come on, don't worry about this. When the time comes, it made a mess for me again. That's okay. I'm leaving 1 inch. Li Shimin clasped his fists and left. After all, there are still 2 most important things to do. The first thing is about this forage yard, and the second thing, just go back and beat people. As soon as Little Tavern appeared, Li Shimin's face instantly became gloomy, and the imposing manner on his body suddenly became majestic. Wai Shu, who had been guarding the side, was shocked when he saw this. Hurry up, and Little Gizzy and the others are also here in an instant, gathering around Li Shimin. Belong to Crown Prince and the others have gone back yet. Go back. Li Yi, go back. Okay, let them the 3 kneel for me at the door of the Imperial Study Room and wait for me to go back. Wai Shu hearing this stunned. What's the matter? All the fathers in the world have a virtue. When they get angry, they beat their son. But he didn't dare to ask, he hurried away as soon as he accepted the decree. Yes, subordinates, let's go. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 402. Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian, Dugu and Cheng Chumo Zhang Sunchong were sitting in the pavilion and chatting about yesterday's anecdotes. Dugu, who listened directly, had an unusual fascination. Cheng Qian, are you sure that Zhang Feng brother didn't say anything more? No, I said it 8 times. Nothing said. If you are asking, believing or not, this crown prince won't allow you to come to Eastern Palace anymore. Li Chengqian was annoyed. Today is a happy day. I was ordered to visit Zhang Feng yesterday. I got permission and I don't have to go back to the palace. Last night I was pretty crazy, but this didn't expect the father emperor to go back to the palace. I met Duga who was waiting at the door early. I don't know where I got the news. I knew that several people went to see Zhang Feng yesterday. If that's not the case, I entangled 3 people and asked Zhang Feng brother if he said something about it. The 3 of them have said this several times, and even Cheng Chuma raised his fist to threaten, but this guy is just a rock in the pit. He just doesn't get the hang of it. At this time, Li Chengqian also had a showdown. If you are asking, don't come. But this time, Dugu also exploded. He doesn't believe that these 3 goods didn't ask anything, and he really remembers that Li Chengqian seems to be studying algorithms too. Isn't he curious about the multiplication table other than the division table? Chengqian, don't worry, we are brothers and there is no need to cover them up. I also heard something here. If you say, our brother may save you. Fate. Cut. The 3 people rolled the eyes together. Darbing, you are sick. I have said that the 3 of us did look for Feng Tsai yesterday, but who knows that grandson's drink volume is also bad, so he'll give it to me in minutes. Guan got down. I didn't ask anything. You love believing or not, I've told you everything. If you, then Yanlai building, what's the matter? Then Feng Tsai is drunk, and this crown prince has finally gone out of the palace, so I can't go to have fun. Li Chengqian is anxious up, but I also faintly felt a little bad. Subconsciously asked, how do you know? How do I know? I know what I should know, what I should not know. Even the retired emperor knows. Gradually, the expressions of the 3 of them changed. A strange feeling made them look at each other. Zhang Sunchong put one hand on Dugo's shoulder and asked, Hook, are we brother? Then it depends on whether you treat me as brother. Dugo glanced at Zhang Sunchong, 2 fingers pinched the hand from his shoulder, and patted the shoulder with extreme disgust. In this scene, Zhang Sunchong wants to beat someone. Where did the father emperor go? Go out. Why did you go? I heard that I went to Shilipo to see the disaster, but Shu came back halfway and said that he had encountered Feng Tsai and went to Feng Tsi's little tavern. Nothing wrong. Is it an illusion? Or is the grandson Duga cheating? No, there must be something wrong with this. Li Chengqian couldn't help but stared at Cheng Chumo and said, Chumo, are you sure to return the tricycle to Feng Tsai? Yes, maybe I will go back. Cheng Chumo is a little stammering. He is somewhat guilty. Yesterday, I didn't know the method of that thing was wrong, or it was too soft. The car was flat before it played much. He could think of Jiang Feng's thunderous scene after seeing the car. Just now a few people were still laughing. If that were the case, how fun it would be. But now he also feels something is wrong. This Feng Zai character, should he not sue? Once you file a complaint, His Imperial Majesty will not be angry, but with his father's character, he will have to peel off if he is not dead. Cheng Chumo thought about it, but couldn't sit still. Just slap your butt and run. It doesn't matter what he is together. It makes Zhang Sanchong think of something too. So he stood up and was about to slip away. But just now, the little court eunuch of Eastern Palace rushed in. His Royal Highness, reporting to Crown Prince, Wai Shu is here, just outside the hall. What? Why did he come? Li Chengqian was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, Can I see the Father Emperor? I didn't see His Imperial Majesty, but Wai Shu was wearing armor, and his expression seemed a little bit weird. With a big-ticket Jinwu guards. Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince, you know your sin. Just now, Wai Shu's loud voice rang at the door of the store. The sound of this sound let Li Chengqian know that this is a bad thing. Gazed at the three of them, and pretended to be calm and said, Shu, what kind of fire are you doing? Wai Shu did not pretend, and waved his hand to let his subordinates guard. At the entrance of the study, I sat on the soft buttocks. And when I picked up the glutinous rice, I was dry. I said, Chengqian, you guys played a lot yesterday. He didn't go back to the palace without saying it, but he also provoked His Imperial Majesty flies into a rage. What are you doing? There was a muffled thunder and a voice in the three people's minds. That grandson really sued. No. I didn't do anything. I just went to see Feng Zai. I didn't do anything. Wai Shu faint looking at Zhang Sanchong with a smile. He asked again, Are you sure? Are you sure? Well, come here. Call me. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 403. Several people were dumbfounded, looking at the Jinwu guards who rolled up their sleeves. Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, Slow. Stop this Crown Prince and quit. Several Jinwu guards were also really caught shocked. I glanced at each other and walked directly out of the study. By the way, he closed the door. People who can be Jinwu guards are not Lao Bei. On the first day when everyone comes as an errand, there will be old people telling them the rules of the palace, and even when they return home, they will be instilled in their ears. Precautions. Where is the relationship between these four people? Unclear. So before Wai Shu could speak, he turned around and left. One Crown Prince, they can't afford to offend, and the others are the sons of National Duke, and they can't afford to offend either. Although Wai Shu is captain, it is also ordered by His Imperial Majesty, but His Imperial Majesty meant to tell the three of them to kneel down. This is for beating people. At this time, let a few people know, then how many of them can't be stripped? After a few people left, Li Chengqian asked eagerly, Shu, good brother, what are you talking about? It's okay. His Imperial Majesty asked me to send a message and let the three of you go to kneel outside the Imperial Study Room 1 inch. What do you mean by your special mother just now? Do you want to beat Lo Si? Do you want to practice now? Practicing? Cheng Chumo hearing this, his face was completely black, and his fists crackled. It's okay. Li Chengqian waved his hand and said, First, tell me why the Father Emperor is angry? No, I know. His Imperial Majesty's face was gloomy when he got out of the little tavern, and his face was gloomy, and this time Feng Zai was not out, and halfway through the drinking, the two went into the backyard and stayed in the backyard. At this hour, no one knows what they said, but I always feel that you three are in trouble this time. Li Chengqian and Zhang Sanchong hearing this, looked towards Cheng Chumo together. Iron Knox, honestly, did you break Feng Zai's baby? No. This is true. Cheng Chumo waved his hands again and again. If not, why is His Imperial Majesty angry? And he also named the three of you to the Imperial Study Room? Duga looked at the three with a smile, lightly saying, Yesterday you said that you got Jiang Feng drunk, and then went Yanlai Building, And now this thing happened again. It shows that you must have done something shameful. And this made His Imperial Majesty in where did Feng Tsai lose face. Hook. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. This Cheng Chumo is fried. I'm going to stop Dugo's mouth in a hurry. Li Chengqian and Zhang Sanchong still don't understand the matter. The expressions of the two of them changed in an instant. Ian Knox, he'll be your brother, so why are you cheating me? Fuck, you believing or not I will beat you up first. Come here. Pull Cheng Chumo out for this crown prince and give him a beat. Li Chengqian is on fire. But at this time, a Jinwu guards shouted outside the door, Crown Prince, a few lords, His Imperial Majesty is back to the palace. You should go to the Imperial study room first. Otherwise when the time comes, you all have to. Several people hearing this are all in shock. I'm back. This. Let's go. It is estimated that His Imperial Majesty will not say anything. At worst is just cursing you. Wai Shui kindly reminded. Li Chengqian and Zhang Sanchong hearing this, they were also moved in their hearts. Yes, the last rider was Cheng Chumo, and this grandson has been hiding it all the time, so since he wants to conceal it, let him carry it alone. And isn't it just riding a Feng Tsai car? What's the matter with this? At worst is to be scolded, that's all. Okay, let's go. When Li Chengqian thought of this, he was determined. However, Cheng Chumo followed a few people with a weeping face and hammerhead, and walked forward slowly. Others don't know, but he doesn't know. This time, the fun is out. The car is scrapped. His Imperial Majesty is angry. Will it be easy? When the time comes, maybe the board is light, and when you go home, that's the beginning of the nightmare. Cheng Chumo cried. I can't wait to poke myself a few mouths in order to pretend to be forced. Now, several people have their own ghosts, and casually followed Wai Shui to the door of the Imperial study room. The three of them took a look and confirmed that His Imperial Majesty hadn't come back, and they were deeply sighed in relief, and they knelt down. But when they knelt down, Wai Shui waved his hand and tied the three of them with rope. Wai Shui, you dare to tie this crown prince? Wai Shui, you fucking crazy. Let go. Everyone, don't blame me, wait for you to know, I'm good for you. While speaking, he still stepped fiercely on Cheng Chumo with his hands on his back, fiercely pulled the rope, and the painful Cheng Chumo screamed, Brother, don't blame me. You have to thank me when you wait. You guys really played a big game this time. Don't you know how scary His Imperial Majesty was at the time? I never saw him after His Imperial Majesty made such a big fire. Li Chengqian hearing this was anxious. Even Dugu, who came with the four, looked solemn. Several people flustered and exasperated and asked, Cheng Chumo, what the fuck did you do yesterday? If you don't tell me, I will never end with you. Cheng Chumo persuaded. I accidentally scrapped the car. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 404. Li Shimin is angry after all. Where did he see this tricycle in Jiangfeng today? What is it? This is a sharp weapon for the sidelines. Once there is this thing, then the side, and all logistics, so that in the military confrontation, it also plays a role in housing. But what are these bastards doing? Such a precious thing. In just a while, was it scrapped? No wonder the Jiangfeng brother is angry. Now when I hear it, Li Shimin is so angry that he can't wait to hit someone himself. Before entering the Imperial study room, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Come on, no one will give me 30 big boards. If anyone dares to release the water, then he will wait for me. Finally, Li Shimin took a deep look at Wai Shui, and Wai Shui trembled. Accepts the decree hastily and went down with 3 unlucky ones. In the Imperial study room, Empress Zhangsan waited early. She listened carefully to everything outside the Imperial study room. Originally, she wanted not to intercede. But when after Cheng Chumo said those words, Empress Zhangsan was also angry. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Sanwaga and sighed slightly. Zhang Sanwaga pursed his mouth and smiled. Second brother, this is a son, Jiang Feng brother, where is it? Where is it? Guanyin, don't you know, this time, If it weren't for these three little brats, I would have brought that tricycle into the palace. Isn't it just a tricycle? As for the size of the car, fire, be careful of your body. Li Shimin gently embraced Zhang Sanwaga's waist and said, it's not that I am angry. But do you know that the tricycle will completely change our army's heavy transportation difficulties and all the problems of caravan cargo transportation? I even faintly felt that this thing has other uses, in the words of the Jiang Feng brother. Although he didn't say it, I can feel it. There. I really don't need to think about this. Think about everything Jiang Feng has done before, and you can understand that Jiang Feng is a master of routines. Every time you do something, it will have a knock-on effect with the following things. Just like that, the trap for Tibet and other countries is general. Who can think of it? Even if Zhuge Kongming is alive, maybe you can't think of it, right? Thinking about it, Zhang Sanwaga's face gradually became serious. Second brother, how do you deal with the Yanlai building matter? Especially Jingxiu, concubine, has received a lot of inquiries from the princess in the past few days, saying that he wants to use Jingxiu with your will. Betrothed to those princes. This matter, I don't care, you just tell them, anyone can do it, but for Jingxiu, I have already booked it for Jiang Feng brother, isn't it? Guanyin, you want me to be the perfidious person? And now in Chainan City, who doesn't know that Jingxiu's Ziva was broken? Don't they know? The idea is hit. My head is coming up. Li Shimin was a little angry. Zhang Sanwaga sighed. Where did concubine know? So I refused it a long time ago. It's just a small matter. Don't be upset about it. There are still 2 days left. It's the Dragon Boat Festival. This year, concubine plans to host a separate banquet to ease the relationship between you and the father emperor. What do you think? Li Shimin was surprised. This is the Dragon Boat Festival? The slender jade hand of the grandson nodded Li Shimin's forehead. Can you forget this kind of thing? There are still 2 days left on the Dragon Boat Festival. The dinner that concubine will prepare will be tomorrow. It is almost ready. I didn't say anything when I saw you were busy before. Now it's all handled, and the locust plague is basically stable, so I told you today that if you don't want to, then I won't notify the retired emperor. Don't, then. Just do what you said. Li Shimin was silent for a while, but still agreed. Although it was said that during the birthday, the relationship did ease a little, and with the addition of bone strengthening powder, Lord has been moisturizing it now. But it is his father after all. If the relationship between the two parties can be brought closer, the opposition from the imperial court will be much smaller. Thinking of this, Li Shimin doesn't think much anymore. On the contrary, there are some expectations. It has been a long time since he had a good meal with Li Yuan. Moreover, only their father and son have a meal. When I thought of this, Li Shimin hurriedly said, isn't there still Jiang Feng brothers' wine in me? When the time comes, I will drink that. Han Yang will die, right? Zhang Sanwaga smiled lightly. It was the first time he saw Li Shimin caring about a meal so much. Basically, Li Shimin prepared a portion of what the retired emperor likes to eat. At the end, Li Shimin touched the chin and sighed, damn. How did I forget where the Jiang Feng brothers' food is? All dishes this year are removed now. When the time comes, I sent Waishu where the youngster went to the Jiang Feng brother. Even if I ask, let the youngster get me a table of decent dishes. Zhang Sanwaga is speechless. How does concubine feel that the second brother's opened mouth and closed mouth are both the Jiang Feng brother? Is it that the dishes of the Jiang Feng brother are better than the imperial kitchen in the palace? Li Shimin, a meaningful glance at Zhang Sanwaga, said, Guanyin, you know when the time comes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 405. In the little tavern, Jiang Feng played with the 2 black glazed glass pieces that Guzi pulled from the river, and finally put the 2 glazed glass pieces on his eyes. In an instant, the dazzling sunlight turned to deny meekness like a sheep. But Jiang Feng looked at the fuzzy mirror surface and threw it in the corner with a little dissatisfaction. This thing is good, but it has long been polished and blurred and is useless. Feng Tsai elder brother. Brother Feng. At this time, the wet Guzi and Zuzi are like offering treasures. They ran from a distance. When they saw Jiang Feng on the recliner at the door of tavern, they jumped excitedly. Hold up several multicolored glazed glass pieces with both hands. Brother Feng Tsai, this is what we just picked up from the foreign merchant in Zai Market. Do you see these glazed glass films useful? Jiang Feng is interested. Threw the fan in his hand to Guzi, and Guzi slapped it. And Jiang Feng is also carefully playing with each glazed glass piece. This thing, to put it plainly, is glass, but the name of Great Tang is different, that's all. Because the craftsmanship is too rough. The glass is basically filled with bubbles. Although it looks innocuous after being made into crafts, Jiang Feng is not satisfied. Holding two pieces of glass that I don't know if it was burnt or black-dyed glass, I covered my eyes again. This is the last slightly decent piece, only palm size, but it's enough for sunglasses. Yes, this thing is okay. Jiang Feng satisfactorily put the glazed glass film in his arms, and then took out a sling from his arms and threw it to two people. You two won't catch Locust. Your parents won't beat you up. The two of them are hearing this, their heads shaking like a rattle. No, my father said, Feng Tsai elder brother will be the senior official in the future, and he will be the man of my husband. Feng, even if Zelda brother asks me to dig out a bird's nest or catch a snake, I have to go. Jiang Feng was a little speechless. This Zuzi father is really dare to say anything? Tell your father, don't dare to talk nonsense about this kind of thing. The province is province, Dad said. Feng Tsai elder brother has a problem here, no love to make one's mark. While speaking, Zuzi pointed to the brain, and Jiang Feng was so angry that he took off his shoes and hit it. Several people clamored for a while. Jiang Feng lay back on the couch again eagerly, looked at the bare crooked neck tree, muttered a word, and entered the little tavern. And the two goods who just got the money, I ran to buy snacks a long time ago. Jiang Feng didn't bother to care about them. Besides, he couldn't care about them anymore. He didn't even bother about it. Instead, he wondered how to make sunglasses. Suddenly, Jiang Feng seemed to think of something. Hurry to the door to pick up a few useless glazed glass pieces, and from the counter, Fan Teng took out the two natural pink diamonds that he had bought from the foreign merchant. This thing is a treasure, although this thing is not very much appreciated, but the scarcity of this thing is no less than any kind of gemstone, and more importantly, this thing, he is diamond. Cutting glass is as easy as cutting tofu. Jiang Feng tried 3 times and finally cut a lens of the shape he wanted on a piece of emerald green glazed glass. Looking at the lens, Jiang Feng grinned. This is the prototype of Lao Tzu's first sunglasses in Great Tang. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng suddenly felt sad. Unconsciously, the tears from the corners of his eyes instantly moistened his eyes. I said ... Feng Tsai, if you want glazed glass, tell your brother, even if you give you a foreign merchant who can make glazed glass, that's not a problem. As for watching a glazed glass can see and cry. At this moment, the sound of Wai Shui clicking one's tongue in wonder sounded behind Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng came back to his senses and rubbed his eyes. Muttered, a Chong Tsai blown into the eyes, where did I cry? Wai Shui's eyes were strange. But it doesn't compete with Jiang Feng, said directly, okay. Brother is here today. There is something serious. Isn't this the Dragon Boat Festival? Old Li is thinking about preparing a table of good dishes for his father. It's just my brother. I'll come here to see you and let you make some good dishes. That's it? Jiang Feng pointed at his nose in confusion. What do you think of me as Jiang Feng? Everyone deserves to eat Lao Tzu's food. Don't do it. Get off. A table of food? As soon as your upper lip is slapped off, your bold snoring comes out. Why don't you think about how tiring this hot day is? Oh, Old Li is still wondering if he wants to give you a preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion, which looks like. What did you say? Jiang Feng interrupted Wai Shui in disbelief, and his heart almost jumped out. Preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. This dam. In addition to the Imperial Palace, does this folk also have it? Did this thing become cabbage when it was in Great Tang? Doesn't this mean that treasures are only available when the Imperial Emperor, and it is Li Shiman's most cherished thing? Question mark. Jiang Feng was stunned. Yes, it's preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. Do you want it? If you want this meal, do it. You say whenever I want it, I can prepare it now. But first say it. Now this green thing, I can't do it if I want to do it. But say it first. If there is no preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion, big fool, why, you are a big deal. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 406 Preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. If it is true, then this thing is a treasure that can't be bought for $1,000. In the future generations, we are not qualified to see the real thing. In this life, I still wondered when to enter the palace to have the honor to have a look. Good guy, this old Lee actually hid a pair of it himself. This old Lee is really hidden. Yes. From now on, you have to dig out old Lee. This guy is just a damn rich man. By the way, Feng Tsai, how many of our brothers are going to come to spend the night with you on the Dragon Boat Festival when the time comes? Okay, get lost. You guys, what did you fall in love with me again? Tell you. There is no door. Jiang Feng subconsciously put the glazed glass and diamonds on his chest. These 2 thumb-sized diamonds, they will be given to someone he likes in the future. At this time, don't you dare to let these goods give me a lot of things, such a big one, let alone now, even in later generations. They are all worth hundreds of millions of existences. As long as we save it, when the time comes this thing is passed on. It is a family heirloom. He can let these goods make him greedy. Wai Shu's instinct is boring, and Jiang Feng can't help but feel distressed. What happened to those pits? Unfortunately, Wai Shu sighed. Oh, brother, don't you know? Do you know, those iron oxes, when old Lee went there for a while, they were terrible. Basically this half a month is not enough to be under the bed. Really? You didn't fool me? Jiang Feng was shocked for a moment. Why did I lie to you? But can you stop calling me big fool? Why in the future? Where am I stupid? Can you call me by name? Okay, big fool. Wai Shu is gone. But Jiang Feng saw that there were no people around. He closed the store door, squatted in the backyard, lit the crucible, broke a piece of brass horse spoon that was scrapped in the store, and threw it in. In the crucible, the abrasive tool was struck up. These sunglasses are said to be easy to make, but it is indeed easy. If you say it is not easy, it is really not easy at all. Squatting on the ground, Jiang Feng drew several pairs of sunglasses frames on the ground with carbon, and finally rejected them one after another. Finally, Jiang Feng's mind could not help but flash through the look of foldable reading glasses during the Republic of China period. Yeah, I used 2 groove-shaped copper grooves to fix him with sheep tendons, and then pour copper sauce on him. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but thank the TV series that had been somewhat vague in his memory. Once this thing is made, it is a treasure that can take the world by storm. Thinking that after the sunglasses came out, the market was bigger than that of salt and the utility of tricycles, Jiang Feng almost didn't want to be an official in the DPRK. Instead, he wanted to be a real businessman. This thing, once the real implementation begins, the market is huge. How the hell did I think of this earlier? In this hot weather, if everyone has a pair of sunglasses, do they have to moisturize? Shaking a fan and wearing sunglasses, it's not too cool. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng said hee and laughed. But after a while, he couldn't laugh when he poured copper juice into the mold, because no matter how he does it, in the end, the things that you grind out are all damn things that you can't bear to look directly at it. There is even no possibility of repair. Come again. No way. Come again. Dang. Your mother. Finally, Jiang Feng kicked over the crucible. He is not a patient person, let alone such meticulous work. After 5 consecutive times, Jiang Feng found out to his dismay that he was not the material for this business, let alone making a fortune and becoming popular all over the world. This damn thing, this can't even make a frame and get a hammer. Out of tavern, old he didn't know when, he had been wandering outside the store for a long time, and his face was still sad. Jiang Feng didn't notice old he's face. Instead he asked, "Old he, you are here really at the right time. I ask you, Do you know, where is the craftsmanship old he in Chainan City? Taoist's locksmith. Old he was dumbfounded. Originally, when he came here today, he had important things, but when he saw Jiang Feng's raging fire, even his face was so dark and black, he thought that Jiang Feng had encountered a major event. Hurriedly said, I know a locksmith, but I am a little older, and I am a master of meticulous work. Now I mainly help people open locks and make a living. Come on, it's him. Jiang Feng excitedly pulled old he into the little tavern, took out a 10 silver bills from his arms and stuffed it into old he, and then hurriedly drew a pair of old he on the paper. If you don't understand, add densely packed words. Old he, this is what this thing looks like. If he is literate, he can understand this thing. If he is illiterate, you can ask old scholar to go with you, as long as this thing is done. I invite you to have a good drink. There is too much money. Although old he can't read the words on silver bills, he has heard of it. Silver bills only have 2 fingers the size of black, while the red one has a palm-size one, which is 12 tals. So much, just for this? Not much, not much. This is too much, just when I buy clothes for Momo. Hurry up. I am most urgent here. Old he saw it, clenched the teeth. Go. That line, I will go now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 407. In the past 2 days, the locusts in Chainan City were wiped out in an instant, and the people of Chainan City were full of energy one by one. Even after that year, the ancient old man, staring at his eyes, leaning on a cane, squatted under the tree and searched for locusts. The locust is a treasure at this time. Everyone originally thought this thing was a harmful insect. How did you know that in this half a month, this thing not only didn't cost them anything, everyone's lost some. Good guys, this is a profit. That's more than the income of a year in normally. Moreover, this is still a non-profit business. Now, the people in Chainan City are rich, and the wasteboard is quite strong. Even the meat stalls where few people are interested in the past are crowded with their backs and hands. People. This is nothing. And the most horrible thing is the restaurant tea house. This good guy. During the Dragon Boat Festival, everyone had the illusion that it was much more lively than in previous years. All the stalls on the street were crowded with people buying things. Now, those businessmen, as long as they see the people coming, it is like seeing their ancestors. The one who smiles is a joy. In this lively atmosphere, everyone suddenly felt, what kind of disaster is this? This is simply a good fortune that day. Those who spread the locusts as harmful insects are afraid to go out. Once they go out, they are afraid that this is the last time they see the sun. In the imperial palace, it is also very lively at this time. All the palaces were hung with lanterns one after another. Even the little court eunuch, they all smiled without seeing their teeth. Nothing else, because the plague of locusts has been fixed. His Imperial Majesty is happy. After the end of the festival, the feast of numerous officials, even everyone in the palace, was rewarded by His Imperial Majesty. 12 silver bills, 10 silver tl, they can pay for 1 year, because His Imperial Majesty is happy and everyone has been rewarded. So who is not happy? And now, Palace of Absolute Beguiling, Tji Palace. That is in Li Shiman's palace, but a little deserted. Li Shiman and Li Yuan are the only 2 in the palace of New Oda, and at this time, Li Yuan has some lost self-control. Looking at the table full of things that I have never seen before, and even the chopsticks are gone, I grab a little on this plate and a little on that plate. What kind of dish is this? This is called pickled cabbage fish. What about this? Marinated duck in soy sauce. Then this, I know this is a pig's hoof. But what is this? It's soft and waxy. Li Yuan is like a rare treasure-like, pointing to the delicate dishes on the plate, or the seemingly crude dishes. The dishes are good dishes. You can see from Li Yuan's mouthful and even their whole body. Li Yuan eats very happily. He eats and drinks at the same time. Li Shimin is also in a particularly good mood. I introduced Li Yuan over and over again, while still busy pouring Li Yuan wine. At this time, the eunuch standing at the door secretly glanced at the scene inside, and was stunned for an instant. This is the majestic His Imperial Majesty in normally, this shouldn't His Imperial Majesty belong to aloof and remote? What's wrong with this? But in Li Shimin's view, this is what he should do. In recent years, the contradiction between him and father is too deep. Just reconciled, he doesn't want this contradiction to deepen. After all, he is also going to be old. And it's old now. Although he gave Li Yuan everything he could to make the father emperor happy, he could also see that Li Yuan still had someone in the imperial court, and he was always paying attention to the imperial court matters. He is also following him. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Yuan touched his belly and drank lotus seed soup and said, "These dishes are all made by Jiang Feng, youngster. Go back to Father Emperor." Yes. The wine last time was his? Yes. Then, why not let him enter the dynasty? Such a talent. No, it would be a waste to stay by my side and be an imperial cook. Li Shimin burst his lips and said nothing. Don't tell me. The fine salt, the cooperatives, and the plans for Cambodia and Tibet. These all are from him? Father Emperor, this together it was really his idea. Li Shimin thought Li Yuan was going to be furious, but he was wrong. Li Yuan was silent for a moment, and sighed, "People, you have met rare and virtuous talent. In the beginning, I felt that these things are definitely not something that Fang Xuanling and the others can think of. It is even more impossible that Yuan Dangang's old magic stick came up with a trick. Didn't expect it was really made by deity. Gong Li Yuan knows everything that happens here, and people around him will not say anything. Just take Zhang Sanwaga's daily greetings, and we'll tell him something. Especially Li Shimin's going out of the palace. At first he was very angry. He felt that Li Shimin was not doing his job properly, but with the handling of each block of things, now not only can he control the terrible locust plague with these, he can also use Cambodia during this period of time to tie up the guys who begin to stir around. On this point, I have to make Li Yuan admire the prostrate oneself in admiration. This person is not that Zhu reincarnation must be what the astrology supervisor said. Zai Star went down to earth. Li Shimin didn't hide it either. He told Li Yuan about Jiang Feng all the way. Finally, when Li Yuan heard that Jiang Feng had actually given Li Shimin a pair of handed-down calligraphy, he couldn't help but gain interest. Go. Let me see what kind of handed-down calligraphy. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 408. Imperial Study Room. Li Yuan looked at everything that was familiar. His hands trembling slightly and wiped the missing piece on the dragon throne. That dragon throne left him too much unwilling to give up. And Li Shimin didn't say anything. Pointing to the pair of calligraphy directly above dragon throne, he said, "Father Emperor, this is the handwritten calligraphy written by Jiang Feng brother." "Oh, let me see." However, when Li Yuan saw the word, he couldn't help but curl one's lip. "This word is too common." "That's it." Li Shimin slightly smiled. "Indeed, Jiang Feng brother's word. The writing is indeed not good, and it can only be said to be mediocre. But Father Emperor, will you look at the meaning of this word again?" I will take a look." The person who can make my son cherish so much and who can do so many things, a record that has never been approached and will never be approached again. This is indeed not an ordinary person. While speaking, Li Yuan looked at it again. However, at the next moment, Li Yuan's expression could not help but feel dumb for a while. Huh? Interesting. Employing others as wise, knowing others and making good use of them, open the way for words, accept admonitions, people-oriented, light defeating, rewarding kindness, keeping the family diligent, knowing how to advance and retreating, and be kind to the system. Li Yuan was stunned. Although there is nothing on the surface, but the stormy sea is already in my mind. What is all this? This passage, from the literal meaning and its meaning, can be called the rare thing. Even the current great writers and even the great Confucian can say this. But, is he really from a 20-year-old youth? Unfortunately, Li Yuan's expression became serious. Judging from all the things since this time, Jiang Feng is a very puzzled talent. Shimin, Are you sure that Jiang Feng is really only 20 years old? From all the signs and his temperament, he is indeed 20 years old. But when the child and subject asked him, he boasted how old he was. Ha 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 ha. This little brat. Li Yuan was amused. He has never seen such an interesting person. Is this because he is old? Still. Oh, Li Yuan sighed heavily. How long has it been since I went to Chainan? 2 years, or longer? Didn't expect me. Great Tang, there is such a strange person. Not only is he not bad in terms of military and state governance, but also wine and food. By the way, bone strengthening powder, even if Sun Simiao is asked to do it, he may not be able to get it 1 inch. Talent. This is God bless me, Great Tang. Although Li Yuan is complimenting Jiang Feng, Li Shimin feels anticipation in his heart. He is also worried about Jiang Feng's affairs. Once Father Emperor knows about it, will Father Emperor be furious? But now it seems that Jiang Feng brother really has a kind of magical power. Li Shimin is not stupid. Not everything is unexpected. It is because, in Jiang Feng's hands, everything can become extremely simple and easy, which is impossible for anyone to do. It is precisely because of this magical power that Li Shimin wants to go to the little tavern to sit. My heart is instantly happy. By the way, Shimin, this is the Dragon Boat Festival, isn't it? I heard from Chen Kaiyan's child that Jiang Feng is an orphan now. Today, go walking. Now I'm free. Take me to see Jiang Feng. I also really want to see this little brat, this amazing little brat. I want to know whether he really has the ability, or is there an expert behind him. Huitong Lane, there is an old acquaintance in there. He used to be the unbelievable character of the previous dynasty. He thought he was hiding in Chainan. I don't know. Li Shimin hearing this, an old scholar flashed in his mind for a moment. Father Emperor, which old scholar do you mean better than Jiang Feng? Li Yuan nodded. There was a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. But at the next moment, Li Yuan hurriedly asked, when you went out, didn't you meet any guy? And he hasn't recognized him yet? Li Shimin thought about it, thinking, shook his head and said, no, every time child and subject goes out of the palace, he is dressed a little bit. Unless he sees it every day, no one will notice it. Hearing this, Li Yuan is deeply sighed in relief. That's good. Then that's good. When Li Yuan heard that old scholar and Jiang Feng drew the number, there was really a hint of killing intent. But when Li Shimin determined that old scholar did not recognize it, he put aside a little bit. At that time, even so, Li Yuan was still worried. He wants to see in person, does Jiang Feng know the identity of Li Shimin, or he doesn't know? If he doesn't know, then such strange people must be cherished. If he knows, he pretends not to. If you know it, then you have to say it well. Let's go, change my clothes. I will personally go to this little brat for a while, and take a look at the old man by the way. While speaking, Li Yuan glanced at the wall again. That word, the corners of the mouth twitched. Tomorrow, I will find someone to make a copy again. This word is also ugly, it insults my imperial family majesty. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 409. Before the little tavern, Jiang Feng panicked at his leisure, and was playing fan paper games with Goozy Zuzi and the others. But just when he was pouting his butt and aiming at the 2 red pieces of paper, suddenly, someone also squatted up ahead of him. Seeing that, it seemed a bit so. Can Jiang Feng bear it? I was angry in an instant. Who are you? I didn't see the uncle. Am I playing with paper? The man squatting in front of him is a man with basic hair. The Untitled fogey. If it weren't for the hairpin, the top of his head would have been bald. Wearing a purple robe, it looks a little dangling, like a street slut, but there is a trace of majesty between the eyebrows. This person is Li Yuan. Jiang Feng is sure that he has never seen such a person in Chainan City for so long. Can't help but be stunned. Looking at the tavern door behind Li Yuan and seeing Li Yuan staring at him with interest, Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask, Uncle, who are you? If you have nothing to do, just go up. Go ahead. Don't disturb my interest. Then, if I disturb, What are you going to do? Hey, I said, you old guy, why are you so ignorant to see? Ahem. Jiang Feng brother 1 inch. At this moment, Li Shimin behind Jiang Feng can't stand it anymore. These two are weird. One loves to play, the other loves to play more. If they come together, it might happen. Furthermore, with the temper of the retired emperor, if he is angry and does anything bad, he will not be able to master it. This hurriedly said. Jiang Feng hearing this, he could not help turning around, sitting on the ground and looking at Li Shimin tsk wise. I said, old Li, why don't you walk without sound? Also, you bastard, can you not see people when they come? This who is it? This is old Li, our distinguished guest. You can't see this. A few of Guzi sniffed, looking at Jiang Feng innocently. Feng Tsai elder brother, we were all playing papers just now. I thought these two were passing by, so I didn't take it seriously. It's okay now. Jiang Feng got up, but didn't even give Li Yuan a glance. Clap the dust on your hands, hook Li Shimin's neck and walk in my room. Walk around. You can't see the silhouette for several days. We are all boring to be more childish. Now you have a coincidence. I just happen to have something to tell you. But Li Shimin can't go. His father is still squatting. Quickly said, Jiang Feng brother, let me introduce to you. While speaking, Li Shimin hurriedly raised a faint smile and looked at Li Yuan of Jiang Feng and said, this is my father. I told you about it before. Fuck. It turned out to be uncle. Disrespect and disrespect. Ha ha ha. What, uncle? Go for a walk. Stop basking here. Let's go in and say. Go ahead, you bastard. Go to the river and grab some food for us. Come back and have a reward. Hearing this, Guzi and the others just got the imperial edict, and Sayazi ran away. Jiang Feng resolved the embarrassment and let go of Li Shimin, but he respectfully made a gesture of please, letting Li Yuan enter the little tavern. And Li Yuan is no wonder. Instead, after entering the door, as if looking at his own industry, Jiang Feng doesn't mind where you look at it here. The elders. Also, if old Li can bring his father, it will explain the previous things. This old Li is enough for the brother, so I told his father. Then what can Jiang Feng do? Of course, good wine and good food greet you. There is still some left over from the previous smoked tiger meat. He believes that this bone strengthening powder, this old Li must have not run away. He definitely eats it every day, and he is not working on it anymore. Instead, I made a plate of deep-fried crabs, a plate of deep-fried salt and pepper locust, and some braised meat, and then paired it with a large pot of dry pot lamb. And when Jiang Feng prepared all the dishes and took them out, Li Yuan actually looked at the writing on the wall and made comments. Little brother, did you write this word? Yes. Lord, come and taste our craftsmanship. It's not my Jiang Feng boasting ratio. This thing is out of our little tavern. You can't eat it if you want. Hee hee, good. Your craftsmanship, this one, I've tasted it. It's really good. Even better than the muddy sheep. Ahem, Dad. Come and taste this bar. You see the wine on this wine cabinet has a different taste, even the spicy and sweetness. Li Shimin hurriedly stopped Li Yuan when he heard what Li Yuan blurted out. Personally filled the two of them with wine, then sat down and gave Li Yuan a sharp wink. Jiang Feng is a bit unfathomable mystery, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, I was a little proud to introduce it. Lord, old Li is right. This wine is called wine. It's much better than the wines of Western regions. Come and taste. Today, the wine and meat we got caught last night. Enough care. Good. I am still worried that this wine is not enough, but when I look at your wine, I don't know, little brother. Where did you get this wine? I think I have drunk the world. All the fine wines, but only you, the old man, is the first. Even this wine is better than the royal wine in that palace. Could it be that this is the legendary Taoist immortal brew? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 410. Jiang Feng's wine is indeed very good. Since that birthday, Li Yuan has not been interested in any wine in the palace anymore. It's not his mouth. But when I drink, I think of the wine on the birthday, that sweet and strong taste, as if swallowing a knife. But, this is wine. In contrast, what Turkic's fire, Tibet's kamis, this damn flavor is the same as the rotten glutinous rice. I feel sick when I smell it, let alone drink it. Ha ha ha, Lord can really be kidding. Zhang Feng had a ha ha and banged the wine bowl with Li Yuan, and half of the bowl was gone. Zhang Feng put down the wine bowl, pointed to the wine cabinet and introduced it extremely pretentiously. If you say that this wine is made from Taoist immortal, it is not an exaggeration. This thing is originally from the Han people! It's just because of the traditional concept that there is a relationship between passing males and not passing females, leaving half of the heirs. This was a very good thing. In the end, what the fuck is left? Let me give you an analogy. Look, if the old man made a good thing, but once it reaches the third generation, the thing is still called the original something. It's damn bad. Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin and couldn't help but be nodded. You're right. Everyone is selfish and purposeful. Who can do it? Just like your poem, it's the same as in, who is immortal, who can do the Taoist immortal thing. If this is the case, then the world will be messed up. But speaking of your poem, the old man is really immensely admired. Li Yuan was really stunned by what Zhang Feng said. Indeed, as he said, General, if everyone inherited good things, what would happen now? It's like that wooden cow and horse. Who else can do a complete restoration now? If it can be completely restored, what will happen to the current battlefield? This is the question of human nature. But this topic is too sensitive, so Li Yuan circumvents it with interest. That incident was the pain in his heart, so he didn't want to mention it. As soon as he heard the poem, Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. In addition to the role of ethyl alcohol, Zhang Feng is basically a little airy now. At this time, Li Shimin acted as a listener for a while. It's not that he can't speak, but the situation of Li Yuan now. He understands that it is difficult for him to break the topic of the two at this time. If Father Emperor and Zhang Feng brother get acquainted, will there be a gap between father and son through Zhang Feng's relationship? And now, when he heard this, his face became a little unnatural. Seeing Li Yuan, he didn't say anything, but bypassed the topic. This was deeply sighed in relief. Father, Zhang Feng brother is an incredible talent. Did you know that young lady Jingxiu from Yanlai building? When I listened to Jingxiu, Li Yuan's eyes, he couldn't help but forget it. He had enjoyed Jingxiu's performance several times. At that time, he and Li Shimin were called an incompatible as fire and water. I wanted to call Jingxiu into the palace, but he couldn't hold it down. Face come. After the conflict was finally resolved, he also forgot about it. As soon as Li Shimin mentioned it, he couldn't help but ask, young lady Jingxiu's music is indeed blessed by heaven. Now, what do you mention about her? You will let her go to me another day. That. No, father. Please listen to me first. 1 inch. Where does he not know Li Yuan's plan? Hearing this, hurriedly explained, Sir, father knows something. Then young lady Jingxiu's the tune. Do you remember? Remember? What's the matter here? Relationship. The relationship is big. Zhang Feng slapped his chest and said, Lord is also a lover of personality. Don't you know? Then young lady Jing Watsu has mastered is a tune that has long been lost. It's called 18 Refrains on Tartar Pipes. It was created by Ki Wenji. The youngster is not talented, and finally we cracked it. Hearing this, an unbelievable color flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Quickly asked, you mean, zither tune? Did you crack it? You mean to say yes, then young lady Jingxiu is now your concubine? Zhang Feng hearing this, my smile froze. I was thinking about the boosting ratio, but now it's really blowing it on yourself. Can't help but rub his nose in a daze. So what, Lord? Let's drink and drink. Ha ha ha. When the Zhang Feng brother was actually harmful and bashful, Li Shimin laughed, jokingly said, Father, let me tell you some interesting things about this. Old Li, it's brother, just shut up. If you dare to say it, brother won't have to do it in the future. Zhang Feng is anxious. For these things, it is better not to let the elders know. If this is let him know, Where is this old face? Although Jiang Feng's age seems to be only 20 now, but his 2 lives together, his mother is in his 40s. See here. Li Shimin and Li Yuan looked at each other. Then there was a burst of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Is little Brett actually shy? I have heard that the daughter of the Jiang family dim sum shop, but your true wife. This is a good thing. Good things are in pairs. Ha ha ha. Not bad. There is something young to do. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 411. Jiang Feng had already been hit and rolled his eyes sharply. But for this kind of thing, he really has nothing to do. Lord, let's not open which pot and lift which pot to make it. I am so worried about this. You don't know my neighborhood, especially which old scholar, you don't know, then it's my damn thing. But he is anxious to marry himself. Tell me, what kind of thing is this? This marriage major event. Anyway, I have to get to know the woman first, and see the next thing. I don't know anything. I don't know who is tall, short, fat and thin. How dare you? Promise. In case when the time comes, the red hijab is lifted, revealing a daubing face with a few 100 kilograms. What should I do? Me. My Jiang Feng? Then in the future, I'm a character in the imperial court. Can I marry someone like that? Jiang Feng's words once again caused Li Yuan ha to laugh. Would you like the old man to come in and check it out for you? Thank you. This matter. Just leave it alone. Let's do it yourself. Let's drink and drink, and we will talk about the future. Anyway, this marriage will have to wait until we get in. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. Men, you have to start a business first and start a family, so there is a guarantee. By the way, if you really want to enter the imperial court, if an old man has some relationships and connections, do you want to? Okay, the time has not come. I don't want to enter the imperial court for the time being. Jiang Feng shook his head and directly rejected Li Yuan's proposal. At the very least, you have to wait until the Guanlong forces are completely eradicated. At that time, it is wise to enter the imperial court. Go in now, then there is nothing but courting death. And once you let them know that all these things are made by themselves, what's the matter? The skin was stripped in minutes, not to mention the fate. Speaking of this, Jiang Feng has a toothache. He seriously suspects that his broken system is broken. Or what? Completely forgot about this thing. Now I can only take one step and look one step at a time. Anyway, it's still early, and I'm only 20 years old. What anxious. See Jiang Feng's reluctance to grind his teeth on this matter. Li Yuan then brought the topic to 18 refrains on Tartar pipes again. I heard that the 18 refrains on Tartar pipes is the highest court music of the Han dynasty, but with the passing of time and the change of dynasties, this thing has long been lost. Then Jingxiu old man also heard that I got an inheritance learned by the previous dynasty. I don't know how Jiang Feng little brother could break this song, like this question. Li Shimin was also interested. I heard Kina talk about this before, and even yours the tune words are with me. But I am also very surprised. Where did you see the tune come from? Well I'm handsome, I guessed it. Okay, Jiang Feng said weakly. In an instant, the curious Li Yuan and Li Shimin rolled the eyes together. If they believe it, then there will be a ghost. But Jiang Feng can't say that he is a person who travels through, and all these things are learned in the music optional courses of later generations. If he really said that, Jiang Feng would definitely be treated like a monster. I can't say anything about this. Jiang Feng saw the expressions of Li Shimin and they touched their noses, and said without blushing and breathlessness, this matter, in fact, is that I love you periodically. I have read an ancient book. Book? I saw it on the ancient book. What about the ancient book? At my house. Why else? Sell me your ancient book. Can I give you as much as you want? Li Yuan excitedly grabbed Jiang Feng's hand and said. Li Shimin hearing this, his face stiffened. Father. His family died. The flash flood broke out, and the family is gone. Li Shimin actually didn't want to say, but he was afraid that Li Yuan would be touched by excitement. Only then did Jiang Feng's sadness interject. Although Jiang Feng didn't know who that hapless guy was, but since Li Shimin said so, he just pinched his nose and recognized him. He needs to have an identity for a lifetime. Zhang Feng bowed his head with a sorrowful look, rubbed his eyes with the pepper on his fingers, and his eyes became red instantly under the acrid irritation. A drop of tears came out, like a broken thread. Lord, if it is possible, I would like to Zhang Feng, but I am a family. I have just left the front foot, and the back foot is gone. One more than 100 people. I want to. Li Yuan was shocked when he saw this, and panicked instantly. Then, little brother, the old man didn't mean anything else. You have to be sorry. While speaking, Li Yuan glared at Li Shimin and said, this is something. Why don't you tell me? Look at this, it's okay, this what to do? Or, it won't work, the old man is in charge. How about building a grave for your family? Hearing this, Zhang Feng crying louder while lying on the table. Lord, I want to. But that damn mountain torrent, I don't even have a place to worship now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 412. Zhang Feng is crying despite the rustling sound. Even his shoulders were twitching, but no one knew it. Now he actually remembered the family in reality in his memory. I was ignorant before, but when I was a stranger in a foreign land, I could really feel the importance of my relatives. Even what I do now can't offset the loneliness. When I dreamed back at midnight, that feeling, really, terrified him too much. The faces of his parents and close relatives are basically blurred in dreams. If possible, he would rather not go to school or go to school if possible. When you go to work, you have to stay with your parents even if you pick up rubbish. But what about now? I thought of this. Zhang Feng actually really moistened the corners of his eyes. Under Li Shimin's talk, Zhang Feng was able to stop his voice just right. Lord, your kindness, youngster, has taken my heart, but this matter, God actually made me do this. Then why don't I follow nature? So in this matter, I only have the face to go back to worship and go back to the ancestral house to take a look at the ruined wall when I am successful. Oh, if your parents learned about you now in the spring by the strength of oneself, this plague of locusts was wiped out, and even Great Tang's economy was completely transformed from lifeless to so active. There is also the cooperative, and the fine salt, and the Tibet and other countries. Things. If this is to let them know, then they can also smile at Juquan. Which one is not shaking the old illuminating the new thing? Even, which one of these things is not the thing that goes down in history? Sometimes I really admire you, civil and military all-rounder. Lord is overwhelmed, this it's just that's all who is boring and researching. Where can I put it on the desktop? Zhang Feng wiped the corner of his eyes. And then spirit slowly recovers. When Li Yuan saw this, he pointed to the wall. Then, is this something you've studied blindly? Zhang Feng nodded, it's a bit sorry. He borrowed Li Bai poems, but he still uses them to show off. In the heart, he mourned for the unborn Li Bai, and secretly made up his mind. When the time comes, you have to find Li Bai of this boyhood. Although I borrowed something from you, if I accept you as a disciple, it will be awesome. This is just a verse that missed my family. That's all made when I dreamed back at midnight. What can't be considered? Can what be considered? Li Yuan's eyes are a little red. Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. This kind of verse, if it can't be considered, then all the poets in Great Tang, the great writers, must go. You can't hang yourself. You youngster. You know that once this thing flows out, the door of your tavern will be knocked down. Don't you know the horror of those big writers? Drinking and drinking. Is everything in the wine? Zhang Feng dare not say anything. This is so embarrassing. Once these things get involved with the literary magnate, he will be uncomfortable. He is nothing but a porter. Where can he compose poetry? He knows a little bit of a half-hearted limerick, but what is that? So he said that he was a half-hearted person, and he couldn't get on the table. Which is also true. But now, people Li Yuan drink Li Shimin and don't buy it. Especially Li Shimin, now his face is as long as the face of a donkey. This is really constantly comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. I love calligraphy very much, and I love it, But why does this change in Jiang Feng's mouth? I couldn't help but Li Shimin didn't want it anymore. He wanted to see how good this Jiang Feng brother was in the poems. He slowly recites, "Last night, when the wind and wind were all over the building, the flowers bloomed and fell." Loft. Jiang Feng brother, how about this poem for my brother? Huh? Jiang Feng gave a soft surprise. I looked at Li Shimin up and down, and praised, "That's right, old Li. Have you learned how to chant poems and compose right?" Ha ha ha, this is all influenced by my father. Li Shimin hurriedly took a flattery. Apparently Li Yuan is very useful, and ha ha laughed when he touched his beard. My son's poem is very seconds. I just don't know what Jiang Feng little brother thinks of this poem. Also ... it's okay. Is it bad for limericks? And Li Yuan hearing this, a little surprised, obviously wanted to test Jiang Feng, got up, carried his hand and said, "The sound of wind and rain beating against a banana tree, the sound is endless, the sound of crows, the thunder stuns the birds, and the rumbling ceaselessly." Jiang Feng little brother, how about this poem? What can Jiang Feng say? What kind of sapphire is this? This is about old Li's poem. At least there can be a little rhyme. But this, nothing. But what can he say? This can be a conscience. Lord's poem is very seconds, and the environment of the rainy night is vividly and thoroughly written. That, little brother also come one. No, I won't come. Jiang Feng waved his hands again and again. It's not that he is afraid. Just kidding. 300 Tang poems. Is he afraid? Fear of a hammer. He is afraid that he can't control it. When the time comes, it will cause big problems. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 413. Li Yuan hearing this, I don't know where Jiang Feng is unwilling. He is free now. This piano, chess, calligraphy and calligraphy are all studied, and even in his harem, there are many talented beauties among those beauties. When he has nothing to do, this Li Yuan I would also recite a poem and study piano, chess, calligraphy and calligraphy, but when I saw Jiang Feng's poems, I couldn't help but fall in love with it. Compared to his own poems, this is the real everyone. At this time, Jiang Feng finally brought Jiang Feng to this topic. Where can Li Yuan make him get off the car easily? Little brother, don't you think this is drinking and chatting? It's okay. Just as drinking to relieve boredom. How about a poem for each of us to wish elegant interest? Jiang Feng still quit. But Li Yuan picked up a bowl of wine, got up, raised his hands and said solemnly, "The things about my family before, and the conflicts I saw with my son, are all thanks to little brother's help. This can be resolved. For this, the old man respects you a bowl." Where can Jiang Feng be seen? This old guy clearly wants to fill himself. But everyone is like this. If he refuses, it's not a question of whether he can drink, but he doesn't know how to be polite. Okay. Lord, I also toast you a bowl. While speaking, Jiang Feng was bored when he raised his neck. The old man has aspirations for thousands of miles, and the martyrs are full of enthusiasm in their old age. In the period of shrinking, not only in the sky, the blessing of nourishment can be forever, fortunately, even, singing and singing. Li Yuan took a bowl of wine and couldn't help singing "Cow Cows though the tortoise lives long." Although Li Yuan's confession in this matter is a bit sour, but this makes Jiang Feng a little touched. Isn't this the current situation of Lord involved? Jiang Feng couldn't sit still. Get up and chant. See how Zhongnan Mountain soars with its white top over floating clouds and a warm sky opening at the snow line while the town in the valley grows colder and colder! Exclamation mark. Good poem. Come on, Jiang Feng little brother, old man pays tribute to this poem. You have a bowl. Come on. Jiang Feng was incapable of wine power, but under Li Yuan's bowl of wine, he didn't know where the door was for a long time. Come on, old Li, I will toast you a bowl, but your poem is a bit uncomfortable. It's obviously summer. You ... No. Let me have another one. Farewell, brother, I'm too drunk. I can't drink anymore. This poem, it's not in the season, but in the heart, cold in my heart, that is winter, and the warm sun in my heart is beginning to shine, that is spring. But if with the scorching sun in my heart, that is the real summer. Jiang Feng said with a big tongue, and Li Yuan also came up, put his arms around Jiang Feng's neck and said, "Why don't you have a poem suitable for the scene? Is it because the words are poor? Do you want an old man?" Where can Jiang Feng stand such an aggressive general? "Lord, you joked, although Jiang Feng's drink volume is a bit poor, but it's not my bossing ratio. In this poem, I, Jiang Feng, dare to say second, the whole great Tang is really true. No one dares to say first." Oh, Li Shiman and Li Yuan looked at each other and smiled. When Jiang Feng saw this, he didn't buy it. Stand up slantingly, blushing and pointing at the two of them and said, "Hey, you still don't believe it? Well, today, let's just make an exception. Let your palms and eyes. Let's say that Zhouge is bright ... hiccup ... I think about it. This should be done like this. The power covers 3 parts of the country, and the famous 8 formation diagram. Jiang Lushi does not turn, the hatred will be swallowed by Wu." Li Yuan was shocked. This is Zhouge's bright 8 formation diagram. This youngster poem is really awesome. But before the two of them reacted, Jiang Feng put his tongue out and hugged the wine jar and said, "4 more poems, listen carefully. These 4 poems are spring, summer, autumn, and winter includes it. Lord, you give us palms. The grass is spreading out across the plain, each year, it dies, then flourishes again. It's burnt but not destroyed by prairie fires. When spring winds blow they bring it back to life!" Exclamation mark. The ceaseless drizzle drips all the dismal day, so broken-hearted fares the traveler on the way. When asked where could be found a tavern bower, a cowboy points to yonder village of the apricot flower! Exclamation mark. Midnight is still hot at noon. The door is open, the moon is bright, the bamboo is deep and the trees are dense. Cool as just wind. Jiang Feng seems to be really drunk. The poems came out one after another in one breath, and even the mouths of Li Yuan and Li Shimin clenched close in shock. This Jiang Feng youngster is really a talent. Li Yuan sighed sincerely. Li Shimin was also stunned. Hurrying to take advantage of Jiang Feng's poems, hurriedly walked to the door of tavern, waved. Wai Shui hurried forward from the hidden place. Quickly find someone with a good memory and writing fast. Yes. After a while, a man carrying a burden. The short and fat man appeared in little tavern and didn't see what he was doing. He squatted in the corner of the door, took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from his arms, and hurriedly recorded. And the more he recorded, the more he was inexplicably shocked. Every poem in this population, which one is not shocking the world? But this is in his mouth, it's like jelly beans. Don't you need money? And what happened to His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor? This is immortal of poetry not successful. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 414. A poem. In this way, it quickly appeared in tavern. Li Yuan and Li Shimin were also infected by Jiang Feng and joined the ranks of poetry composers. But this time the transcript has suffered. This is simply not enough. But there is no sign of the 3 of them stopping. After that, Wai Shui once again called 3 people to join in the transcription, which was able to keep up with the rhythm. But even so, many poems have not been copied down. Just when the sun goes down, Jiang Feng stopped chanting poems. It was not that he wanted to stop, but that he couldn't hold it anymore and became drunk. Looking at Jiang Feng, who was vomiting all over the floor, Li Yuan clicking one's tongue in wonder. People, why don't you call such a talent into the palace? Is it a shame to let him go to waste like this? Father Emperor, you don't know, the Jiang Feng brothers' character is quite weird, so ... I can't force it. And this guy is a greedy master who is afraid of death. This guy is afraid that if he enters the DPRK as an official now, it will attract Guanlong faction's attention. So he will enter the palace after I clean up all the people in Guanlong. In the backyard of tavern, the hall can no longer be seated. The room is full of flattery things. Jiang Feng vomited. In the end, Wai Shui resisted him back to the room, and then the young court eunuch personally served Jiang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin personally made a pot of tea and chatted with Li Yuan in the backyard, while Li Yuan was sitting on Jiang Feng's recliner covered with tiger skin with a novel look. Looking at the strange iron knot and asked, "This thing, Jiang Feng is already doing it, isn't it?" "Indeed, this cooperative is Jiang Feng, the means to deal with Guanlong." "Then, this time the locust trade is also?" Li Shimin nodded. "Yes." Li Yuan was silent. He didn't expect these other methods. And dealing with Guanlong, he once thought about it, but Guanlong's strength is too great. He dare not do it lightly. There are many people in this imperial court who belong to Guanlong, but Jiang Feng was a first-hand cooperative, so that all the currencies were centralized, and then he was buying and selling locusts, openly buying the minister, and letting the imperial court reshuffle the team. Who can think of such a thing? Who dares to think? But Jiang Feng dares. Why? Because of his terrifying brain. The emperor... What? Old lady, this is the poem that Jiang Feng brother chanted this time. It has been copied down. There are more than 70 poems, but many of them have not been copied down. More than 70. Although Li Shimin and Li Yuan knew a lot just now, they were shocked when the statistics came out. Is this still a human? This head melon seeds. Awesome. By the way, I heard what kind of academy you want Jiang Feng to do. Li Yuan came back to his senses, asked. Li Shimin nodded. Father, it is true. You know the things here. If you are against those people, and the Jiang Feng brothers' ability, you also know what Kiana said before. It's all true, you see. After all, I'm not too young anymore. If I come to learn, I'm definitely impossible, so I want Kiana to follow their Jiang Feng brother. Li Yuan clicked, nodded. Nothing was said. But today, although I only witnessed Jiang Feng's accomplishments in literature and the innate talent in poetry, he couldn't prove anything. Moreover, he must also test Jiang Feng's work on this matter. After all, the matter of becoming a crown prince's teacher can be big or small. If you let the people of the imperial court know about it, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is indeed time for imperial court to think about it for the successor. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if it is learning, it is very interesting to Li Yuan. In Li Yuan's heart, Jiang Feng is like a mystery. The more he understands, the more he feels that Jiang Feng is covered in a layer of mist, and the more he wants to uncover this layer of mist for him at this time, and look under this layer of mist. What is it hiding? At this time, Li Yuan was really attracted by Jiang Feng's mysterious. During the small talk, the sky can't help but darken. Li Shimin looked at the sky, and then at Jiang Feng, who showed no signs of waking up, and said, "Father, let's go back tomorrow and we will come again." Look at Li Yuan. The sky is slightly frowned. "Today, I will not go back, I will live here. I think this little tavern is pretty good." Li Shimin hearing this couldn't help but be surprised. "Father, this is not good. How can this let you live here?" "Why? Jiang Feng youngster lives here. I can't live here." "Come tomorrow. If you don't, you'll have to waste time going back and forth." "I'm determined tonight. I won't go back." "You go back." Li Yuan flatly rejected Li Shimin's suggestion, and instead just lay on the couch and closed eyes. This makes Li Shimin anxious. "Father, if you do something good or bad, However, Li Yuan doesn't want to dump Li Shimin, which makes Li Shimin a little anxious. "His Imperial Majesty, why don't you go back first? Tonight I will ask Yachi to bring someone here, and I will protect Yachi too," called Lord Li. Li Shimin is slightly displeased. Take a look at Waishu, but finally glanced at Li Yuan, gritted his teeth and said, "That's okay. Tonight, let old Chen come with Yachi himself, so I can rest assured, but don't disturb the neighborhood." Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 415. The first ray of sunlight in the morning has just shone on the ground. In the cracks of the window, a ray of sunlight made Jiang Feng unable to sleep anymore. The most important thing is that after a pee, his stomach hurts badly, but when he is together, the whole person is dumbfounded. I saw a good tavern hall. I don't know when the tables, chairs and benches were emptied, and a bed with a gauze tent was placed near the counter in tavern. This is. Jiang Feng is stunned. What kind of thing is this? Who dares to do things on my chassis without my permission? In anger, Jiang Feng forgot to pee and opened the account, but at the next moment, he couldn't help being speechless. I saw old Lord Li, who was lying on the bed naked and still snoring. What is the reason for this? Hey Lord, get up and pee. Lord, wake up. Hey Lord. Lord, wake up. As soon as you wake up, you do it like this. Why did I start a business? Jiang Feng kicked old Lord Li's ass. If it were to be seen by the people in the imperial palace, he had to come in with red eyes and smash Jiang Feng's body into pieces. This is not. Yachi Gong, who was squatting in front of tavern, got angry. This is the retired emperor, how dare he kick his ass? Fuck, I can't bear it. Yachi Gong hooked his toe and a brick appeared in his hand. Child, you dare? Shut up 1 inch. Fuck, big fool, you are crazy 1 inch. Cheng Yojin, who was taking a nap with a wine jar, woke up instantly, and Jiang Feng in the room was also frightened by the thunderous sound. Li Yuan was also scared awake. What's wrong? What's wrong? Come here to escort you. Li Yuan Yi when he got up. His clothes were dressed in a hurry, and he hurriedly shouted, and Jiang Feng was scared silly. I saw that a man like a tower knocked tavern's door to pieces. Furthermore, in the hands of the man, he was actually holding a large brick. Be aware that Great Tang's bricks are much larger than the unmodern ones. Behind the robust man, another robust man just hit Jiang Feng with the brick in his hand and kicked him over. In an instant, the air freezes. Everyone was completely stunned. After a while, Li Yuan came to his senses, and when he looked at himself, he put on his clothes first, and then said nonchalantly, well, misunderstanding, 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 it's all misunderstanding. Hearing this, Yachi Gong roared angrily, old lady, this grandson, you just kicked your ass. I'm going to kill him. Fuck, bite, shut up. So what, Lord, this grandson is drinking and drinking. Jiang Feng brother, we will meet again someday ha. I'll explain it to you next time. Although you can't see the face under the sun, Jiang Feng knows the sound. Isn't this old Chen? Seeing old Chen taking away the stupid big head, Jiang Feng's heart calmed down, and he looked at Li Yuan with their weird face and said, Lord, what are you doing? Who is this iron fool? Ha ha, what? He is my box of guards, he is normally loyal, but your youngster really kicked my ass. While speaking, Li Yuan also touched his butt. Jiang Feng hearing this, after seeing that there is no danger, then this flustered and exasperated roared, I said Lord, if you want to sleep, isn't my room that big? You ass so late at night. Buy a bed and put it in my hall. I'm going to open the door to do business. You, hey, don't think of me I don't know. If you do business honestly, you will have made a fortune early. Youngster, don't force it to be like a bitter woman. I listened to Kina. You are a lazy man, you. The old man won't leave, and you will serve me well in the future. I am your only guest. As long as you dare to say it, I can give you as much money as you can. He really didn't speak big words about this. Although he has handed over the imperial power, he receives millions of pills of gold in his birthday gifts every year. No matter what, just tell Li Shimin to print a few super large silver bills. Don't you have it? This is nothing. Jiang Feng hearing this, twitched his lips. There are tens of thousands of weirdos in the world, and this surname is Li accounted for half. Come on, let someone take the bed out quickly. I will take a pee and go back to sleep. Jiang Feng's while speaking, he was shivered all over his body. This is too much to hold back, and he has to slip away in a hurry. But how could Li Yuan let him slip away like this? The elated who just slept, was so troubled by these goods. And now the door has been kicked. How can you sleep? Grabbing Jiang Feng's back collar and pointing to his deflated stomach, he said. The old man is hungry. Get me a bowl of lotus soup. Jiang Feng is stupid. This is so rich that you can raise such a wassroll. Lian Ziging gargle. Even if it does, I can't do it for you at this time. Uncle, You must first let me open the gate and let me release the water. I can't hold it anymore. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 416. Zhang Feng did not get his wish to go to an elated sleep. Li Yuan, who was waiting outside the hut, was caught making breakfast. Zhang Feng only rolled his eyes when he looked at the grey dawn in the eastern sky. It's so early, make a fart breakfast. But they are old people, and they are old Li's father. Forget it. For the sake of old Li just reconciling with his dad, I don't care about that much. But what does this eat? Zhang Feng is finally worried. And what he worries about is what to eat today. Think about it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but had an idea. Yes, in old Li normally, I want to get his dad to get everything he can get. If you eat this, you must have eaten everything. Do you want to get a bowl of jelly? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng acted. This thing is not troublesome to manufacture. Anyway, new beans are now on the market. At this time, it is indeed a delicious thing to use to grind beans to make jelly. The point is that he himself is greedy, and Li Yuan can't stay free. He didn't drink enough of this wine in the palace. Now that he is here, why don't he open his stomach to drink? When he took out the wine from the dark grid under the wine cabinet, he was excited. This is something that Zhang Feng can hide. It is definitely a good thing. Old lady, this thing, you can't drink it. When Li Yuan was holding the jar and was about to drink, he shocked Cheng Yojin, who had just entered the door. Hurry to dissuade. Li Yuan's face instantly became unhappy. So, wait for a good wine. I can't drink it. You can drink it. Seeing Li Yuan's anger, Cheng Yojin hurriedly explained, No, well, it's such a drop. It's not alcohol, it's ethyl alcohol. This thing can fill an adult robust man in one bowl. Last time, the youngster of the Y family almost drank it to death. Li Yuan hearing this couldn't help being surprised. This is so powerful. What kind of wine is this? Is it because Diced Immortal can't make it? No. This thing is Feng Tsai made from the wine come out. Say what can cure diseases, especially skin diseases. This thing can't be drunk one. Okay. Lord, you want to drink, you can drink anything. You can drink it open, but you really can't drink this thing. At this moment, Zhang Feng came out with a big pot of jelly. When I saw that ethyl alcohol was turned out by Lord, I couldn't help but think of something in my heart. The kind that barks. While speaking, Zhang Feng introduced his wine cabinet like a treasure, but Li Yuan just didn't believe it. There was no way. Zhang Feng could only pour out almost under Li Yuan's gaze 1 or 2 ethyl alcohol, then get an empty jar, fill it with water, mix it up, and hand it to Li Yuan. Lord, if you really want to drink this thing, you drink it now. I guarantee that although this thing tastes a bit poor, it is not comparable to those outside. Li Yuan hearing this couldn't help but became suspicious. He and Cheng Yojin each had a bowl, and they drank it when they picked it up. But after a sip of wine, the two men's brows frowned. This thing ... although it has a hint of alcohol, it's too strong, right? If this is a jar, then even the god of wine has to be poured. Lord is right, Feng Tsai. What is your ethyl alcohol for? Why does it smell a little bit of alcohol when you drink it, but why is it so rushing when you smell your wine jar? Cheng Yojin was also dumbfounded, but his eyes couldn't help but brighten. If this thing is placed in a barracks, it would be an incredible treasure. Alcohol is forbidden in the military camp, but there will always be alcohol. This wine is used for the vanguard battalion who is on the battlefield. Secondly, it is sometimes used in other places, but it's not easy to store, and it's not easy to carry, so I just can't drink it in the military, so don't drink it. There is one more rule. But now that this thing appears, then this problem is perfectly solved. Only 3 or 5 water sacks are needed, and it doesn't drag the baggage at all. Feng Tsai, how much do you have of this thing? Cheng Yojin is not a person who can hide things. At this time, his eyes are fixed on with the wine jar. Even both hands have embraced the jar containing ethyl alcohol. But Zhang Feng's next sentence directly bankrupted his plan. This thing, just half a jar, is the damn big fool. Why? If he didn't drink half of it for me, maybe he could still divide you a bit now, but now, you won't just go to big fool. Why, this half-altar? Don't even think about it. This is a good thing for His Imperial Majesty after I enter the Imperial Court in the future. Then you can tell elder brother, what's the use of this thing? I just heard that this thing can heal injuries. But how is this neat? Don't ask about this. I don't know you, old Chen. Although I look at you honestly, you are the fucking most dishonest among this group of people. Zhang Feng directly rejected Cheng Yojin, pointing to the table and saying, Lord, you are not hungry, is it? This thing, I bet you will definitely be addicted to it. Hearing this, the eyes of the two of them instantly looked towards a pot of dark thing on the table from the wine cabinet. Feng Tsai, youngster, what is this thing? Black and dark, what is this thing? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 417. After drinking and eating, Li Yuan is still thinking about the half-jar ethyl alcohol. Especially Cheng Yojin, he has to take a look at him from time to time. Even Li Yuan can't leave him. Finally, Li Yuan also took out the trump card. This poem is right. He is definitely not Zhang Feng's opponent. So he couldn't help but come up with a coup. Play chess. At this time, Zhang Feng is sitting on wax, looking at Go, the densely packed bay eye's ear, the highs in his hand, dare not play. Nothing else, just because, damn, half of the wine in the wine cabinet was won by Lord. If this continues, the loincloth will have to be exported. The point is that he thought he could hang other people's chess skills at school on the side of the street in the previous life. When he got it here, his mother was abused by an old fogey. If you don't talk about anything else, you won't be able to say anything about it. Even more, how does he know the purpose of these two goods? This is all looking at the half-jar ethyl alcohol. I said, youngster, you are down. This is all the time for a cup of tea. How long do you want to think about it? No hurry, no hurry, hurry up, that's it. While speaking, Zhang Feng scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks before pressing the sunspot down in a position that was already down. But at this time, Cheng Yojin's gloomy voice made him hurriedly hold his hand. Feng Tsai, if you do this, you will lose this game of chess 1 inch. Hey, small Chen, if you fucking don't play chess, you can get me off. Go aside. Seeing that there was another jar of wine in hand, but it was destroyed by Cheng Yojin, Li Yuan grabbed the wine bowl angrily and tried to smash people. Okay, it's just a jar of wine, I can afford to lose. I can't do it anymore, I can't play this stuff, but you guys wait for me, I will take revenge 1 inch. Hee hee, okay, youngster. Old man is waiting for you. Remember, it's best to decide the outcome. I don't bully the young, I just need you to give me the ethyl alcohol. Let's give it up. How? Ethyl alcohol? Don't even think about it. Zhang Feng is anxious. That thing is a baby. He normally has a red and white wound and he is reluctant to use it. If he can use wine, he will use wine. This thing is very useful for him. When the time comes as an official, Great Tang is about to launch a full-scale attack on Turkic, especially Geely Khan. At this time, you only need to dedicate this thing to Li Shimin. Then what do you get? He can't even think about it. He didn't want to take this thing, so he lost. He is not good at Go, let alone chess. And he is not good at all. People's Go is so awesome, and if you have nothing to do, just do it. Can Zhang Feng compare with others? However, Zhang Feng also laughed. He can do this thing, but it doesn't mean he can't do anything else. He is a good young man of the 21st century, the good stuff at that time. The people of this era, what will he do? No matter how awesome, I get the playing cards out. I want to see if you can fight the landlords. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Don't speak, and searched for it in the backyard. After a while, he found a large piece of straw paper, then glued it together with 5 or 6 pieces of paper, and then cut it into the size of a playing card with a knife, neat and tidy, and then picked up a writing brush, started to write and draw. In tavern, the atmosphere between Li Yuan and Cheng Yojin became a little weird. As soon as Zhang Feng left, Cheng Yojin was like a mouse meeting a cat, and instantly bounced off the bench and sat up. Li Yuan faint smile glanced at Cheng Yojin. It seems you are very interested in this thing. Let's talk about it. After all, you have been with this youngster for a long time. Lord, this thing. I did think of a good place. Where? Military camp. Oh, Li Yuan frowned involuntarily. But at the next moment, he couldn't help but suddenly. Yes, I thought of going to get there with me, but do you think this thing is really just a little bit like this? It's really a little bit like this. I've been together with Li countless times. Feng Tsai has also said about the difficulty of this thing, and this product is also lazy, unless necessary. He is absolutely not so time-consuming and labor-intensive to do this thing. I heard this thing. He is enough. It took almost hundreds of jars of the strongest spirits to produce it, and now only he knows the true purpose of this thing. So, Li Yuan knocked on the table and said, "This thing is really good. Come on, Lord, let's change the game." Just at this time, Zhang Feng's voice came from behind the door curtain of the backyard. As soon as he walked in, Zhang Feng was taken aback by the two, but he didn't care about the next moment. This must be the two people just vying for the ownership of ethyl alcohol. When Li Yuan hears something interesting, where would he care about Cheng Yojin? With a smile, he asked, "Youngster, what are you going to play this time?" "The old man is ready. Come, come. You half the jar ethyl alcohol. Old man can't wait." "Are you not afraid of drinking to death?" Zhang Feng in the heart murmured, but calmly slapped the poker fiercely on the table. Unfathomable said, "Everyone, next, I want to introduce something you have never seen before." Poker? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 418. Hearing this, Li Yuan instantly became interested. In the past 2 years, he didn't do anything, so he concentrated on researching the things in this world. He can play with the chess road and guess the size. He can have the words at hand, and still one of the good hands. Punching is nothing more difficult, but this thing is really something he has never heard of. Is this thing that Taoist Immortal played with? Looking at the pile of thick paper on the table, even the paste in it didn't dry out, but just this thing, you can play it. Unfortunately, Li Yuan became interested as soon as he rolled up his sleeves. Okay. I also said that in this world, I have played all the fun things, but with you today, I really have gained insights, so let's play. Okay. Seeing Li Yuan's bait, Zhang Feng smiled confidently. Now, let's say it first. This thing is very mysterious. There is no possibility of fraud, and this thing, you see, from 1 to 10, up to A, B, and C, plus the big and small kings, except for the big and small kings, each one has 4 suits and a total of 56 cards. Among them, if it is the 8 or 2 as a pair, you will eat the small. Understand? 2 for 2, also called a pair. And then this single card has a single card, and there are 3 of the same one-sided things, such as 3 armies. You can bring any single card, but on this armor, there is 3 ones. You can eat 3 armors, and 3 twos. You can eat 3 ones. Wait, you said, this is the biggest one. You know everything else. Li Yuan was attracted by this thing. This thing can't help but feel eager in my heart. But Zhang Feng still carefully explained the rules of the pair, Shunzi, Wang Sai, and so on. For better understanding, he replaced JQK with easy to understand A, B, C, and it was done. Then Zhang Feng asked slyly, "Then, Lord, let's have a plate?" "Sure. Let's get started." "Okay." While speaking, Zhang Feng shuffled his cards excitedly. This doubt is who. He has been playing since junior high school. He doesn't believe it anymore. With more than 10 years of experience in Dao Is Who, can he be sure of these 2 novices? Moreover, he only needs 3 bombs, and he can win back all the things he exported before, and these 2 goods are fat and oily. Don't slaughter this time. If you come next time, it may not be so easy to wait for the slaughter. Shuffle the cards, cut the cards, and then divide the cards. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw the cards in his hand, and Cheng Yojin was stunned. Although I know these numbers, I will inevitably have to be a little nervous when I first encounter it. The same is true of Li Yuan. At this moment, the frowning is the same as what? Okay, 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 okay. When it's done, let's start. Yes, 3. While speaking, Zhang Feng threw away the card in his hand. And at this time, he heard a voice that made him ecstatic. I saw Li Yuan suddenly roar. To the king? Nice. Lord is awesome. Ha ha ha. Arrogance. Zhang Feng couldn't help but gave a thumbs up, and couldn't help making Li Yuan realize that something went wrong. But now it is obviously impossible to get it back according to the rules, so I had to glance at Zhang Feng, hesitate, and drew 5 straights. Shunzi can't afford to eat. Zhang Feng shook his head, looking at the pair of hands full of hands, and a little Lianzi could not help but feel a faint anxiety. But in the next second, Li Yuan made 2 of them. At this moment, Cheng Yojin suddenly laughed, and slapped his slap on the table. Right 2. Ha 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 lord, I have 2 pairs. Li Yuan complexion stiffened, looking at the pair in his hands full of hands. He couldn't wait to slap Cheng Yojin to death, so he could only say it with a grunt. And Zhang Feng is definitely something to behold. Cheng Yojin also noticed whether he was in trouble, and hurriedly made a 3. He has forgotten the importance of the landlord. This, Zhang Feng's landlord, is also the most reasonable place that all 3 of them have acquiesced to. At this moment, Zhang Feng was happy. Now that the 2 is over, there are only 2 in my hand. Then, this one, I won. As long as Lord does not have a match. Right on 5, over. Li Yuan's face turned black. Cheng Yojin's face couldn't help showing a touch of cold sweat. Right 7, over. Then, even right, over. Looking at Zhang Feng's hand with fewer and fewer cards, Li Yuan couldn't help but panic. 45,678. Big U, ha ha ha, youngster, you lost. Li Yuan excitedly. One of the pair of straights was smashed down. But this time, he was dumbfounded. Cheng Yojin, a foolish guy, actually pinched 4 CS. Fried. Li Yuan was stunned. The raised high card in the hand can never be put down. His eyes glared at Cheng Yojin, fiercely said, pass. It's over. This. Cheng Yojin finally realized something was wrong, and hurriedly took apart a bomb in his hand, weakly saying, 78,910 C. However, waiting for him, Li Yuan's smile suddenly solidified in a voice, fried. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 419. Ha ha ha, the second bomb, the end. Come and come Lord, this 3 bombs is equivalent to triple the original basis. So in other words, you originally the bet for 1 jar of wine has now become 8 jars. While speaking, Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan looked at the poor 5 jars of wine on the ground behind him and waved angrily. Just 5 altars, take it. Don't tell me. We have to. If you agree to bet you must accept to lose, huh? You have lost 8 altars, this wine is not enough. We have to make money together. I do the calculations, you still owe me ... Not much. Sincerely 300 yuan. Zhang Feng's humble appearance. The angry Li Yuan is about to run away. But the saddest thing is Cheng Yojin. He doesn't have a jar of wine. Now he loses almost 1,000 renminbi in one go. This is his pocket money for a month. At this time, Zhang Feng collected the money and also won all the wine that was exported. Not only that, but the jar of ethyl alcohol was saved. He didn't know that old Chen and Lord's son don't want this wine. What do you want this ethyl alcohol for? Too slow? A little excitement? But it doesn't matter. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's silly smirk, so angry. Although he has only played a game now, but he has touched a little doorway. He can't help but draws his belt, barely bare the upper body of the bone, and said, come again. Are you sure? Zhang Feng hearing this, his eyes brightened. Okay, come. I have the Red Phoenix Gate on the east side of the city, and there is a Bai Yuan, youngster. If you can win my Bai Yuan, which is worth several millions of gold, then that would be considered ability. Master, you don't worry about it. Cheng Yojin was surprised. That villa, but His Imperial Majesty spent a lot of effort and built it specifically for Li Yuan, but Li Yuan has never seen it, let alone moved in. And now, he actually gave it to Jiang Feng like this. Isn't this a gift? This youngster from the very beginning didn't hold back a good fart. Now the interest of the retired emperor is obviously caused by being hooked. How about it? But Li Yuan is a stubborn donkey again. What can he say? Only brace oneself can follow to play cards. Right 3, fried. Shunzi, go. Come again. Wang fried, 3 with 2. Come and pay for it. Ha ha ha. Come and come. Jiang Feng looked at the day table of silver bills. It's a happy smile. This came in vain, and both of these goods went out without a small amount of money, so I won thousands of silver in a while, and on the way, Wai Shu also came in from time to time give money to Li Yuan and Cheng Yojin. But even this is not as fast as losing. Wai Shu couldn't say anything. He could only wink Jiang Feng vigorously, but Jiang Feng just didn't see it. It was useless if he said anything. Since the morning, the three of them have basically played cards on the table except for a simple meal. After arriving, Li Yuan finally stopped losing. Instead, the pile of silver bills in front of Jiang Feng was slowly decreasing. At this time, when Wai Shu lit the oil lamp, Li Yuan shuddered in excitement, not for anything else. Just because of his hand. This is a natural card. If Jiang Feng hadn't caught the landlord card, he would have to win all the silver bills in front of Jiang Feng. 3 bombs, 3 twos, and 2 trump cards. Can he lose? Youngster, it's too late now. Or, let's decide whether to win or lose. Looking at Jiang Feng's frowning brows, Li Yuan couldn't help but fan the wind. Kick Cheng Yojin with his feet. Cheng Yojin will do this. Feng Tsai, it's been a day. This old man is already weak. Should we decide the outcome of this one? Yes, youngster. If so, if you win this one, the old man's villa will be given to you. I heard that you are going to get married. Just be my gift. How about then? The relationship is good. Jiang Feng hesitated for a long time before finally nodded, but subconsciously asked, what if I lose? Lost? Li Yuan glanced at the little tavern. If you lose, these silver bills, old man, will no longer be needed, but your half-jar ethyl alcohol has to be mine. Okay, deal. It's a deal. It's a deal. After the agreement was made, Jiang Feng finally laughed. And still that kind of crazy smile. Look at Li Yuan trembling in fear. In Li Yuan trembling in fear, Jiang Feng put the cards in his hand one by one on the table. But they were all straights, without a single card in the middle. When the last 10 cards in his hand were left, he paused. Lord, do you count? Li Yuan looked at the cards on the table, then looked at the cards Jiang Feng held tightly, and then looked at his hands of cards. Slap the table and say, 1 spit, 1 nail. Okay, then you are talking about it. Are you finished? No. Jiang Feng shook his head, and placed the last card on the table in the horrified eyes of Li Yuan and Cheng Yojin. Sorry. Even right, 3-1 right. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 420. In Li Yuan's crying eyes, Jiang Feng took a note written by Li Yuan into his arms. At this time, the sky is completely dark. Cheng Yojin left in a hurry because of something. At this time in tavern, Jiang Feng made a table of good dishes to entertain Li Yuan. In this dish, there are the eels that Guzi caught, a finger-long river fish, and a large plate of fried yellow orange crabs. The braised eel is most liked by Li Yuan. It is eaten with keen interest pleasure. After 3 rounds of food, Li Yuan asked, youngster, where did you learn your ability? Old man can also be considered as a large and small one. I've seen and heard everything before, but you've been intrigued by everything from the dishes you cooked to the wine, and the things you heard about Tibet, Cambodia. Jiang Feng has long known it will there is such a day. Someone will always ask him about these things. This is what he fears the most. Therefore, this little tavern is not listed at all. and has not really opened to the outside world, except for old Li and the others. Outsiders will not be accepted. If someone asks, then he will just say mind your own business, and it's done. But this is old Li's father. He can't say that. Lord, I am a capable person, thanks to my master. Li Yuan, hearing this, hurriedly asked, then what is your master name? I don't know the specific things. I squinted my eyes and red nose. Although my temper is strange, people are not bad. At that time, my family was still there. I had nothing to do all day, just wandering in the mountains. By chance, when he met him who was wandering around, he saw that I was talented, so he accepted me as a disciple. But he has a rule that outsiders are not allowed to talk about his existence. While speaking, Zhang Feng's eyes showed a trace of perseverance. At this point, he really didn't pretend, because at that time, the teacher of his class director, surnamed Zhang, except that he did not describe wearing glasses, everything else was completely fabricated according to the appearance of the class director. Li Yuan was hearing this, but he was shocked. In my mind, I carefully compare the image of the person described by Zhang Feng with all the great writers of surnamed Zhang, great Confucian, and Confucianists, but none of them can be right. On the number involved, Li Yuan asked again, then do you know where your master is? It's from Shandong province. Or where is it? Zhang Feng shook his head, sighed. Oh, Lord, my teacher once said that I was not allowed to talk about his existence to outsiders, but what is the relationship between us? I and old Li are brothers with iron, so this is what I told you, but you must not tell others 1 inch. I only know that my master is over 100 years old 5 years ago, and I don't know the others. All my abilities are given by the master. He never stays in one place for a long time, but because he predicted that his time is limited, he accepts me as a disciple here, and then stays for 5 years, and then he again wandering around. Say yes, why go to the place where the sun sets? Li Yuan's mind could not help but numb. Over 100 years old? And can you predict life and death? Is this Taoist immortal failure? Is your master Taoist immortal? Who said? If he was Taoist immortal, it would be fine, he would not have to court death. This is all this bone strengthening the role of powder. Zhang Feng knows that this matter must not be discussed anymore. He can only quickly put everything on the body of bone strengthening powder. Anyway, this bone strengthening powder has long been taken by him. It's amazing to brag, and if you eat too much, it can really replenish protein and amino acids. Although what he said is a bit exaggerated, it is still possible to strengthen the body. As long as it is properly maintained, it is not a problem to live a few dozen or hundreds of years old. However, at this time, the heat in Li Yuan's eyes slowly extinguished. He knows about bone strengthening powder, and the effect is really not covered. If it is eaten frequently, it really won't be a problem to reach 100 years old. Oh. The old man also said, can you meet your master? You are so capable. Presumably your master must be above you. Isn't that a person who can be my Zhang Feng's teacher? If there is no ability, I would not be rare. Li Yuan twitched his lips. Don't do it day by day, just boasting is forced. By the way, your control of the world, as well as the military things, have all got your master's true biography. This is what Li Yuan cares about most. Zhang Feng's amazing things. With an oil lamp, the salt problem can be solved, and a small piece of paper can be used to make all the money go to the imperial court. And there is also that to deal with Tibet-Turkic and Guanlong factions methods, and even the tin boat, tin car, etc., which is not shocking the world. These all are passed to her by his master. He didn't believe Li Yuan. Zhang Feng thought for a while. He wanted to say 10%, but after thinking about it, he finally said a number that he has suffered. I guess, probably, maybe 70% of the last. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 421. Zhang Feng's answer obviously did not satisfy Li Yuan, but what can he say? Isn't he going to be arrested and tortured to extract a confession? However, if you think about it, Zhang Feng does everything in the most down-to-earth manner. Obviously, if it can achieve this level, 70% is reasonable. Li Yuan couldn't help but have the urge to try Jiang Feng to learn. Take a sip of wine, look at the cast iron flask in Jiang Feng's hand, and ask, youngster, what do you think of Great Tang? If there is a foreign merchant, or maybe a wine girl you like very much invites you to their place, will you go? Go, Dang. His uncle. The place where the beard lives. Can you live? The body odor can make people faint. Please, Dang. I want to kill people so much. You still tell me? Go to Hudi? Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. And Li Yuan, hearing this, haha, smiled. The youngster is still anxious. Didn't I just say this? By the way, you haven't said yet. What do you think of this Great Tang? Is there anything to improve? Change? It's okay now. If you want to change it, it's not our petty folks who have the final say. By the way, Lord, I finally know why old Li likes to ask these people who are easy to lose their heads. It's up. Li Yuan slightly smiled. Why? It turned out to be inherited from you. This thing is not nonsense 1 inch. It's okay. Aren't we drinking? And this big night, who would listen to the roots of the wall? Li Yuan said indifferently. He knows that outside, it was surrounded by Jinwu guards and Yachi Gong's large legion group. It's a bird? It's rare to fly in, even more how it's an eavesdropping? Question mark. As long as he can enter the small tavern range 10 Jiang, he will die. Let's talk about it. This man is getting old. He is always worried about this country, the world, and this industry that can inherit the descendants. If you say that if one day changes color, it will not be all over already. The things I worked so hard to create are gone. No way. Jiang Feng shook his head firmly. Why? Li Yuan is interested. There can be a first emperor throughout all ages. The people under the world, and the emperor who humiliated his white horse by the Waishui River. With him, this Great Tang will definitely be there. Become the first empire throughout the ages. So sure? Li Yuan was deeply shocked. Although I did know this from Zhang Sunwagu and Li Shimin before, but now, after hearing Jiang Feng talk about it, he couldn't help but get a little excited. First emperor throughout all ages. Even the Qin Shi Huang who unified the 6 countries, the first emperor, and the Han Wu imperial capital who founded the Han dynasty are not recorded in any historical records, and Jiang Feng got the title of first emperor throughout all ages. But his son actually got this title? But thinking about all the things during this period, Li Yuan really has a bit of eager hope. Could it be true that he can become the first emperor throughout all ages? The king of Tang dynasty, which I created by myself, can really become the famous first empire. Li Yuan took a deep breath. Calm down the heaven overflowing giant wave in my heart. Youngster, I'm really strange. Especially after my daughter-in-law and son learned everything about you. I really don't believe in this world, there can be such a person, but today, I believe it, not because you are good at flattery, but also because of intuition. Then I would like to thank Lord. Come on, for this, let's do 1p. Okay, ha ha ha. A bowl of wine. Li Yuan's mood finally calmed down. At this time, he calmed down. Li Yuan felt that Jiang Feng's profound mystery became more and more up, and solemnly asked, youngster, do you think this period of prosperity is far away? As long as Guanlong faction is divided, and His Imperial Majesty runs everything that is currently available, provided that there are no princes as rats, then Great Tang will achieve the period of prosperity within 3 years. 1. So sure? Just so sure. Can Jiang Feng not be sure? His Imperial Majesty didn't know where his ability came from, but the day after what he thought of, he would come out with exactly the same thing as what he thought. And in addition to the people around him, if he can't bring Great Tang into the period of prosperity in this situation, then he really is not the first emperor throughout all ages. Furthermore, as long as you enter the dynasty by yourself, as long as you take out the things he has already prepared, it will also push Great Tang forward in a short time. Moreover, it will make Great Tang go further, and even want the whole world to become the territory of Great Tang. It is not impossible, not to mention, regardless of whether there is his own appearance or contributing to the flames, This great Tang will also enter the period of prosperity after 7 years of Zhengwen. These are all destined things that no one can change. Looking at Zhang Feng's look, that didn't seem like a joke, Li Yuan couldn't help but ask subconsciously, "Youngster, you just talk about His Imperial Majesty. What do you think of the retired emperor?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 422. Just ask here. Li Yuan's heart couldn't help but be pulled up, looking at Zhang Feng in thought with hot rays of light in the turbidity. He doesn't know how Zhang Feng would comment on him, but he especially wants to know. At this time, Zhang Feng really asked him, "You said retired emperor?" "Yes." "Tell me about it." Zhang Feng could not help but say with a bitter smile, "Can I not say it?" Li Yuan immediately quit. Isn't we talking about this? Look, this is not an old man. This is a bit nostalgic. If it weren't for the retired emperor to lay the great Tang for us people country, I wonder what we are still suffering from now. 1 inch. You said this is pretty good. Nodded, which Zhang Feng agrees with. Speaking of this retired emperor, except for his injustice to His Imperial Majesty, which caused that thing, everything else is still very good. Look, this will start from the Tai Yuan rallying. If there was no Tai Yuan rallying of the retired emperor, the turmoil and all the rebellions would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. These all are to lay the foundation for the great Tang period of prosperity. Without this move by the retired emperor, as well as the military and political pulling strongly against a crazy tide, then at this time, it might be what it would be like. Zhang Feng didn't know what to do. How to say it. At this time, Li Yuan, he always feels weird, but this lord is obviously a person of love and righteousness, and also a nostalgic person. Zhang Feng is only looking for memory from his memory. I thought about Li Yuan's deeds again. But this is already the limit. But Li Yuan is obviously not satisfied. Asked in astonishment, "Then what?" "That's gone. There's more. This is the retired emperor, which has to start from Tai Yuan." Speaking of, all previous armies were government soldiers, but when the old lady started from Tai Yuan, the government soldiers system separated the power of training and leadership to prevent the generals from supporting their soldiers and opposing the central government. The government's military system was based on the system of equalization of land. The above is a system of combining soldiers and farmers. Soldiers and soldiers usually produce at home, and go out in war. This is where the military is strong. Regarding the imperial examination system, although this started from the Sui dynasty, it was also because it angered Guanlong faction. However, the old lady was in such adversity and could make Guanlong compromise. What has happened to this? I don't know. In short, Lord, you look at everything about the great Tang now. If there is no retired emperor, can His Imperial Majesty be so good? This is all retired. The emperor's foundation is well laid. After talking about this, Li Yuan's expression finally eased, satisfied. Finally, Zhang Feng added another sentence. In short, Lord, you just have to remember one thing. Without him, where did His Imperial Majesty come from? Right? What His Imperial Majesty is doing now is the old retired emperor. Good teaching. Not bad. Retired emperor taught well. Come on, youngster, let's drink. Don't drink the wine, Lord. The Bai Yuan you mentioned just now, we have to speak up. Li Yuan hearing this, the raised wine bowl was put down in an instant. I glanced at Zhang Feng, lightly saying, "Youngster, going to be a big deal. If you play with the old man, can you take it seriously?" "This you can't take it seriously." "Whatever you say." "The spilled water, how can you take it back?" "Oh, what am I going to do? You are like this, isn't that meaningless?" Zhang Feng is really worried about that house. Anyway, don't do it for nothing. He won with his ability. This is his thing. Who told you to cheat me first? If you didn't say me, what would I do? For this mansion, the two of them argued with one big and one small red face. And in the end there was no way. Zhang Feng can only take out the trump card. "Lord, I don't want to cheat big. Let's bet on another round." "No, you youngster cheated a lot." Li Yuan immediately shook his head like a rattle. "Then, let's win or lose a game, and if we lose, I will give you that jar ethyl alcohol." "If I win, hee hee." "Lord, Let's say yes. Your house. Well, let's guess the size. Then you can't fight the landlord, you youngster thief. The old man thinks it's better. Good. It's a deal. Is that a must? When Jiang Feng saw this, he rubbed his hands in excitement. Although Li Yuan signed the word and signed it, but when the time comes, the old youngster regretted it. So, he had to convince Lord to lose, otherwise it would be no fun when the time comes. The best way is to guess the face of the playing cards, and then determine the outcome of a game. In this way, no one knows the size of this point, but Jiang Feng has to be the most profitable in it. He made this card. Can he take advantage? When the two started the gambling game again, outside the door, Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong's jaws both fell off. This is the villa that His Imperial Majesty repaired to the retired emperor. It's so sloppy, at the gaming table, it's gone. Old Cheng, what should I do about this? This grandson is not a thing anymore, or I will go in and beat up this youngster. You take the retired emperor back to the palace? No, Feng Tsai, this is serious. This youngster just fell into the eyes of money. It's difficult to do now. Or, if you watch it here, I will quickly return to the palace to report to His Imperial Majesty. How about? Okay, go back quickly. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 423. Intji Palace. Li Shimin is a rare admiration of the little tune. With Empress Zhangsan and Li Chenqian, looking at the little tune and chatting about family life, I feel uncomfortable. Now, the plague of locusts has been set. Because of the food that has been hoarding for a long time, and the food that was dug in Tibet by various means, Li Shimin is a little sad. Too many. However, just a few days ago, then Turkic finally couldn't sit still. Since Cheng Yojin went to Longyu, the war between Turkic tribes has not ended, but the large number of Turkic people who came to exchange for food with cattle and sheep have been increasing day by day. Furthermore, if the transaction volume reached 3,000 horses, tens of thousands of cows and sheep on the first day of such a thing, it goes without saying. That is more than countable. However, this has also become Li Shimin's heart disease. Fortunately, the official operation of the feed mill is actually not a hassle. According to a list given by Jiang Feng, you only need to grind the locusts into powder, and you can live them, and then tie the forage into a short section. For a short period of time, use this locust powder to soak in water, soak it overnight. Each cow, each horse only needs 30 kilograms of forage per day, and the cows and horses that they eat seem to be in spring. This scene could not help but once again let Li Shimin and numerous officials see business opportunities. The locusts are now in demand. If you have less money, then you fucking don't deserve to buy locusts. This time, the people were happy. Originally, the purchase price of a catty of locusts was 3 cents to 5 cents, but now it doesn't work anymore. You don't have a 5 cents to go up. You don't deserve to see the shadow of locusts. And now the people of Great Tang are also going crazy, regardless of men, women, young or old, as long as they go out, their eyes become squinted. Why? Look for locusts. The withered grass leaves are all rotten, and I can't wait for the bluestone and floor tiles on Cheng'an Street to be pulled down and checked. On the beams of the house, or even on the edge of the pit. As long as the locusts can be found, everywhere is full of people. Now the army of chickens and ducks is miserable. In the beginning, all of them were arrogant and majestic, but now, this is all hungry and boring to walk, squatting on the corner of the wall to eat. That's it. There are people squatting next to the chicken and duck watching. How can Li Shimin not be pleased with such a scene? The people's pockets are bulging, and the natural consumption level has also increased. Normally, they only dare not buy things, and now they wave their hands. Buy. Can he be upset? Hee hee, ha ha ha. Good. Li Shimin watched the singer's performance. I couldn't help but smirk as I watched. Zhang Sunwagu was speechless for a while. Are you still laughing? When you are worried, concubine really can't understand. What did you do with those cows, horses and sheep? Now we are full, but we have no money left. The remaining rice will serve those things. Mother Empress, You have wronged the Father Emperor in this matter. The silent Li Chengqian shook his head. I couldn't help but make Li Shiman's eyes bright. Chengqian, you have learned a lot from the Jiang Feng brother during this period of time. Then tell me, if it was you, how would you deal with these cattle and sheep? Father Emperor. Li Chengqian heard this, clasped his fists, and thought for a while. If this matter is placed on Jiang Feng, this guy must be someone who immediately finds someone to carry the pot. Like everything before, he is too lazy, but if we think about it now, these cows and sheep are indeed a disadvantage, but they are also a huge benefit. While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and sent all the singers back. And Li Chengqian also got up, bowed before Li Shimin and said, one advantage, these cattle and sheep, we can't afford. We can't afford how much, and if things go on like this, it will definitely drag us down. But Father Emperor, you forgot that we have that many people. Vertical bar child and subject I went to investigate before. Now even the people of Chainan City can have cattle and sheep. People who are less than 10 are less than 1. This is because they can't afford cattle and sheep. The second is also because this thing is scarce and in short supply. But now it's different. We just need to follow the Jiang Feng brothers' method to take these cattle. How about lending all the sheep to them? Zhang Sanwaga hearing this gave Li Chengqian a speechless stare. This cattle and sheep are living creatures. How can this be borrowed? Ha ha ha, Guanyin, don't get angry. Let's listen to Kaian's method first. Li Shimin actually thought of it when Li Chengqian was talking about the people. But now, he also wants to hear Li Chengqian's opinion. After all, he has been in contact with Jiang Feng for so long. If he hasn't learned anything, it is obviously impossible. Li Chengqian hearing this, and then said, Father Emperor, Mother Empress, this borrowing is such a borrowing method. Each household can receive 2 cows, 1 male and 1 female, but they need reported by the government and paid a deposit of 5 silvertel. At this time, can the role of the cooperative be reflected? If you only receive 1 cow, you only need to pay a silvertel! Zhang Sanwaga hearing this, frowned and asked, if that's the case, wouldn't it be a business? Li Chengqian shook his head said with a smile, Mother Empress, I haven't finished yet. The most important point is that no matter how many cubs the cows and sheep produce within a year, the government will not ask. They only need to return the rented cows on time. Hearing this, Empress Zhang Sun's face changed drastically. What did you say? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 424. At this time, Zhang Sanwagu is not clear about the situation of the people of Great Tang. There are so many more livestock. If it is normally, it will be no problem. But the most critical question now is that now the locust plague has just ended, and there are baldness everywhere. How can this be done? What to eat? The mouth is sewn up. Kina, this thing you said is good, but think about it, this problem is to be shared. But have you thought about the people? How do you want them to solve this problem? Mother Empress Guanyin, Chengqian, I was also thinking about this before. Chengqian was right. If these millions of cattle and sheep are together, it will be a big problem, but once they are dispersed, then this will not be a problem. Li Shimin appreciated looking at Li Chengqian. He said, then, this matter is left to you for the time being. I don't care how to do it. I know that I will know the satisfactory result in the end. It's a child and subject follows the royal order. Okay, come on, let's drink. The wine made by Jiang Feng youngster can't be copied even by the highest skilled winemaker I've found. And I don't know, what is this youngster pretending in his mind? Also talking about wine? First think about how to deal with a group of ministers tomorrow morning. Last time you stayed up all night, now it's retired emperor. I really don't know what you are thinking about in your head. Don't laugh too. Don't think I don't know what happened to you and Cheng Chumo's youngsters outside. Li Chengqian, who was covering his mouth and snickering, was instantly reprimanded by Zhang Sanwagu, and then he calmed down. In fact, Zhang Sanwagu is right. He didn't know what magical power Feng Tsai had in him, so that so many people from Father Emperor and retired Emperor were spinning around him. But when I think of Jiang Feng's tongue-in-cheek and unpredictable working style, Li Chengqian can't help but yearn for it. Report. Duke of Lu. Please. At this moment, little Gizzy hurriedly entered Ji Palace to report. Biography. Li Shimin slightly frowned. This dare to say Jiang Feng? Does this really pull out Jiang Feng's affairs? Is it because the retired emperor had something set back that failed? When I think of this, where is Li Shimin still in the mood to drink? Old official visit His Imperial Majesty, Empress, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince. You may rise. You old black. Not at the young tavern protects the safety of the retired emperor. Why are you running here? Li Shimin pretended to be angry. Cheng Yojin hearing this, instantly upset. Back to His Imperial Majesty, a major event. The old official didn't know that he was daring to decide, so I rushed back non-stop. I didn't have time to eat this meal. Oh? Li Shimin hearing this, eyelids twitched. What's the matter? Jiang Feng, the youngster didn't know where he got a thing called poker. This thing, you just reported? Say something else. Li Shimin interrupted Cheng Yojin with a wave of his hand. His Imperial Majesty, the youngster actually won the villa you built for the retired emperor! Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Empress Zhangsun and Li Shimin couldn't help but startled. What did you say? Say it again. Jiang Feng youngster, what kind of poker you used to win the Bai Yuan you repaired to the retired emperor? Hearing this, Zhang Sunwaga's head was dizzy, and he was lying on top of the collapse. Old black, you talk about the specifics. Why did you bet on this? And how did he know this Bai Yuan? Something went wrong. This is a major event. This other courtyard. But when it was the tightest, they tightened their belts and built a building for Li Yuan. Although it can't be compared to the Imperial Palace, it's luxurious. Not inferior to the Imperial Palace, especially to Ji Palace's villa. He just lost to Jiang Feng youngster. This was originally built under the pressure of entire court, civil and military. It was planned to ease the relationship between father and son after the birthday. During the Dragon Boat Festival, I told Li Yuan that he could be under long enjoy this. This is Li Yuan. He doesn't even have time to watch it. At a glance, Bai Yuan changed hands like this. This couldn't help but make Zhang Sunwagu angry. For this thing, they even try their best to save food in normally. What about now? A word, no more? Empress Her Majesty, things are like this. This youngster had lost his chess game with the retired emperor before, and lost miserably. The retired emperor saw him again. Something, but the youngster stingy. He tinkered with such a thing, and finally he played with the old official. At the beginning, it was not too much to lose, but retired who is the emperor? Can he admit defeat? Under the red eyes, he put this Bai Yuan down. Finally, it could have been vague, just it passed, but when the old official came back, the two actually played again. No. The old official came back and reported to His Imperial Majesty. It is estimated that this villa has changed hands now. Then you say now, what's the use? Empress Zhangsun is anxious. His Imperial Majesty, Chen Qian, you guys go and have a look. It's better to get the retired emperor back and get it down like this. What kind of style is this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 425. Li Shimin also has a big head. Although Zhang Sunwaga has been talking about Jiang Feng, but Li Shimin knows that with father's temper, he really did it. Besides, he's got used to it. This time, what can he do if he goes? Where do you want to go? Back to Bai Yuan from the Jiang Feng brother. He can't afford to lose that person. And don't talk about a villa, he will give it to others without the slightest hesitation. Compared with another garden, Jiang Feng's kindness to him is incomparable to him. Empress, don't be anxious. I will go now, little Gizzy. Quickly prepare the sedan chair. While speaking, Li Shimin followed Cheng Yojin into the darkness in a hurry. Behind him, Wai Shui glanced at Li Chengqian, and finally disappeared into the night, closely following Li Shimin. At the same time, outside the little tavern, Ya Qigong is so angry. The one who is angry can't wait to give him all Jiang Feng's skin, that's all. This grandson, not only won by Yuan, but also the retired emperor. You have nothing to do. Why are you angry with him? Now it's good. Not only did I lose by yuan, but I also wrote countless promissory notes on the table. Looking at Zhang Feng's look at the promissory note when he picks it up and kisses it from time to time, it makes Yachi Gong crazy. I didn't even look at it. I squatted at the door. His chest chuckles and undulates. Grandison, are you really a grandison? You fucking. Yachi Gong foul-mouthed. There is Jinwu guards disguised as ordinary people ran from a distance. Report, His Imperial Majesty is here. The visitor whispered in Yachi Gong's ear. Next moment, Yachi Gong, as if he had met the backbone of the master, hurriedly got up and hurriedly greeted him. When I saw Li Shimin, Yachi Gong exploded his hair. Li Shimin waved his hand silently. It's okay, I know about this, but you step back. While speaking, the majesty on Li Shimin's face, the color disappeared. When looking towards the leaky door of the little tavern, the imposing manner of the whole person suddenly became ordinary. Zhang Feng brother, it's so late. What are you still doing here? As soon as he entered the door, Li Shimin stopped and stepped on the bench with one foot. He raised his hand high and shouted Zhang Feng, who had won. Zhang Feng was interrupted and waved his hand. Old Li, wait a minute. Let me talk about it if I win. Lord, look clearly, this is the song 9 in your hand. You lost. Li Yuan saw Li Shimin coming. Instantly flustered and exasperated said, this one is not counted. The old man can't see clearly. Isn't that a 3 you took? You are a son, can't bully the old man. Hey, go. Zhang Feng admit defeat. All my sons are here. If this one doesn't count, it doesn't count. Anyway, all the wins are full, and it is not bad for these 10 silvertle things. Seeing the two stop, Li Shimin stepped forward and bowed to Li Yuan. Father, it's too late, can we go back? No no no. The old man won't return. This little tavern lives very comfortably, and the poker old man believes he has mastered the essence. As long as 3 days, how the youngster wins will have to be given to the old man. It's not bad back, and the old man has to win his loincloth. Li Shimin hearing this, his eyes were straight. Why do you want his loincloth? Why? Ask this grandson what he did. Li Yuan hearing this, Zhang Feng glared at him. Zhang Feng didn't do it anymore. Lord, let's speak with conscience. Let's talk about this first. Youngster, I won by your ability, and where can this thing go wrong? You lost yourself, but you still didn't make it. Li Shimin had a headache. This is obviously 2 people drunk. I hurriedly persuaded him, if you have done it, I won't say a few words. While speaking, Zhang Feng couldn't help winking. Father, this lost thing, can you rest assured that I will come back for you? Not good. Li Yuan opened the shirt and fan vigorously, looking at Zhang Feng gnashing teeth. This youngster is not kind and doesn't know how to respect the old. He knows that the old man played this thing for the first time, and he still played so big with the old man. Father, you go back first back to the sedan chair. How about waiting for me to teach you a lesson? No return. What is good at home? Except for the bigger house, except for those guys who are stubborn. The old man is really tired and crooked. It's so good. This youngster is a personality. The old man has to live here to take care of him, lest he go out to harm others! Exclamation mark. Zhang Feng quit. Why did this old guy get into trouble because of his son? But although this guy is a bit difficult to deal with after being drunk, and even angry that he wants to hit someone, Zhang Feng is also attracted by Li Yuan's erudition. In the past 2 days, whether it is military, political, or the situation in neighboring countries, he can tell Zhang Feng that he is not like a businessman. Zhang Feng brother, can you say a few more words? Old Li, I beg you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 426. This old black Is this my special mother dreaming? This is His Imperial Majesty. Is this the retired emperor? Piachi Gong's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. For the sake of a villa, the retired emperor will talk to him for so long, and still a youngster in the market? Is this what it is? And this is not the His Imperial Majesty is here? Why do you still use the word seeking? Is this Lao Tzu drunk? What's wrong? Cheng Yojin patted Yachi Gong on the shoulder. Big fool. Let's not mix up this matter. If you let go of your stinky temper and your rules, you will find that you will also talk to the retired emperor, His Imperial Majesty. Even Crown Prince and the others are the same. This is something that no one can think of, although now you see them fighting with red faces and wishing to hack each other to death. But I bet with you, tomorrow morning, these three will definitely lift your shoulders, believing or not. Yachi Gong can't understand it at all. What's wrong with this? Even Cheng Yojin is doing this now? Unfortunately. He pointed at Wai Shui beckons with the hand. Why youngster, come here. Go. Wai Shui shrinking his neck and licking a smiling face, he appeared in front of Yachi Gong. It's not that he thinks, but he doesn't dare. As long as he is a little bit uncomfortable with Yachi Gong, this product will not be divided into any occasions. It will be a fat beating. He does not want to lose this person in front of Jiang Feng. Youngster, let me ask you, what's the matter? You have been with His Imperial Majesty for so long, what's the matter? This is it? Wai Shui glanced at the little tavern. Suddenly, a sense of crisis that made his heart palpitations made him hurriedly said, Yachi brother-in-law, just leave this matter alone, just do your job well. I will tell me a secret. While speaking, Wai Shui took a look around, and then said, His Imperial Majesty, and a few national duke, and this crown prince, we are all called brothers to Jiang Feng, so you should be able to. Do you understand? Brother. Yachi Gong's expression could not help but stagnate slightly. This can't help but he is not shocked. Can His Imperial Majesty and those national duke call the existence of brothers? Who is he? Yachi Gong's face changed. No wonder Cheng Yojin always speaks undercover, and the retired emperor is so weird today. No wonder. This dumb. You mean, Crown Prince, you, which other youngsters are brothers to this Jiang Feng youngster? There are hooks, Chumo, Chongtsai. Could it be that the last time the Yanlai building was upset, just a few of them did it? Yachi Gong suddenly what came to mind? Asked. Wai Shui nodded, with a look of fascination. This is an errand by His Imperial Majesty. Everything is good, but it can't be as dashing as those bastards. No, I have to find some time. Let Chen Qian talk about it. The worst. Let's move to another place, otherwise the assassination method Jiang Feng brother said before. There is still no trace next. But Du Dabing and Chen Qian's family got a division table, and they acted in front of him all day long. This saw that he had to be anxious. But now it seems that we have to wait until this matter is over. At this time, in the little tavern, Li Yuan and Jiang Feng were angry. After a few quarrels, they lost the battle, and rushed into the room Jiang Feng said with a full face, and finally put them down. Words come. Leave the words here today. No matter who is here, it won't work. I won't go. I see the house next to this youngster is pretty good. You will give it to me tomorrow. Find someone to renovate it, and I will live here. I won't go back. Hearing this, everyone was scared and the complexion changed. But Li Yuan didn't give anyone a chance to speak. Peng Sound closed the door, and everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Jiang Feng brother, this ... my father's temper is a bit so. I hope you can bear it a little more. Li Shimin rubbed his hands and sat down. Just now Li Yuan said in the position he did. Jiang Feng waved his hand, pushing the promissory note on the table to Li Shimin's eyes. He said, it's okay, aren't we brother? I also know that there is a gap between you and Lord, but you have to remember, older people, this age is getting older, but the temperament is more and more accommodating. More like a little child. Lord is not lacking now, but the only thing that is lacking is to be valued and paid attention. To put it bluntly, it is loneliness, so don't look at him arguing with me like anything. You have seen it, he still depends on this, Why? Li Shimin's face was serious. Because he is lonely. I don't know what you did with old Li. It's obviously under one roof, so you are so busy. It stands to reason that it is time to enjoy the blessings now that your children and grandchildren are around your knees. Why did you make your father like this at home? The Li Shimin that Jiang Feng said was a wave of guilt. But what can he say? He can't say anything. Jiang Feng, brother, I also have difficulties. Lord has indeed given a lot for the family over the years, and I also want to do my filial piety, but you know, I just talk to he relieves the bumps in his happiness, so I don't want to disobey him. So, I am here today, not for that other villa. If you want, I will give you $100. Individual courts are not a problem. The point is, if you don't go back, Lord, this will cause a major event. So, brother Jiang Feng, you have to find a way for me. Let Lord follow me back. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 427. Retired Emperor must go back. Although the retired Emperor seems to be in a good mood at this time, this is not a place to live forever. If this is known to others, then it must be let the people of the Imperial Court overthrow the sky, especially those of the retired emperor. Jiang Feng, brother, you have to find a way. You also know that although Lord is not in the house now, but this, as the saying goes, is good. There is an old family, if there is a treasure, wants the Lord. If you don't go back, this will make the family people were alarmed. I must say that I have treated the Lord badly, so that Lord can't live anymore. If this is the case, I won't be able to live there anymore. The law is alive. This. Old Li, don't worry, I will give you some thoughts. Jiang Feng also slightly frowned. Although it doesn't matter whether this lord will go or not, it doesn't matter much to him, but indeed, it's not a problem to live with him all the time. 1. And if he stays for a long time, then his darlings, especially the diamonds and other things that will be given to the wife in the future, must be thought of by him. This will not work, especially the sunglasses. Don't let Lord know about this thing, otherwise it will be difficult to do. Well, let me think about it. Do you want to get Lord back tonight, or what? It's best to go back tonight, otherwise, I'll have a hard time at the level tomorrow morning. 1 inch. Jiang Feng, hearing this, frowned again. This allows Lord to go back. When is this time going back? It's definitely impossible. Let's not say that Lord must be suffocated at home. It's so easy to come out once. Can you go back so quickly? However, it is obviously impossible not to go back. In case the Shivard is sent away anytime, it is not clear. Why? Think about it. In the end, Jiang Feng's eyes fell on the playing cards again. I thought of an idea instantly. Old Li, you have a wide network of contacts. Immediately find a skilled person to make a poker, just like my poker. The material should be as thin as possible, and it should be durable and resistant to fall. At the very least, don't knock it out, as long as you can fix it tonight, or you can promise to deliver this thing to Lord's son tomorrow morning. I can promise him tonight. I can go back with you smoothly. Li Shimin, hearing this, asked, what you said is true. What did I lie to you? But now it's up to you. If you can do it, I will tell Lord now. How about it? Li Shimin did not agree to Jiang Feng. Instead, he flipped the playing cards one by one. Although he wanted to ask Jiang Feng what the magic is, it is obviously not the time. The material of this thing is just a few sheets of paper, hurriedly manufactured, and now it is rotten and can't be rotten. At this time, do it. What should I use? Unfortunately, Li Shimin's gaze fell on the writing on the wall. After a while, Li Shimin's eyes flashed a clear comprehension, and he patted the table and said, okay, I can do this tonight. Come out. Are you sure you are sure to persuade Lord to go back? As long as you can handle this, Lord will definitely be able to go back. Last night, this Lord used me as a hotel and slept in the lobby. If this was seen by the early risers, then he thought I was doing it. Also get a fan account. What kind of style is this? I can't stand it. If you can. Come on, wait, I will go to Lord. While speaking, Jiang Feng got up and entered the bedroom. Li Shimin collected all the playing cards on the table and waved, Wai Shu appeared in a hurry. Now, go to the Ministry of Works immediately and remember what Jiang Feng said just now, right? According to Jiang Feng, before dawn tomorrow, I want to see this thing in front of the bed. If you can't see it, you can ask the Ministry of Works people to get me all 50 boards, including you. Yes. Wai Shui hurriedly took the playing cards and hurried away. Can he not run faster? These 50 boards. If this is a sturdy hit, let alone walking, I guess the children and grandchildren will have to explain it. But let those Ministry of Works know, this is not popular eyes. Can those old oil seeds of Ministry of Works stand up to these 50 big boards? That's a strange thing. I guess 310 boards. Everyone has to return to heaven. Here Wai Shui has just left, and Jiang Feng and laughed. Li Yuan walked out of the bedroom. Are you sure tomorrow in the morning, I can see that new style of poker? This is what Li Yuan said to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded. Father, rest assured, this time, this thing is guaranteed to be better than Jiang Feng. Brother made it even better. Tomorrow, child happens to ask you how to play this poker. Ha ha ha. Okay. You are thinking of going with the old man. Our father and son have not played together for a long time. Let's walk around, let's go back, and tomorrow morning, the old man will teach you how to play with this thing. I will tell you that this thing has a very slight trace. 1 inch. Although this thing is a little child's thing, it is very smart about calculating the opponent's hand. There are many things in it. The old man hasn't taught you what's wrong for a long time. It just so happened that tomorrow I called my daughter-in-law, called Kiana, and our family of 4 just made up the table. While speaking, the two walked out of the little tavern, but Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Hey old Li, don't leave. That stupid guy broke Lao Tzu's door. You have to let him fix it for me tonight. 1 inch. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 428. Li Yuan is gone after all. But this moment, the Imperial Palace is lively. It didn't take a night. Ministry of Works, more than 100 people, were all dispatched. Under the watch of Wai Shu, who was red-eyed, 3 hours later, they used calligraphy to mount the interlining cloth, and remade 3 decks of cards. One the deputy naturally carried Wai Shu's pockets. The other 2 were exquisitely crafted and even painted with gold dust. The smooth printing on the back was lost. Naturally, they were given to His Imperial Majesty and the retired Emperor. Li Yuan did not return to his palace, but instead lived in Tji Palace. The next morning, Li Yuan woke up early. When we went to bed together, we saw Wai Shu squatting at the door and taking a nap. Li Yuan kicked Wai Shu over and woke him up. Why youngster, are you from Wai Zheng's family? Wai Shu has seen the retired emperor. Where did Wai Shu dare to make a mistake? And still in front of the retired emperor whose behavior is unpredictable. Without omission and in detail answered Li Yuan's question. Li Yuan was drinking bone-strengthening powder while enjoying the eunuch while waiting for her to change clothes and Washington. Then he asked, then the poker is ready? Retired emperor, done. While speaking, respectfully handed Li Yuan the most exquisite workmanship, the most splendorous and majestic deck of cards, with both hands. Li Yuan stared at the cards. Can this thing be done like this? If it wasn't for holding it like it was made of gold, he almost thought it was made of gold. Who did this? Go back to the retired emperor. This is the night that His Imperial Majesty spent the night and did it with the people of Ministry of Works. A total of 2 pictures have been made. You are the world. Only 1 inch. Okay. Ha ha ha, His Imperial Majesty is interested. You are not bad too. Come here, reward. But he forgot, this is not his palace, but Li Shimin's palace of absolute beguiling. Seeing eunuch a little confused, then he remembered and fumbled around. So I found out a silver bills and handed it to Wai Shu. Go and see His Imperial Majesty. Li Yuan didn't wait for eunuch to tie his hair up, and hurriedly followed Wai Shu out. He couldn't wait. In Jiang where is Feng deflated? At this time, can he not find his loss on His Imperial Majesty's family? He won't eat this loss. And when Li Yuan comes, when I was in Li Shimin's study room, I sought Ji Palace in the living room in front of Li Shimin's bedroom with a table full of delicacies. But Li Yuan saw what was on that table. In an instant there was a feeling of nausea. After eating the things Zhang Feng made for 2 days, he is really not used to eating the things in this palace now. Child and subject, daughter-in-law. The emperor welcomes the retired emperor. Get up, rice. I won't eat it now. I have no appetite. Besides, you have been there for so long at the youngster, so why don't you take a cook and learn how to cook with Zhang youngster? Eat these things all day, you can swallow them too? This. Li Shimin hearing this complexion stiffened. He really didn't expect this, but now that I really look at the delicacies of the mountains and seas on the table, and I can't eat it anymore. Father Emperor said that next time the child and subject will go and talk to the Zhang Feng brother about this. At least to Father Emperor with a cook. This is okay. Come, our family hasn't been together for a long time, just so, with the help of this youngster's playing cards, let's play together. While speaking, the 4 of them entered the Huxin Pavilion, which was filled with aromatherapy, and the palace singer was playing music in the lake. In the morning, it's not too hot. In the breeze, there is still a little bit of coolness. The 4 of them sat separately. Li Yuan could not wait to tell the 3 of the rules. Li Chengqian went to Zhang Feng to ask about card skills last night. Li Shimin also mastered the card skills with Empress Zhangsun and under the guidance of Cheng Yojin last night. Looking at the table, although the gold is hot, it is obviously incomparable to his own high-end poker. The smile on Li Yuan's face is even brighter. This card. No, use mine. Why youngster, bring my card. Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Feng, the youngster, is really uncomfortable. This is pitting them all. Sure enough, after losing all 3 cards, Li Shimin stopped doing it. I was also anxious. He also took out real ability. Sure enough, Li Shimin is serious, and Li Yuan really won't win so well, but basically he won't win if he didn't. It's just a matter of time and the dangers involved. That's it. The 4 of them played from Chenshai to Chenshai and still had no intention of getting up, but Empress Zhangsun could not sit for a long time. On the way, they could only summon Cheng Yojin and Wei Zheng and the others into battle. And Li Yuan is like a rich man. The ground behind him has long been piled with gold bars. People played from Chenshai to the beginning of the Hui, and still didn't mean to stop. After eating and pausing for a while, they basically solved all problems in this Huxin Pavilion. The sound of the gong in the child's time rang. Zhang Sanwaga looked at the street market like shouts of Huxin Pavilion, as well as the loud noises and curses. He couldn't help but shook his head in distress. AI, every day. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 429. After Li Yuan returned to the palace, the whole harem became a mess in an instant. A kind of poker instantly became popular in the imperial palace. In the Ministry of Agriculture, Fang Xuanling has a sad face at this time. Although the patient should have passed, and the results have been very impressive, he still has to eat. After all, Great Tang's grain makers, in this locust plague, basically lost. The wheat and corn in the fields are piled up in piles on the ground, and they are even a little bit out of their teeth. These things, which were originally fine grains, have now become things that even cows and horses dislike. This year until now, it was a harvest season, but the statistics of the Ministry of Agriculture made Fang Xuanling tremble all over. The total income of Longyu has become 0. What is this concept? Jianan Road, the west of Henan Province, etc. As long as you go to the dealer close to Tibet, you will get nothing. Fang Xuanling panicked instantly by such horrible things. Moreover, I still dare not announce it to the outside world. Once this matter is announced, it will surely put Great Tang in crisis in a short time. Even more how around Great Tang, there are 3 tigers glare like a tiger watching his prey. Xina Yuan, where the Ministry of Works is located. At this time, all the ministers looked at the documents in their hands, feeling a little frustrated. Lord Fang, do you want to report it to His Imperial Majesty now? We can suppress this matter, Although now Great Tang basically, all the grains in Great Tang can keep Great Tang from falling into hunger this year, and even have a surplus. In addition, if the grain from the south is transferred to the north and the west, plus the current state capital is basically maintained at 500, it is possible to maintain the grain harvest at around 1 shaya until next year's grain harvest. But in this way, we have to reduce the amount of grain we export to the world as much as possible. Fang Xuanling frowned and asked, how much is compressed? Half. Now the key to maintaining the relationship and launching the extinction plan lies in grain. By then, if grain exports are cut in half now, then neighboring countries will be aware of it instantly. What should I do? Turkey's plan has just started, and it has not yet entered the situation of large-scale war horses for food. If this is the case at this time, it will really make these people aware of it instantly. Let's go. Follow Tang, the grain fields outside Chainan City to see the specific situation. Fang Xuanling decided after all to go to the fields for a visit. The worst. Also got a Mount Longzi look at the grain of Imperial Farm. Lord Fang, you don't need to go anymore. We have already received the wheat ears from below. Almost 300 stones collected from the surrounding area. Where? It's in the backyard. A few people hurriedly came to the backyard. Suddenly, the smell of malt floating in the air, as well as a unique sourness after fermentation, filled the noses of a few people. On the basket of wheat ears, the dry and shriveled mouth looks like an old woman's mouth, and the wheat grains that have not yet been fully opened are actually showing tender sprouts! Is this still edible? Fang Xuanling trembling hands, picked out a few wheat ears with less malt from the frame, and peeled them apart. The unsaturated wheat kernels are all yellow and moldy at this time and put them in their mouths. The sour smell made Fang Xuanling retching uncontrollably. How to eat this? No wonder you don't even eat chickens, ducks, cows and horses. How do you eat this? This is good food, damn a locust. It's all ruined. Even now. What is the use of making more money? Lord Fang. What do you think now? Is it reporting to His Imperial Majesty now? Or, this matter? Let's check again. I want the most detailed data. I don't believe this locust will destroy all the crops. Yes, this thing is too big. Now that His Imperial Majesty finally walked out of the worries before, the relationship with the retired emperor has become even better in the past few days. He doesn't want to disturb His Imperial Majesty at this juncture. Even more. How? This is just the result of a preliminary investigation. If this thing fails, it will definitely cause a series of reactions. Even Cambodia, which has established diplomatic relations with Great Tang, will establish diplomatic relations immediately, not with Great Tang, but has just been suppressed. Guanlong faction is bound to rise at this time, not to mention the aristocratic families of Shandong, who likes to use the theme to play. That is where the real crisis lies. As for food, at this time Great Tang has enough food to deal with everything in front of him. But only a few people know about this. Great Tang's food collection is much more than that. 3 months of harvesting food in the dark, plus Tibetan Tui hunts food. Even if Great Tang doesn't grow crops for 3 years, people will never starve. The most important thing is that these few forces that have just been suppressed, and the 5 surnames 7 clans, who have never emerged, are the real tigers. As for all the officials in the Ministry of Agriculture, while investigating the matter further, Jiang Feng's little tavern once again welcomed several people. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 430. In tavern, Jiang Feng is tinkering with his sunglasses. At this time, except for a few key parts, the sunglasses are basically ready. They are all designed according to the reading glasses of the Republic of China. But at this time, it did not affect Jiang Feng's appearance. Lying on the recliner in the backyard, tied the 2 feet of the sunglasses with sheep tendons, and hung them on the bridge of the nose like this. If they were paired with a folding fan, this damn girl would be noble. Son, it's just the stubborn kind. But apparently Jiang Feng has no such awareness, just looking at the clouds in the sky with emotion. Feng Tsai, are you Feng Tsai? At this time, old He's voice sounded slowly at the door. Here, Uncle Ho, why are you here? I haven't seen you for several days. What are you doing? Jiang Feng walked in curiously in the tavern hall. Old He asked with a sad look on his face. Old He sighed deeply, put the wheat ears in his hands on the wine table, and said dejectedly, what else can I do? Isn't this all caused by the locusts? Your aunt? When I fucking mentioned her, she was like a beating, a prodigal thing. I said to save Maisie first. She insisted on catching Locust first to make money. Now it's fine. Locust has made a lot of money, but my business, I can't do business for dinner anymore. Jiang Feng was surprised, asked, Uncle He, what are you talking about? The crops in this field are no good, but the business is still not okay. Why can't you do it? If there is any difficulty or lack of money, tell me, I can still get 1,080,000. No, it's not like this. Old He sighed and pointed to the ear of wheat on the table. This year there was a locust disaster. Look at this thing. Can it work? This thing now doesn't even eat pigs. I originally thought about it. I rented 3 acres of land. I can spend it this year. I have been full for years, and now it seems that this rent is still not available. Where can I still have money to do business? As soon as old He said, Jiang Feng really got upset. I picked up the few wheat ears covered with sprouts, looked at it carefully, sniffed, and then peeled a grain and threw it into my mouth. This thing really can't be eaten. I couldn't help. Jiang Feng frowned. Don't worry about the locust plague. It's all like this now. When the time comes, His Imperial Majesty will definitely give some notice. You don't worry. Old He hearing this, not only was not happy, but even more sad. You don't know anymore? Now His Imperial Majesty is worried about this. This thing is not just me. If it's our family, then we have nothing to say. It can be said that we have no ability, but this is the case for all the dealers around Longyu and even the entire chain. And tell me, when the time comes, can His Imperial Majesty take care of it? Now because of this bone strengthening powder, His Imperial Majesty has already made a lot of money, and it is estimated that he has forgotten about it a long time ago. Jiang Feng patted Old He on the shoulder. Old He, this thing is not useless. In this way, you go back and pick out all the wheat ears in this field. Give me the wheat kernels. How much did you sell originally? Just collect as much. How? But this matter can only be said that now you know it alone. When the time comes, once the test of my thing is successful, then, you, and the neighbors in the neighborhood, are not enough for me to collect. It is estimated that when the time comes, the price of this wheat must be higher than it is now. While speaking, Jiang Feng lowered his voice and said, I will tell you, but you must not give it to outsiders. Say it. Old He hearing this gave Jiang Feng a suspicious look, and said, tell me about it. This thing, when the time comes, said it's possible to double the price. What? What's the use of this thing? This is all like this. Pigs don't eat you. Why do you use it for? If you really want to benefit us, you can just say that there is no need to make such a bend. My Old He is also a straight boy. If you really want to do this, let alone me. No one in the whole neighborhood wants to do it. Exclamation mark. When the time comes, if anyone dares to sell you this kind of bad conscience, then his family's ancestral grave will be plucked away. Jiang Feng hearing this was surprised. No, Old He, I didn't mean that. I mean, this thing is really useful to me. Do you think I am the kind of person who does unreliable things? Like? Old He without the slightest hesitations nodded. Jiang Feng looks big. I didn't talk to him anymore, and said directly, I'll tell you clearly. Come, let's have a drink first. Jiang Feng gave Old He a bowl of wine, and had a sip with Old He, and then said, Old He, how about this wine? Unique and unmatched. It can be said that you can't drink it anywhere except you. It's here. But what does it have to do with this wheat ear? Relationship. The relationship is bigger. Jiang Feng mysterious smiled. This wine is made of grain. You know it. And the most important thing is wheat. Do you understand something now? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 431. If old he doesn't understand anymore. There is really something wrong with his brain. However, he still knows a little bit about this winemaking. After all, every time Jiang Feng finished the wine, the remaining distiller's grains were given to him to feed the mules. When I have nothing to do, I will come to Jiang Feng to help. Jiang Feng washed the wheat for making wine and wait for things. But the wheat is all good wheat. How can these bad things be used? And this thing is so bad, what else can it do? No, Feng Tsai. When making wine, we and your aunt also came to help. Although I don't know how to make wine, we still know the grain. Now this wheat, it's all broken and rotten. What are you doing with it? Don't dare to get this thing out. If this thing is made out, it's doing something ignorant of your conscience. This kind of thing, ordinary people don't dare to do it. That's going to be decapitated. Jiang Feng is speechless. The cowardice planted in the bones made old he less courageous. He simply didn't know that this thing was malt that had been naturally fermented, although it was indeed impossible to make liquor. But now he is not thinking about making liquor, but something more economical than liquor. Beer. This thing is now eaten by locusts. But it does not affect the use of brewing beer. Think about it carefully. Apart from other things, there is so much wheat on the Guanzhong plain. If all the wheat is harvested, then how much beer has to be brewed? Think about it. Jiang Feng couldn't help getting excited. This summer, if you have a can of beer and make appointments with a few good drinks, it would be so pleasant. All of this, before he thought there was something. But now it seems that all of this is no longer a dream. This day is here. Old he, you don't know this brewing thing, but what I can tell you is that this thing is in your hands. It is indeed a waste, but in my hands, I will definitely let it turn waste into treasure in an instant, and he could brew a better wine than white wine. Feng Tsai, don't comfort me, I've already thought about it a long time ago. I have a way to deal with things, so don't comfort me to make it happen. This wheat has become like this. Can this be done? He seriously suspects that Jiang Feng either really wants to help him. But this is not a little problem. There are two families in one family. This is what all the people in Chainan and all the people outside the city are experiencing. This wheat is broken, and no one is taking seriously. But once people know that this stuff is accepted here, which one will not go crazy? What will he do when the time comes? Where is the money to buy so many things? And even if he bought it, where would he put it? Jiang Feng is definitely drunk. Old he shook his head and left. Jiang Feng did not stop old he either. After all, what is said now is imaginary. Old he, really, your wheat, give me a stone. When the time comes, you will know what Jiang Feng said, true or false. Well, he'll go back and get it done later, and he'll give you a stone. While speaking, he left with a sigh. But Jiang Feng couldn't help but start xiaojujiu in his heart. This thing must be made, and once it is made, this is a godsend. This is also an opportunity. Once the beer barbecue is implemented, it is not just about making a fortune. Jiang Feng thinks very clearly. Now this broken system doesn't know what's going on. There is no sign of activation for a long time. He doesn't know if the activation method is wrong or what's wrong, but now he doesn't want to sit back and wait for death. If he keeps it here, the business of making a fortune will not fall to his own head. Although there are a few old Li who are acting as agents, where is the reality of doing it yourself? Looking at the slightly fat body, Jiang Feng was speechless. The standard mermaid line, there are faint signs of disappearing. Jiang Feng understands what is going on. All day long, there are salted fish waiting to die in this little tavern. This damn talent is not fat. Weird. No way. Even without this broken system, I still have a damn brain. With his head. Suddenly, Jiang Feng suddenly thought of something incredible. Isn't Lao Tzu's head just a system? Fuck. What am I? How do you understand now? Even without the system plug-in, Lao Tzu himself, everyone is a plug-in. As soon as he thought it through, Jiang Feng became excited all over. In an instant, some things from the depths of the memory of previous lives appeared in my mind. These all are things that can make him settle down in this era. I was too careful before, and I was overly careful. I always thought that someone wanted to harm him, but now I suddenly think about it, I can't help. Jiang Feng feel a little embarrassed. This is Chainan City, at the feet of the emperor, who is the mother who has nothing to do for excitement, come here to kill him. He didn't steal one or the other, why might someone want to harm him? What is he doing? He is leading people to a well-off society in an all-round way. Who dares to have trouble with money? Unless that person is a second fool. Otherwise, it is impossible for anyone to do this, including the people from 5 surnames 7 clans, the people from Guanlong, and the aristocratic families of Shandong. Jiang Feng didn't pay attention to them at all. This is Great Tang's most damned big fool. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 432. The afternoon sun is always so drowsy. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng thought about the future, and fell asleep as he thought about it. This afternoon, his muscles and bones were all crumbling and uncomfortable. And Goozy Zoozy, old Zoozy father, and even old scholar don't know where they went to enjoy the coolness. Jiang Feng had to carry his hands behind his back, pacing slowly in Chainan City, thinking that locusts have basically become rare items, and even on Chang'an Street, can be seen everywhere. There are still people holding a group of chickens and ducks walking on the street, just like patrolling. When the chicken and duck cubs stopped and pecked on the ground, they instantly pounced on them to see if they were locusts, then walked slowly on the street again. It's just that these people are picking the most difficult path, just to catch more locusts. From Huitong Lane to East Market, this is basically the same way. East Market has also changed the depression in the past. It screamed and sold like chicken blood. Excited pork stalls, sold out cards were hung up early. And from time to time in the backyard there were loud pig calls and the sound of slaying pigs. There are more foreign merchants on the streets, and there are even wine girls performing on the streets. At this time, all Chainan people have money. I am happy to see them. The rewards are also it was more than usual, which made the businessman squatting behind the wine girl smile invisible, and rubbed all the coins full of coins. Jiang Feng, who I watched, has no desire to touch copper coins anymore. This damn thing, this is how the rust on this copper coin comes from. This damn thing is not rusty, which is strange. Passing by the East Market, Jiang Feng's footsteps still did not stop. He greeted people he knew well along the way, and then slowly walked out of Chunming Gate. He still hasn't left the city for some days. In this East Market, he never saw foreign merchants selling rubber again. It is estimated that this thing is extremely rare, and the price is not high, far less valuable than the current popular things. Naturally, it is not sold anymore. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh again. It seems that the tricycle and bicycle plans have to be postponed again. Out of Chunmingmen, outside of Chainan City, it's even more lively than inside this city. I saw the people in normally, all pouting their butts at this time, ignoring the hot sun on that day, holding a brother's small rake, writhing in the ground. There is also a small jar tied to his back, so you don't need to think about what these people are doing. Now the crops are in short harvest, now it's a little bit to catch summer locusts. Being able to earn a little is a little, otherwise when the time comes, they may not even have the way to make money. Feng Tsai, what are you doing here? At this moment, someone asked Jiang Feng, who looked at the city gate and looked at the wilderness. Jiang Feng followed the sound, but I don't know when. Old Fang got out of a clump of dead grass. In an instant, Jiang Feng was happy. Yo, old son, are you doing a side job too? What are you doing here? Fang Xuanling wiped at the sweat and weeds on his forehead side. Where am I in the mood to do a side job? No, the damn locust destroyed all the crops. No, let me see what the crops look like here. While speaking, Fang Xuanling sat down beside Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng also sat down. I said, old Fang, what are you planting? Do you have a lot of land? Isn't it planting medicine ingredient? That stuff, locust also eat it? Fang Xuanling glanced at Jiang Feng. Could it be that those who grow medicine ingredients and do business cannot have dozens of acres of land? These years, if you don't have your own land, what do you eat? What do you drink? Do you think everyone is the same as you, and the whole family is not hungry? Fang Xuanling glanced at Jiang Feng before sighing deeply. Old Li still doesn't know about this, so I'm not going to look at it first. Whether it is my person who ruined the crops, or is it all like this? Look at it. This damn thing, it's all gone. While speaking, Fang Xuanling is even more bitter. In this way, although it is said that Great Tang's food is sufficient for the time being, the goods by his side have said that there will be a more massive locust plague next year. At that time, how was it going? Feng Tsai, how can this be done? Our few fertile fields for growing food add up to at least 100 acres. If you let them know this, it's not sure what it will be like. Just for this mess. Are you in such a hurry? Fang Xuanling, hearing this, the flustered and exasperated, pointed at the outside of the city, and shouted at Jiang Feng. The beard was shaking and roaring. This is what you said. You have a look. The food has gone. Why do you think it is neat? Get up, or eat wind and fart. Don't get excited. Go, brother, I have a big business to make a fortune. Jiang Feng saw Fang Xuanling's eyes for the first time, and couldn't help but shrink his neck, so he pulled Fang Xuanling away. But Fang Xuanling is about to hit the wall now. Where is there any spare time to mess around with Jiang Feng? Don't go. If I said, I can turn all these waste wheat, like locusts, into treasure, would you go? Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 433. Little Devon. Fang Xuanling has long been unable to sit still. But watching Jiang Feng slowly making food in the back kitchen, he drank anxiously, took a sip, and glanced at him. But in the end he sighed, and then he was drinking a bowl of wine. It's like wanting to get drunk and sorrowing through alcohol. Where is Jiang Feng still, slowly doing food? When Fang Xuanling couldn't sit still, Jiang Feng slowly carried 3 plates of stewed vegetables and a pot of stewed pigs. The hoof comes up. Jiang Feng, brother, don't be busy, just tell me, is there any way to make this sweet live? Where can Fang Xuanling bear it? He grabbed Jiang Feng's hand, who was about to get up to get the wine, and pressed him on the chair. Jiang Feng said silently, actually, this is not impossible. This method is very simple. While speaking, Jiang Feng pointed to Fang Xuanling's Junda. What do you think of this wine? Why is it related to wine again? We are talking about this wheat thing now. Yes, what we are talking about now is wine. This wine is actually made of grain. Do you know? Fang Xuanling was shocked and excited. You said this thing can be used to make wine? In an instant, Fang Xuanling seemed to have found a savior, staring at Jiang Feng with scorching eyes. If this can really turn this useless thing that pigs don't even eat into wine, then this disaster will no longer be a disaster. However, he asked many people, this thing can only be used as fertilizer. Even the winemaker in the imperial palace, he also asked. Almost the winemaker was impatient. Where can this thing be made? If this is made into wine, shouldn't you drink the dead? Even if this is brewed into wine, it is still poisonous wine to drink. At first, when Jiang Feng said it was simple, he thought Jiang Feng was joking, but when Jiang Feng said this, he instantly understood it. If this thing is given to others, it is indeed impossible. But what about Jiang Feng? You need to know the wine he brews, but in this world, there is no second person who can copy something, except for him. There is really no second person who can make this thing. Fang Xuanling couldn't help but feel excited again. But Jiang Feng shook his hand away, and shook it with extreme disgust. Then he slowly got up, took a jar of the lowest alcohol from the wine cabinet, and said, Old Fang, I know that among these people, you are the most capable person. Old Li is good at coordinating strategizing, while Old Sun is a diplomatic expert and is not good at managing the industry. Old Y can only manage the inside of the industry. Discipline. In this, Old Du and you are people who do practical things, and Old Chen is an iron fool. Don't mention it, If it's as a last resort, I know you will certainly not be so anxious. If you can be so anxious now, then you must have encountered great difficulties. But, don't panic when things happen. Let's take your time. Can I not panic? Fang Xuanling sighed. Although Jiang Feng inadvertently said that the relationship between several people was almost pretty close, and took him a flattery, but now this is really useless for him. He not only wants to solve this matter, but it is also the kind of thing that ended before his Imperial Majesty knew. Fang Xuanling could not help but asked again, Jiang Feng brother, are you really sure about this? I have asked many winemakers. Many of them are the highest winemakers, but even Lord Zhangsun thinks this one I can't handle the matter, so don't make a joke about it. Dang. Do you think I'm kidding? You actually said I was Jiang Feng kidding? Jiang Feng pointed to his nose and said incredulously, when did Jiang Feng make a joke? I tell you, this thing can not only make wine, but also make good wine. You believe or not, once this thing is brewed, I can guarantee that it will be popular throughout Great Tang, and even the whole world will not be a problem. Not only that, I am not going to cooperate with you this time, I do it myself. Let you stare. Jiang Feng is also angry. Dare to question Lao Tzu. Can this be tolerated? Old Fang, I don't know if you are irritating me or what's wrong, but I'm definitely not kidding you about this matter. You know, I'm Jiang Feng. That's a spit. A nailed man. This malt, if you give it to others, it is really a waste. Even if he has super high brewing skills, it won't work. But if you give it to me, it's different. Just take the one with the lowest degree. Let's talk about wine. The thing I want to make now is definitely much lower than the current alcohol. And this thing is not only low in alcohol, but you still remember the barbecue, right? If it is accompanied by barbecue, it would be a cool thing, especially in this summer, when the crops are ruined and the people's pockets are bulging. This thing is another thing to pay attention to. An industry that stimulates the economy. If you believe or not, as long as my first winemaking experiment is successful, even a baby, or a woman who can't drink, will love this stuff. Is there such a wine? Fang Xuanling was shocked and asked hurriedly. Before me, there must be none, but I am here with Jiang Feng. This is a must. What kind of wine is this? Glutinous rice? My damn, will you make a glutinous rice? You are insulting me. I'm talking about beer. It's good for appetizing and strengthening the spleen. Beer. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 434. Fang Xuanling is gone. This time I am not full of sorrows, but very excited. For this matter, he hasn't slept well for 3 days. But now, this matter is no longer a troublesome thing, but has become a great thing. How can this not make Fang Xuanling excited? The taste of the barbecue I ate here last time at Jiang Feng is still fresh in his memory. The taste is truly amazing. Now Great Tang has no shortage of cattle, sheep and pigs, and even some are too many, and now the imperial court has also ordered the matter to adjust the price to a lower level. Although cows and horses are still not allowed to enter the table, the number of pigs, sheep, chickens and ducks suddenly allows people who could not eat meat before to eat every 3 to 5. What does this mean? This shows that the overall consumption level of Great Tang has come up. Once the dealer's problem is solved, the people will still panic. Not only that, when the time comes, this thing looks like Jiang Feng now. It is definitely a move that I want to do a lot. Once he makes a move, he will definitely be a shopkeeper in less than 3 days. He still knows Jiang Feng's temperament. This person is just unexcited. If you excite him, he can do anything for you. When Fang Xuanling entered Ji Palace with serious thoughts, Li Shimin just frowned and walked off the poker table, seemingly lost. At the poker table, Li Yuan stepped on a chair with one foot, hoo-hoo with both hands and shouted, Fang Xuanling, come and play with me. Old official, pay respects to retired emperor, pay respects to His Imperial Majesty Empress Her Majesty, Crown Prince. You may rise, come, but something? Li Shimin swept the side hall and asked. Following Li Shimin, Fang Xuanling said, His Imperial Majesty, it is indeed an accident, but this incident, A disaster can also be said to be a blessing. Oh, what's the matter? Li Shimin sat on the soft body, took a sip of herbal tea and asked. It's like this. Although the locust plague has passed, it also made the people a lot of money, but it also made the people more panic. Li Shimin, hearing this, frowned. Does this make money? What happened to the people? No grains. Longyu, Jianan Road, and other places, there is a locust plague. Moreover, there was a huge locust plague, and all the grains were not harvested. Especially near Chang'an City, all the wheat can be harvested in 1 month at most, but the locusts have bitten off the wheat stalks. This wheat ear is germination in the ground, it can't be used. Don't even eat a bite of the pig. Li Shimin, hearing this is fiercely was shocked. Who else knows about this? Currently, only the Ministry of Works is with you. But this matter cannot be concealed. Li Shimin couldn't help but panic. Although Great Tang is still rich now, with all kinds of food and some surplus, it will not be a problem to spend this year. But once someone with a heart does a little bit of this matter, it is bound to be to the people of Great Tang panic. Even countries such as Tibet, which have just been steadily tied to the belt of Great Tang, will jump again. This is really troublesome. Involved. Li Shimin's face suddenly became cold. But when I thought of the meaning of Fang Xuanling's words, and his expressions that he didn't panic at all now, Li Shimin asked indifferently, then, there is one more thing. Knowing Fang Xuanling, if he is not sure, he will never test him or report without such undecided words. He can come, basically, this matter has been dealt with almost. Fang Xuanling, hearing this, and then said, the good thing is that when the old official went to inspect outside the city, he met Jiang Feng brother. He has a way to take this food that even pigs don't eat. Get it done. And because of this, you have to go out in person and develop this into an industrial chain. Li Shimin, hearing this, he was happy in an instant. Oh, come and listen. The wheat is broken, what can he do with it? Brewing. I have asked all the winemakers in the Imperial Palace and Chang'an City. This germination wheat cannot be brewed, and once brewed, it will basically become poisonous wine. But today the old official calls Jiang Feng brother slightly excited. He actually said that this thing can be brewed, and it is the kind of wine that even a non-drinking woman would drink continuously. Li Shimin was completely shocked. This wheat, although he doesn't know what it looks like outside, at this time Fang Xuanling can say that it is extremely serious, which means that everything is like this now. And without thinking about it, how many good grains can be obtained by locust? Li Shimin is ready for no harvest this year. But now, Fang Xuanling actually tells him that Jiang Feng, the youngster, can actually have a way to turn this thing into treasure again. How can he believe it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 435. Jiang Feng was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly asked Zuzi his father to get him stone-washed and stripped malt. Looking at the dozen or so baskets of wheat in the yard, Jiang Feng was a little worried. This thing, why didn't he say that it only needed a little bit, but now he does it so much? Is this exhausting, young grandpa? I don't know if I have only one person. Don't you help me? I really thought young grandpa was a joke. Jiang Feng also exploded. This is so special. I finally want to do something, so no one believes it. I've been a fool all day long. You all said I'm not doing my job properly. Now I'm struggling to be serious. Why don't you believe it? Don't believe it. Well, if I don't do anything this time, I won't let you startled to fall the chin. I will write my name Jiang Feng upside down. Jiang Feng, panting with rage, walked out of the little tavern and walked around the street without finding the Goozy guys. I don't know what these guys are doing recently. I can't even see the silhouette of these guys. After looking for a circle, I only found Momo, who was squatting by the river watching the boat throwing stones and playing. Jiang Feng asked, Momo, where is your brother and them? Seeing that it was Jiang Feng, Momo yelled Feng Tsai elder brother right away, and then said, elder brother, they don't know. They were still playing in this river. Finally, patrolmen came and they ran away. I don't know where I've been. Oh, then you play. I'm leaving. By the way, I saw Goozy. Tell them to roll me to the little tavern right away. I have something to find them 1 inch. Oh, good Feng Tsai elder brother. While walking, Jiang Feng pondered the beer brewing process. Actually, brewing beer is really not a problem. You just need to steam the fermented malt in a steamer for a half-cooked meal, then place it in the sun, or keep it in the sun. Naturally fermented at a temperature of about 35 degrees. With the addition of wine primers, everything is over. It only takes 3 days to make one. Now the first process is saved, and the malt is good. Just don't give him one night. Put a fire on tomorrow morning, then turn off the fire to seal the stove and add the wine primer. You only need to wait for 1 day, 1 night. This is simpler than a normal white wine making. However, this matter, unless you understand this matter, otherwise ordinary people really can't brew it. It can be said that this beer, in later generations, is an individual, as long as you learn it once, but in Great Tang, this thing is really no one except Jiang Feng can do it. It's not about how difficult this thing is, but it's about a heat. Once it's over, it will be rotten. Feeding pigs will be rejected, let alone drinking. At that time, that thing really became horse urine. Back to tavern, Jiang Feng cleaned the brewing cage and other things before faintly hearing the sound of Goozy playing in the street. As soon as the things were thrown away, Jiang Feng ran to the door and shouted, "Goozy, you guys, come over to me." Several people are chasing after, rushing for something, but when Jiang Feng was roaring, it was like a cat meeting a mouse. Here came with his tail clamped. Crazy elder brother. Come on, I ask you guys, why don't you bastard the past few days come? This is because the wings are hard, or how are they? Yes? No. There was a disaster at home recently. We are catching locust. You see, this is a few of us just caught and sold 10 cents, but the 7 of us can't. Then, it started to quarrel. While speaking, Goozy opened the front of his chest, revealing 10 coins. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't fight, come here to help Lozi, wait for 20 cents per person." Really? Zuzi hearing this, his eyes turned into a coin-like appearance, and Jiang Feng was so angry that he kicked it up. When does my speech count? Get me out of here. Several people just jumped into the little tavern and smelled it like chicken blood. The fragrant wine scent, and the bursts of stewed pork scent, swallowed saliva. Looking at Jiang Feng, that's an angry one. Don't worry about it, I've done this job well. This meat is enough. Do you want to drink this wine? A few people's heads are like chickens pecking at rice. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Go to your father if you want to drink, as long as your father doesn't interrupt your legs, you come again. Goozy hearing this, said excitedly, Feng Tsai brother, I don't have a father. Can I drink now? Get lost. Jiang Feng was defeated and commanded a few people. The malt was poured into the steaming basket in batches, and then lit on the fire, and it started to burn. Don't even say, this thing, now it smells nothing. It's still black, but once it's on the steamer, the smell of wine really comes out. Smelling the scent of wine, several little brat felt dizzy as if they were drunk. Jiang Feng took a bamboo stick and placed it on the air vent of the cage, and tried it. Then, when the temperature was about the same and the aroma of the wine was about the same, he asked Goozy to turn off the fire, and then poured the wine guide along the vent hole, blocked the vent hole, and lit the second pot. At this time, the aroma of wine here slowly spread out. Just after the day was darkened, all the chain and people who returned home were shocked by the smell of wine in the air. What is the youngster of Feng Tsai doing? What kind of glutton is this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 436. Wang Xiazi of Huitong Lane. The matter of making a fortune in the past 2 days spread all over Huitong Lane. He is a retired veteran. He is able to get enough food and clothing in Chainan City by relying on the bamboo craftsman. Jiang Feng found him 3 days ago and gave him a big deal. He needs 300 bamboo tubes. In this case, Wang Cripple wanted to only need 3 jars of wine, and that's it. But Jiang Feng forcibly threw him a silver coin, a deposit. Moreover, this thing must be the strongest, boiled bamboo tube. If you did good, it will be booked for a long time in the future. This time, Wang Xiaozi can't sit still. I limped overnight and went to Peace Street to find a group of good veterans to help me. Zhang Feng's requirements are very demanding. These bamboo tubes must be intact. One section of the bamboo tube must not be damaged. The other end must be burned with a hole as large as a thumb with tongs, and a hole for the rope must be made. I also need to find a way to seal the bamboo tube, but also to the extent that not one drop of water can leak out. At this point, even though Wang Cripple was embarrassed, the veterans he had called together came up with a solution. At least they are also people who followed Great Tang's army from the south to the north. They still thought about this little way, although Zhang Feng didn't say what this thing was for. Yes, but presumably this thing is for use. You only need to make glutinous rice to make a paste. Add the resin of the sycamore tree, and quicklime to make it not one drop of water can leak out. The method was the one thought of by a veteran who was once a sailor. He used to do this. In this way, in 3 days, they had more than a dozen or 20 people, and gradually developed into more than 50 people, all day long. Early in the morning of 3rd day, without waiting for Zhang Feng to get up, Wang Cripple and a group of people hurriedly drove more than a dozen carts with a cart to Zhang Feng, who was rubbing his eyes and getting confused, looking at these dozen carts of bamboo tubes. Even if Zhang Feng tried to find a problem, they couldn't find them. Each of these bamboo tubes was filled with water, and there was no leakage after being bumped on the road for so long. The only thing he was angry about was that this thing was used to hold wine. If you fill it with water now, you must not control the water dry. If you put the wine in, it might be rotten. There is nothing wrong with this batch of bamboo tubes, Wang Cripple. These are silver bills with $3,000, but I will deduct your money. See Zhang Feng taking out the silver bills. The honest veterans instantly smiled, but when they heard that money was being deducted, all of them blushed instantly. Little brother, you are not being authentic. Why do you still have to deduct the money? This is all the books. We old guys will give up their lives and you will get it out. If you don't say something good or bad, then we will get a trip to the government office today. Oh, hey, King Cripple, don't get excited, listen to me first finish talking. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, Zhang Feng pressed his hands and said, actually, I am really using this thing in a hurry. In this way, before noon, as long as you put this batch of bamboo tubes in, I have cleaned the water, and it's still the kind of bamboo tube without a trace of moisture. I don't deduct anything, and I will still order the next batch of bamboo tubes with you. Can't you say it? That's it. Wang Cripple and the others deeply sighed in relief. Originally, everyone thought there was a major event, but it turned out to be disgusting that there is water in this stuff. This is not a major event. Everyone slapped their chests and said, little brother, just wait. Before noon, we promise to send you 537 bamboo tubes. While speaking, number 50 person then pulled the cart and hurried away. It looks like I went to a lime factory in Chengwai. Zhang Feng doesn't care about this. Seeing everyone left, only then returned to the house and fell asleep. And just now, in the Imperial Study Room of Palace of Absolute Beguiling, Li Shimin, who had just walked off the Imperial Court Assembly, had not had time to take a sip of hot tea, but Wei Zheng and several people blocked the door of the Imperial Study Room. What's the matter? As soon as I entered the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin asked, His Imperial Majesty, this is the income of bone strengthening powder in this half a month, please take a look. While speaking, the face of Wei Zheng, who was originally upright, flashed. There was a touch of excitement that was hard to conceal. Li Shimin looked at the excitement on the faces of the three of them, and asked little Gizzy to put the folder up, but when he saw what was on the folder, he was completely stunned. Half a month, I made 30 million, and it was only from Chainan Imperial Farm Government Treasury? Is this definitely not a fake? He had thought about this before. Make money, but didn't expect this thing to be so profitable. His Imperial Majesty, this is still half a month's income. At this time, there is a large accumulation of bone-strengthening powder. This small official dare not sell it without authorization. Zhang Sanwuji clasped his fists and said. Li Shimin, hearing this was deeply shocked and said, "Now, how many locusts are in reserve across the country?" Now under this situation, this bone-strengthening powder will definitely not be able to last for a long time. How long can the grandson industry be maintained? Back to His Imperial Majesty, as far as the current reserves are concerned, if our merchants go to Tibet and other countries to purchase, maybe this industry can last for about half a year, but the things in Tibet are sprayed with poisonous insecticide. So although there are now Tibetan merchants who are negotiating with our people, this small official has never agreed. Then, if it only requires living bodies, what about the locusts? Just set up a branch factory in Longyu, and then process them in Longyu, or secretly sell the non-toxic insecticide to Tibet merchants. Will this get better? Li Shimin asked Tao. His Imperial Majesty, this matter cannot be maintained for too long. This small official thinks has to consider long-term considerations to reduce sales. For example, before switching to chain and government treasury, the way to use small porcelain bottles, and then limited sales can be maintained until this time next year. However, this small official and the others also thought of a better way. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 437. What can be done? In the industry of bone-strengthening powder, Li Shimin hadn't taken it seriously before. After all, there are only a few people who can afford this thing. But this is only half a month. Just Chain and City made so much. That's not even those ministers. It makes more money. This is what shocked him. But now, the biggest problem is that although this thing is hot, it will sell out someday. What should I do when the time comes? Yes, I remember. Jiang Feng brother said that if this thing is mixed with corn flour or white flour, it can be eaten. Hearing this, a few people were instantly excited. In this way, when the time comes, the price can be lowered. In this way, ordinary people can buy it normally, and it can also make the locust powder continue next year. His Imperial Majesty, this small official has something to start. Du Yui, who has been silent, suddenly raised his voice. His Imperial Majesty, this pig, cattle and sheep horses can be kept in captivity. This locust old official thinks that if we handle it properly, maybe we can also keep it in captivity, you see. Hearing this, Li Shimin's look suddenly changed. Yes, this matter is now completely wiped out, but once it is raised in captivity. I have thought about this matter. But this thing is not resistant to low temperatures. Once the autumn and winter seasons, this thing will get into the soil. If you do it this way, doesn't it mean that this thing will still be out of stock in winter? No, His Imperial Majesty. Zhang Sanwuji followed Du Yui's words. His Imperial Majesty, you forgot that the temperature in the south is always high all the year round. As long as we put the breeding ground over there, wouldn't it make this thing continuous? In a few words, the most important small officials of Great Tang, under the trend of interest, have really brought out artificial farming. If Jiang Feng heard this, he would really appreciate it. A few people. Through 1 hour's negotiation, Li Shimin and the others have finally decided this matter. This kind of lucrative industry, once it is broken, it will really be a pity, and this thing is really a big supplement. Once it is cut off, they will not be able to eat it again. How are they willing to? In this way, based on the original foundation, several people have also developed a complete set of things, respectively, pure bone strengthening powder, 1 or 2 packs, and 1 pound of imperial supplies, as well as bone strengthening powder mixed with corn and flour. This price is also divided into 3 grades. After finalizing the plan, a few people left in a hurry, and even Li Shimin forgot that there was still something to say. But looking at the huge amount of money on the table, Li Shimin sighed leisurely. Half a year ago, he was still in distress. How can the people of Great Tang live better? But now, all these are Jiang Feng's deeds. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, what would happen to Great Tang now? He dare not think about it. When I think of Jiang Feng, Li Shiman can't help but remember that he hasn't been to Little Tavern for a long time. Little Gizzy, prepare the silver bills of 30,000 tals of gold. I want to go out of the palace. On the other side, before noon, Wang Cripple had already hurriedly appeared at the door of Little Tavern with the entire group. The car is still pulling the bamboo tubes. Jiang Feng was eating oil-splashed noodles when he saw the grandiose number 50 and the neighborhood crowds behind them. He couldn't help but froze. The sea bowl that was bigger than the head was not put. Not to eat. Shopkeeper, the bamboo tube you want. Come on, let me move to the backyard. Jiang Feng simply put down the bowl. He took a sip of wine and said. The king cripple was stunned. Don't you look at it? Jiang Feng was confused. What are you looking at? Aren't you ready? Don't talk nonsense. Pull it in. I want to eat. I have meat on the stove. I want to drink wine. That's enough. But you have to pay for it. Ha ha ha. Then thank shopkeeper. More than 50 people are hearing this. Why are you not happy? This Jiang Feng tavern wine has never been out. But this tavern's wine has been spread in the neighborhood for a long time. But Jiang Feng's temper is weird. Normally, no matter who you are, there is no way to drink, but as long as he is happy, it's on the beggar on the street, he would give a jar to the street slipper. Everyone dared not say anything. Why? Is there a good relationship between the 4 great demon kings and the shopkeeper? If this is to let the 4 great demon kings know, they are worried that they will have their lives to drink, and they will die. Everyone threw the bamboo tubes and the ceiling things in the backyard. Everyone instinctively wraps the stewed meat as big as a fist in oil paper, and then 5 people have a jar of wine. Learning the appearance of Jiang Feng, squatting at the door, eating meat and drinking with wine. Some people even took out the shriveled pancakes from their arms and gnawed them. In an instant, the neighbors with the smell of wine and meat swallowed their mouths. Feng Tsai, this is not interesting enough for you. Such a good thing, why don't you sell us a little bit? Feng Tsai, we are also a street. My neighbor. Jiang Feng picks this tooth, glances at the speaker, and spit out, Bomb, want to drink? Wait 10 days. When the time comes our wine the cellar is open. If you are not afraid of drinking to death, or if you are not afraid of money, come, let's take care of 1 inch. Really? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 438. Jiang Feng casually sent away the onlookers. It's not that he didn't want to. Before, he was really afraid of making one's mark. But now is to build momentum. Otherwise, would he be willing to give such a good liquor to these big bosses? This is all to promote beer. The great Tang people of honor and timid don't yet understand these mysterious things. People in this era don't understand marketing and routines. They only know how to spit and one nail. But Jiang Feng is different. So, under Jiang Feng's flicker, everyone ran away in a hurry. Don't dare to annoy Jiang Feng here. In case annoyed this guy, when the time comes, smell the drooling meat, and wine. When the time comes, you won't have your own part. Soon, the 50th veteran took Jiang Feng's remaining money this time and the next batch of orders for 1,000 bamboo tubes and left in a hurry. Someone wanted to buy a jar of wine to take away, but Jiang Feng was scolded by Jiang Feng, who was called a blush and a thick neck. Jiang Feng knows the suffering of this group of people. This wine is not something ordinary people can consume. Once you become addicted to drinking, that jar is so easy to say that you have to have a silvertle, this silvertle, but they normally spend a year. Where does the money come from? So Jiang Feng was reluctant to sell this wine at first. It's not something they can afford to drink at all. Jiang Feng brother, what's wrong with this? Today, we usually drink a little wine that you feel distressed about. It's so cheap for those rough guys. Jiang Feng went squatting in the backyard and loading 10 bamboo tubes for trial beer. Li Shiman's voice rang at the door of tavern. Obviously, Li Shiman has seen everything just now. Seeing Li Shiman coming, Jiang Feng's expression instantly brightened. Old Li, it's time for you to come. You wait. I'll wait for you to have a barbecue and drink good wine. But you still haven't seen it. I have seen it. Beer? Yes. Okay, I'm waiting. Li Shiman hearing this, I sat in the little tavern and waited. In no time, Jiang Feng chopped up a pot and skewered chicken wings, chicken legs, pork, and mutton with bamboo skewers. Then a pot of meat came out. "Come on, old Li, help me carry the brazier in." Jiang Feng beckons with the hand hurriedly. Li Shimin curiously looked at the meat in the basin and followed Jiang Feng went to the back kitchen. The brazier is still the brazier of the last barbecue, but there is an extra shelf on it, which is different from the iron plate of the previous barbecue. Li Shimin didn't ask, just in accordance with Jiang Feng's order, put all the things that can be brought out on the table in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng brought 10 bamboo tubes from the backyard and said mysteriously, "Old Li, why do you come so accurately every time?" Li Shimin wondered smile. "How? Every time I make a good thing, you always come first. Do you say this is your good luck, or can you pinch it?" "Forget it." Li Shimin was speechless. "So, you are saying that I am a stickman?" No. Come and try this kebab. Taste. How does it taste?" Jiang Feng was doing a barbecue while knocking farts with Li Shimin. Li Shimin took the grilled lamb skewers handed by Jiang Feng and ate it with keen interest. Pleasure. Compared with their previous large pieces of barbecue, compared to eating meat, this is very gentle, and even more gentle than those great Confucian eats. But Jiang Feng didn't say that he is not easy to ask. Now Jiang Feng has said that he has made good things, and he has also tinkered with these things. Naturally, he will talk about it later. This guy is just pretending to be a criminal. By the way, Feng Tsai, this is half a month, the harvest of bone strengthening powder, you can collect it. Oh, just put it anywhere. Jiang Feng didn't care and let Li Shimin put it on the table. Li Shimin twitched the corner of his mouth. This is the first time that he has given something to others and encountered such an attitude. If it is someone else, who would dare? But Jiang Feng didn't care. "I said, first look at the amount above. Do you have to show me your surprised expression?" Li Shimin was speechless. I originally wanted to pretend to be a comparison in front of Jiang Feng and watch Jiang Feng eat once, but this bastard youngster did not give him a chance. Jiang Feng, hearing this, glanced at silver bills, but at the next moment, he couldn't help but wiped his eyes fiercely, and ignored the grilled chicken wings. He grabbed silver bills and tremblingly said, "This is 30,000 kls. Yellow ... gold. Yes, 1 inch. This is calculated by Lord's Angson. We are all divided in half, each of us 30,000 kls. Fuck, I made a fortune. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm still worried. I don't have any startup capital when I start this industry. Old Li, you are really my god of wealth." Jiang Feng wiped his hands, took the silver bills into his arms, and said, "Since you have let me see this stuff now, I have to show you my wealthy business. Just wait to be jealous." "What's so mysterious?" "And let you, who have been cherishing your life like gold, come out of the mountain. Open the bamboo tube and have a taste." Under the crazy hint of Jiang Feng, Li Shimin opened the sealing mud of a section of the bamboo tube and frowned when looking at the yellow, still carrying bubbles. "This thing is the beer. Why do I feel a smell of urine?" "You can take a sip and try." "I can't believe it, Jiang Feng." Li Shimin was suspicious, but according to Jiang Feng's meaning, he took a sip. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 439. Li Shimin took one bite. In an instant, the whole face changed. "What did I drink just now?" "It's rustling, and there are bubbles." "This is not." When I think of this, Li Shimin's face turns green. He spit up on the table again. And Jiang Feng didn't make a joke, and didn't say anything. He just glanced at it and continued to barbecue. "Okay, come on, grilled chicken wings. Come to Old Li, eat chicken wings and be shocked." No, Jiang Feng brother, I take you as a brother, you actually fucking fucked by your damn brother? This damn thing is obviously horse urine ... vomit. Li Shimin, I'm afraid to mention that word anymore. When I mention it, I feel nauseous. But in Li Shimin's disgusting eyes, Jiang Feng picked up the bamboo tube Li Shimin had drunk, biting the chicken wings, drinking beer, and actually drank his dam with keen interest pleasure. Li Shimin looked at him with a look of inexplicable horror. Feng Tsai, are you irritated by something, or something? If you have something to do, just say, as long as I can handle it, I will help you handle it. Don't miss it. In the beginning, Zhang Feng was in a good mood, but when he heard this, he instantly became unhappy. So you old Li mean, my head is caught in the door. Hey, fuck you. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. Nah, this is what I used to drink from the malt that had sprouted. It only took 3 days. Although the first time I drank it, like the locust, all of you helped know, but if you drink 2 more sips, you will find that this thing is really delicious. Would you like to try it? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. In his astonished gaze, Zhang Feng actually drank and hiccups, and there was a layer of white foam on the bamboo tube when Zhang Feng let it go. Looking at Li Shimin's stomach is another churn. This thing, are you sure it's okay? You drank all the time without seeing me? And what do you think is something wrong with me? There is something here. Li Shimin pointed to Zhang Feng's head. The angry Zhang Feng almost burst into foul language. I love to drink or not. When the time comes I want to drink. I don't have your share. Zhang Feng rolled the eyes, simply each minding their own business. When I got up, I ate a chicken wing and drank a bamboo tube of wine. When Li Shimin saw this, he couldn't help but beat the drum in the heart. He picked up the bamboo tube from the table and learned the appearance of Zhang Feng. He picked up a grilled chicken wing and took a bite. The peppery smell spread in his mouth, and then he closed his eyes and took a big gulp as if swallowing poison, resisting the desire to vomit, and forcibly swallowed it down. But after the next moment Li Shimin's eyes were closed for a long time. They opened slowly, and bursts of horror erupted in their eyes. The wine is really, as Zhang Feng said, sweet, and there is an indescribable refreshment. The feeling of bubbles bursting in the belly is particularly refreshing, and there is even an indescribable refreshment. The feeling is not comparable to glutinous rice, or white wine. Drinking and drinking, Li Shimin actually had an illusion that this beer and this barbecue actually fit so closely, just like two things, which are originally one. Li Shimin was shocked. Feng Tsai, your beer ... This moa, how did you make this wine? And how did you make this wine? Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. Why, have I fooled you? You can say whether this wine is good or not. Wonderful. The wine is really good. I can't say it. Li Shimin couldn't help but smack his lips while looking at the bamboo tube. That's not enough. Zhang Feng, while speaking, poured the wine into a sea bowl. In an instant, the bubbles on the wine surface were piled up on the wine surface. Frothy foam is not comparable to later generations. Because of the manufacturing process and insufficient pressure, Zhang Feng can only allow him to have bubbles that naturally exist in the original malt. Unlike later generations, in order to increase storage over time, carbon dioxide must be injected into it. In this era, there is no such ability. There is no such equipment either. Moreover, this purely brewed beer has very few bubbles. But the strength of the wine is naturally incomparable to other beers. This is considered to be the distinction between dry beer, dark beer, draft beer and so on for later generations. Zhang Feng pointed to the yellow orange beer and said again, this thing, although it looks like horse urine, people who have never drunk it will definitely think it is a horse for the first time. Urine. But when you can hold back forcibly and drink a bowl, then congratulations, this wine recognizes you. And, old Li, you have to know, this is the scrapped, the malt that even pigs don't eat. The bitter and black malt is brewed. This thing is what I'm going to get out of the mountain and prepare to make. You can count the cost. 3 days. Just it can be brewed, and with 1 stone of wheat, 10 stones or more beer can be brewed. Moreover, this bamboo tube only contains 1 catty, and each bamboo tube sells for 1 cent. Your product, your fine product, wants this thing. The whole Great Tang's people have accepted it. How much money do you earn? And in conjunction with the current barbecue, you can calculate it again. The entire Great Tang people's drinking capacity can be said to be massive. As long as the meal is drunk, this person can't drink dozens of barrels? Li Shimin's face changed a long time ago. Jiang Feng patted dumbstruck Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, "Old Li, your product. Your fine product." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 440. How much is a stone of wheat? There are only 100 words at most, and more. 200 words are the best. But how many bamboo tubes can be installed in this 10-stone water? A few hundred? How many thousands? Calculated like this, that. But the wheat that was originally scrapped has really become alive. How much can this malt sell for once? 10 wen? I'm afraid that apart from Jiang Feng, no one wants to pay for it. Such a good business opportunity instantly made Li Shimin jealous. Feng Tsai, this business, old Li. Let's say it, I'll do it myself. Let's talk about it. You don't understand anything, and you haven't completely accepted this kind of stuff yourself. You can only lose money if you sell it. So, I wondered, I'll do it myself. No way. Where would Li Shimin be willing? Hastily waved his hands. Although Feng Tsai, you are a material for doing business. It is very difficult to do business. You can get up before the hour in the morning, and you may not be able to sleep at night. According to your temperament, how can this sin be tolerated? So, how about cooperating? You will. No. Now you also know that you are impatient? Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a faint smile. Okay, who told you to be Feng Tsi's good brother? Then let's say it. This matter, just the two of us, no more people. Okay, that's it. So, I have 1,002 silver bills here. And there seem to be 10 more. Shall we give you a cooperation deposit? Jiang Feng is a little confused. Good fellow, you are carrying so much money when you go out? You are not afraid of bandits? Isn't it too late to go back? Talk to Lord Zhangsan and the others after the money was divided. I went straight to here. Li Shimin made random prevarication. Then asked, by the way, this barbecue. When the time comes, you also saw this thing, a stove, squatting on the side of the road, even if the cost of opening is small and the profit is large. Look at the chicken wings. This is only a few cents, but once it's baked like this, the thing becomes 5 cents. 1 inch. Li Shimin frowned. So expensive? Jiang Feng stared. Is this expensive? Don't look at it. Now Chainan City is full of chickens and ducks. Even if it is lost, no one is looking for it. Why? It's not because of the locusts that all the chickens and ducks have gathered together. In addition, His Imperial Majesty didn't know where to find out about my plan, but he actually went to Tibet to ask for chickens and ducks. This really has nothing to do with I thought of it. Old Li, honestly, did you give Lord Zhangsan the idea? Otherwise, how could His Imperial Majesty think of this trick? This is obviously my trick. Li Shimin touched his nose. Yes, I didn't work with Lord Zhangsan on bone strengthening powder before, just say it by the way. No wonder, I thought His Imperial Majesty really could. Divine strategy and wonderful planning can't be achieved. Li Shimin mentioned something after Jiang Feng. Why didn't he understand what Jiang Feng meant? He came up with this idea. Moreover, I have talked about it countless times with Jiang Feng as a drink. This chicken and duck is really cheap now. Even if it is thrown on the street, no one steals it. Why? On the one hand, everyone is saving food now. The dealers in the field are all biting bald. The most important thing is that even if the Crown Prince forcibly assigns 10 chickens and ducks around Chainan, every household will have less pressure on it, and the people will not bother to control it. Now eggs, duck eggs, in Chainan Street, originally 1 penny, still have no market. Now they have become 2 penny, if you want more, one time buy 50 eggs. When the time comes, they will give you 10 eggs. And even so, the eggs can't be sold until they sell out. Everyone has chickens and ducks in their homes, so who has his head to buy eggs? If this is who buys eggs, then whoever will be laughed at by the people of Chainan City. The head of this product must have a bag. Either he was squeezed by the door. However, Li Shimin saw another market in Jiang Feng's words and deeds. Once this barbecue appears, all the chicken, duck, pork and mutton that is so cheap that there is no stable price will be in demand again, and when the time comes, once the price stabilizes, it will surely stimulate the consumer market again and stimulate the market economy. Zhang Feng has used it several times, and Li Shimin has used it several times. If he doesn't understand it now, he really can't justify it. Feng Tsai, your method is really a show. Li Shimin's heartfelt thumbs. Not only has the entire paralyzed market become active again, but also the consumption level of the people becomes active again. You are really a ghost. The market economy is not economical. I, Zhang Feng, really haven't counted it. I only know that this time we are just waiting to make money. And it's actually lying down and making money. When the time comes once barbecue and beer are popular in Great Tang, that scene, thinking about it now, feels exciting. This is his mother's true honor to one's ancestors. P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 441. For example, Du Kang. A person who can leave a name in history, even a person that everyone knows. Why is this? This is because he made this Du Kang wine in the first place. Besides, it was the first person in China to make fine wine. And now, he not only reformed the wine and took the brewing method of later generations to Great Tang, but also made this beer. However, any one of the wines mentioned in it will leave Zhang Feng's name in the history, and it is still the kind that the common people pass by word of mouth. Even more, how now, he also added it to the barbecue promotion. What is this? This is the real benefit to future generations. If this cannot be left in history, then something strange will happen. Moreover, this kind of prestigious history is different from the kind of achievement achieved in the imperial court. This thing can increase the value of fame. Don't underestimate this thing. Once your fame value skyrocketed to a certain level, when the time comes, even if you really fell out with Guanlong faction, you won't have a killing disaster because of this incident. Who is Li Shimin? As soon as Zhang Feng said this thing, he instantly thought of this meaning. Feng Tsai, it's really not easy for you to figure out the meaning of this level. I wanted the cook to learn your craft from you before, compared to eating at you when I returned home. Everything I ate normally became pig's food. 1 inch. Ha ha ha, where and where? If you really did that before, I would really your cook will be sent out. Zhang Feng ha ha said with a smile. Old Li, this beer must be, you have tasted the way too. Honestly, this thing will no one likes it. Yes, but, I don't have to pass your crafts to me, let me take it back and try it first. How about? Zhang Feng hearing this, glanced at Li Shimin. Old Li, you are really abacus. This cooperation hasn't started yet. You are giving money and asking the cook to steal the teacher. What is it about you, this? Li Shimin sighed. Oh, it's not my old father, because I have eaten your good food for 2 days. I don't want to eat food when I get home. I mumble all day to eat your dishes. I can't help it. So, Zhang Feng frowned. Then, when this time is over, you can find someone with high innate talent and learn quickly. You know that I am lazy, so I only cook a few times and can learn as much as you want. No problem. Li Shimin hearing this great joy. This matter is finally settled. When the time comes in the imperial palace, no more reckless waste of natural resources. At many delicacies of mountains and seas Li Shimin feels distressed. But at Zhang Feng, a little bit of home-cooked dishes can make satisfying dishes. What is this? This is the real cooking. After solving these two things, Li Shimin said, by the way, Feng Tsai, the Academy's affairs, there are still 2 or 3 days once the implementation can be completed. It is next to Vermilion Bird Gate, the Kaiwa Square on Vermilion Bird Street. So fast. Zhang Feng hearing this couldn't help but be taken aback. At this time, Li Shimin had already disappeared out of the door in a hurry. I said, Old Li, did you forget something? Zhang Feng scratched his head, looked at the 7 barrels of beer on the table, and called. Li Shimin was in a hurry. On the one hand, he came determine whether this scrapped grain can be used for brewing and waste utilization, but after really understanding this thing, he can't sit still in an instant. With Zhang Feng's ability, he is still very much looking forward to it. However, Li Shimin stopped right after he walked out of the room. He forgot one of the most important things. That is to get the wine! Exclamation mark. This thing, I ate it by myself, so I have to take it back and let those old guys eat it again. And the barbecue, also get the recipe. When he returned to the little tavern, Jiang Feng really dangled his chicken paws and was repeatedly leaning on the rest. Li Shimin, who had gone and returned, said with a smile, I knew you old Li would come back. You forgot to take this thing. How do you go back and talk to the old son bastards? Isn't this urgent? Li Shimin touched his nose. Although he doesn't need to explain to anyone, he said that this thing can sell well. Then this thing will definitely sell well. But there is another important figure, that is, Father Emperor. If this allows Father Emperor to know that he is here at Jiangfeng, without any greedy things, then his senior can't go crazy. Okay, you fill my father with 3 jars of wine, this barbecue recipe, and Li Shimin said a lot. But Jiang Feng twitched his lips. There is no recipe for grilling. Is there a way to see the barbecue just now? Just use oil and fine salt, as well as this pepper, cumin, and cornmeal powder. You can sprinkle them repeatedly. They are all common things. If you go back and say, if your cook doesn't even know this, then what a weird thing. But, this shelf. Li Shimin pointed to Jiang Feng's grilling shelf and stopped talking. Jiang Feng I understood it in an instant. Rolled the eyes. 10 silver. You ask someone to take away my current stuff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 442. Wai Shu is very uncomfortable. Li Shimin waved his hand. Wai Shu entered the little tavern in a hurry. I thought there was something good waiting for me, but didn't expect this fucking is for me to hold a brazier. This hot day. This. Wai Shu's face immediately stiffened. But nay, his Imperial Majesty. In the eyes of Jiang Feng's bastard watching the jokes, Wai Shu even kicked and roared in to see more than a dozen people. They were all the same. They even ate the leftovers of Jiang Feng's just now. The unpacked barbecue and the table were moved away. 7 bamboo beer is not enough. When Jiang Feng filled more than 30 bamboo cans of beer in the backyard and was moved away, he found that a large area was empty in the hall, and he even took away the jar he filled with salt. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? You don't even let the salt jars go? However, at this time, Li Shimin and Wai Shu had already left Tongyue Street. Li Shimin was drinking wine in the sedan chair while eating barbecue grilled by Jiang Feng. When I first ate it, because of anxiety, worry, and carefulness with beer, I didn't really take it seriously to taste this barbecue, but now, once I don't think about anything, I sit in the sedan chair and listen to loud shouts and cries. From time to time, there are people looting for items. This is the real drink. This barbecue is plain. It is really a bit different from what they ate before. Although it looks like a large piece of meat was cut, but even so, it is impossible to taste so quickly. If this can be achieved, it means that there are other ways in this thing. Think of this. Li Shimin asked, at the moment when he grilled chicken wings, the end will be at 1 inch. Wai Shu hearing this, the oil can in the handle the child instantly threw it to little Gizzy next to him, and hurried forward. Did you seriously watch the Feng Tsai barbecue just now? This. Where does Wai Shu know? This is His Imperial Majesty wants to find someone who barbecues. Is this a confession? Still denied? If you recognize this, at that time, you will become the royal barbecue chef of His Imperial Majesty. But if you don't recognize it, don't think about it. Wai Shu stammering said, His Imperial Majesty, I will not pay too much attention, but I will see the chicken wings and chicken paws on the beams of the house. They were all when he marinated the tea with the seasoning. The lamb and pork were not processed. Oh, wait, when you go back, you will follow Feng Tsi's method and roast me once. Yes, follow the purpose. Wai Shu had already thought of the result. At this time, he only hopes that this errand will be only once, otherwise, when the time comes, there will be no future. Return to Palace of Absolute Beguiling. The directors, Little Gizzy, and Wai Shu closed the door and tinkered with barbecue in the back garden of the bedroom. Until an hour later, The three of them finally looked at the half-grilled lagoon in Li Shimin's hand with a black face, and grinned with bloody chicken wings on the side. "Shu, you taste it. How does it taste this time?" "Yes." Why, Shu cried and took a bite with his chicken wings. Then, eyes shrank instantly, spit out, "His Imperial Majesty, this time it was baked. Did we not turn it frequently? And there is too much salt." "So?" Li Shimin frowned. "I simply threw the grill, sat on the chair, and waved his hand. Little Gizzy, Xuan Yaku, come here quickly." "Yes." After a while, a fat gasping for breath like a ball ran over. It seems that this guy normally doesn't eat less good things. But Li Shimin doesn't care. "Shu, you two tell him about this barbecue. I will give you an hour. If you can't make a barbecue that satisfies me, when the time comes." Fat Yaku hearing this, his face turned pale in an instant, and he squatted on the ground with a bang. "Zunzai 1 inch. I don't know if it's under great pressure or something. Anyway, it's within 1 hour, really. It's done with Jiang Feng. The rest, the few meat skewers and chicken wings and chicken paws, are grilled." Although the taste is still different from Jiang Feng's copy, there are basically not many different barbecues. The three of them looked at Li Shimin eagerly and sometimes frowned, and sometimes thoughtfully. Li Shimin, who was tasting the barbecue, didn't dare to come out. After a while, Li Shimin was nodded. "What's your name?" Pang Yaku hurriedly knocked his head like garlic. "Go back to His Imperial Majesty. The younger one is called Jiang San." "Well, starting today, you will be full-time barbecue. When the time comes, I will take you to a place, but you can only know this place by one person. If you let me know, a second person knows about this, and you know the consequences." What can Fat Yaku say? His own affairs. His heart is the same as Ming Jing. Now His Imperial Majesty does not say it, because he is still useful. What else can he say? Hurry to give thanks. Although the taste is a bit bad, but it is still barely Little Gizzy rewards. "Yes, Shu, go. Call those old guys. Just say I want to invite them to have barbecue and drink beer." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 443. Fang Xuanling is more excited than anyone else, because this beer has been in his heart for a long time. If it weren't for the recent heavy affairs of the Ministry of Agriculture, he would have gone to Little Tavern to see it with his own eyes. But this is a bit mysterious for the rest of the people. On the way to the back garden, several people asked Fang Xuanling about beer over and over again, but Fang Xuanling basically laughed off. A few angry people want to punch someone. As soon as they entered the back garden, everyone smelled the scent of barbecue. Although this is the back garden, it is also part of the royal gardens, but after the locusts, there are only one by one left at this time. Dead branches and leaves, and clusters of buds. And not far away, Li Shimin Minailo's robes were seen by a few people from a distance. And just now, Li Yuan's hurried voice also sounded on the other side. "Where is it? Where is His Imperial Majesty? I brought some good things, but I don't know how to give it to Lao Tzu first." "This what's the truth? You all give me a break. But I want to see what His Imperial Majesty is hiding in this little garden." Whether it is Li Shimin or just entered the back garden, people all got up in a hurry at this time. "Congratulations to Father Emperor, retired Emperor." "Get up." Li Yuan can't wait to walk to the one I've never seen before, a brazier with a weird shape, to be precise. I looked at the zizi roasting meat on it and said, "Where did the youngster get this thing?" "Father Emperor, child and subject just got it from." "Where did Jiang Feng youngster come back?" "This is not the reason for this thing." So child and subject are asking Yaku to study the doorway. "Have you got it out?" Li Yuan ignored the sweat on the faces of the three Li Shimin and Washan, grabbing a cold barbecue, and taking a sip. In an instant, Li Yuan's cheeks swelled up, and he was full of enjoyment while eating. "Not bad. It's the taste of the youngster." "Yes, come and sit." "You, the two, hurry up and bake, or I will cut you off." Li Yuan greeted everyone, while sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the grill and eating. "Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and I also learned the appearance of the retired emperor, sitting on the floor. "Is there any wine? Did you take the meat but not the wine?" Li Yuan took a few bites again before he came over and asked. "Yes, Father Emperor, wait a minute. Child and subject will tell you something. Jiang Feng brother has come up with a new trick this time. Would you like to try it? It's just this for wine. Let the child sell it for the time being. You can drink Jiang Feng's previous wine. This new wine, let child and subject and the others try it. How about? Don't tell me. What if the youngster is youngster? Dare to play tricks on me? Next time I go, I have to take his skin off. By the way, don't you drink all of it. You can drink it. Why can't I drink it?" This. Li Shimin is embarrassed. This thing. He can't say that the first time he drank it, it was like horse urine, right? If this is said, then it's worth it. Father Emperor, first look at what they drink. How are they drinking? You believe in child and subject once. Li Yuan see Li Shimin so cautiously. This then he waved his hand. Then, "You guys have a drink." The few people couldn't help but calm down now. This His Imperial Majesty said so, and they couldn't help but feel guilty at this time. "Come on, I will accompany you." This wine is different from any of the Jiang Feng brothers' wines, and even different from the mash. The first time it was a bit unpleasant, but I was also the first I felt awkward once. But when you endure drinking a few more sips, you will find that this thing is really good. While speaking, Li Shimin looked at the crowd and faced the bamboo tube, gulped. Fang Xuanling knows what this wine is made of, but the rest of you don't know. Now that His Imperial Majesty drank, looking at the bamboo tube on the table, Wei Zheng and Cheng Yojin approached at the same time, unscrewed the seal, and they were right on their mouths. Zhang Sun Wuji and Du Yui and Fang Xuanling see that they both drank. What can we do? I also hurried forward to learn the appearance of the two, and drank. However, when everyone drank the wine, they instantly became calm. The irritating smell of flushing nose made everyone squirt out instantly. Fortunately, Little Gizzy and Wai Shui were well prepared. After everyone drank, they hurriedly opened two oiled paper umbrellas behind them, covering them in front of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. All ministers are confused. This is wine? This damn thing is not horse urine? His Imperial Majesty actually drank this just now? Everyone looked at Li Shimin incredible. Wei Zheng was even more excited and trembling all over. His Imperial Majesty, what are you? What? You just drank this? Wei Zheng is going crazy. What is this? What is this Jiang Feng brother doing? Isn't this kind of cheating? Don't, Chancellor Wei, don't get excited, let's speak slowly. People, this wine, although I didn't drink it, but your roots clarified. What is this? At first glance, it smells like horse urine. Did you encounter something? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 444. Li Shimin is speechless. If Li Yuan is not here, then everything is fine. However, now that Father Emperor is blending in here, this thing can't be said. But fortunately, Father Emperor didn't find something to drink, so it's easy to handle it. Father Emperor, this thing is a new kind of wine. The child and subject just drank it for the first time in Jiangfeng. And indeed I was not used to it. By then, when I drank the third sip, I really found out that this thing is a baby. Don't believe me, Cheng Yojin? Don't you like to drink? I now order you to drink all the wine in this bamboo tube. If you drink, I will reward you Jiangfeng 1. His Imperial Majesty, is this true? Cheng Yojin hearing this, his expression was agitated for an instant. Although this thing is not good to drink, but at the beginning of the war, when there was no water to drink, you even drank your own urine. What is it? When I saw Li Shimin nodded, I raised my neck, and in the grinning eyes of everyone, he gushed down. After I was done, I even had a drink. TSK, His Imperial Majesty, can I drink another one? Going down the bamboo tube, I really found a little way. But this thing is still, it's a little hard to say. I had given permission, if you can drink. The wine here will be yours. Li Yuan frowns, staring into Cheng Yojin's eyes. After seeing that he really didn't have any suspicion of flattery, before Li Shimin could speak, he waved his hand and agreed. Cheng Yojin is a straightforward person, and his character of love wine as one's life, as well as his straightforward character, has always been liked by Li surname imperial family. This is also the reason why Pressure can become the 25th hero of Linyan Pavilion. Cheng Yojin hearing this, after hurriedly thanking Li Yuan, he opened the free flow drinking mode. And when his 3 cans of wine went down, his stomach swelled instantly and he couldn't drink it anymore. What's it like? Did you drink it out of the way? Li Yuan asked hurriedly. Wai Zheng and the others look at the bamboo tube in his hand, and then look at Cheng Yojin, who is still drunk, waiting for his answer. This wine, hiccup. Although the first time I drank it, it really looked a bit like horse urine, but this thing really has something, sweet, full-bodied. The taste of malt, His Imperial Majesty. This wine is made by Feng Tsai. Is it made from malt? Minister, you are right now. This thing was just tinkered with by the Jiang Feng brother. Just say, how about this thing? Okay. What about it? I dare to guarantee my life. Once this thing is spread out, what about wines from western regions? What kinds of wines from Great Tang? They are all fucking scumbags. And I'm not good to say, this wine, even if the woman who doesn't drink can drink it the last 2 or 3 catties. Cheng Yojin was obviously drunk. He drank the wine without waiting for Li Shimin to greet him. He held a handful of meat skewers and ate while bragging. Where can Li Yuan and the others sit still? This table is full of dozens of bamboo tubes. He drank more than a dozen of them in such a short time. If this goes on, what else is there for everyone? Needless to say, Li Yuan has the same neck, just like Cheng Yojin, and started drinking. Father Emperor, child and subject to you a bowl. Later, child and subject have important things to discuss with you. Okay, come on, together. And you youngster, you too. I think you are pleasing to the eye 1 inch. Li Yuan waved his hand and pointed Wai Shu. Wai Shu thanked everyone happily, and drank bitterly with everyone. Several people suppressed the discomfort in their hearts. When a bamboo tube of wine went down, let alone, this thing is really something. A bit like fruit wine, but it's a bit like Jiang Feng is the kind of wine with the lowest alcohol, but the taste is full of malt in his mouth. It's not counted. If you want to say that he is a glutinous rice bowl, it's not counted. It's not that sweet. Anyway, it has a strange smell, and it's really not a big deal at the first contact. Okay, but when I took the 3rd sip, the bursts of bubbles were full of bubbles, and the refreshing feeling in my stomach was incomparable to any kind of wine, or even any kind of thing. Come on, Father Emperor, this wine will have a better effect when paired with barbecue. You guys don't drink it stupidly. Come and taste this good thing. You've all eaten this thing. Pair it with beer. That's really enjoyable. Today, there is not much wine, but I can do enough for this barbecue. Less than an hour. The wine is gone. The meat is gone. One by one, they held their stomachs and hiccups. Even Wai Zheng even ran to the cottage several times. At this time, each one of them walked like stepping on cotton, erratic. Shimin, don't you have something to say? Let's talk about it now. Li Shimin hearing this, then said, Father Emperor, do you think this wine, once an industry is formed, with this barbecue, will all people and businesses now have a new excitement again? The most important thing is, this beer, do you think it will accepted by the people of Great Tang? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 445. Li Yuan is very happy today, because this is the first time since Xuan Wu Gate, Li Shimin has discussed with him about the affairs of state affairs, and without a trace of evasiveness, he asked in front of his most trusted minister. This couldn't help making Li Yuan sigh with infinite emotion. People, you can just discuss this matter. I am old, and I am too lazy to deal with these things, but I have to say a few words about this matter. Wine is a good thing, And this barbecue is also a good thing. I know that during this period of time you have collected incalculable good things for Great Tang, even the Tibetan and Tuihan chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, sheep, horses, and even then Turkic horses are all here. This is a good thing, but in this way, because the people have just passed the locust plague, everyone is immersed in the grief of losing food and diverts their attention. This move is not bad. But, you have to remember that food is the heaven for the people. Although the people have made a lot of money because of the locusts, you can't just ask for money like this. Things are good things. But you have thought about it. Can people afford to drink such good things? Affordable, Father Emperor. Guess. This bamboo tube wine. How much do you sell? Li Yuan picked up the bamboo tube. It looks like it's only a catty, so it costs 10 cents, right? And this is from the youngster's hand. No, just need a penny. What? A penny? Li Yuan hearing this, stunned. Such a good thing? Do you tell me that it only costs a penny? Li Yuan was stunned. Why is such a good thing worthless? How can it be worth 10 words or hundreds of words? But it's only a penny here. How much does this cost? What style of wine is selling so low? Isn't this a loss-making business? What is this youngster doing like that? This is not like a good person either. He Jiang Feng can do such a loss-making business. He is not called Jiang Feng. The Li Yuan who deducted the goods wanted to hit him. Can he be so cheap? Li Yuan could not help but think of an incredible thing, and asked, tell me, what is this thing made of? This thing is definitely more than a penny, Father Emperor. Li Shimin faintly smiled and said, Minister Fang, come and tell the retired emperor. Old official obeys the royal decree. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others also hurriedly looked towards Fang Xuanling. Retired emperor, the thing is like this. This wine is indeed worth so much money. Now the people of Chainan City, weren't all the people who made trouble because of the food disaster were alarmed? That day, Dang, exploring outside the city, I met Jiang Feng brother by chance, and then I said about it. Originally, I just wanted to complain, but didn't expect Jiang Feng brother to have a way. What? Several people exclaimed. As far as I know, this wheat has sprouts, and even if it is fed to pigs, what can he do? Could it be that we drink it this wine? Is this thing made? No way. Everyone was shocked. Li Yuan was originally impatient, and waved his hand. If you have something to say, don't be mother-in-law. It's annoying to listen. Yes. P. Fang Xuanling then recovered his emotions and said, this is the case. The wheat is indeed unusable, and the old official has also personally tried it. It is bitter to eat. But Jiang Feng brother, but I said this thing can make wine. I really didn't believe it at the time, but today when His Imperial Majesty summoned me to wait for wine tasting in the palace, the old official suddenly thought that this thing is made from that useless wheat. This makes sense. In this way, doesn't it mean that the disaster Great Tang suffered this time has become a good fortune? This little brat is really a god. Li Yuan hearing this, he sighed with sincere emotion. You guys talk about it. I think this thing is feasible. It depends on a few of you. You guys, if you think it works, let's discuss how this thing should work. After all, this thing, Jiang Feng's youngster ghost, when the time comes, he will definitely make a move, otherwise he will be sorry for such a big haiku. And you have tasted this thing. You know the taste and the value of this thing in the future. Think about it. I have decided, if you drink it, you get drunk. Oh, this person is more than old. It is easy to get sleepy. Li Yuan left in the stunned eyes of everyone. He is a clear grab. But who dares to say anything? So what, His Imperial Majesty? Old Cheng made a little money recently because of bone strengthening powder, so the old official wants to vote a little. His Imperial Majesty, the old official also has some meager savings, and I want to vote a little too. The old official also has the 100 silver till last time by His Imperial Majesty. I also voted. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Originally, this thing was for them to make money together. It was originally intended that he would pay for it alone, but really didn't expect these one by one. It looks quite rich. Okay, then tell me, How many are you going to vote? I vote 150 tals, 200 tals, 500 tals, 630 tals. This is all the belongings of the old official. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 446. Come on, just keep your money as a coffin. I have already thought about this. You will deal with it. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of money. Yours. By the way, now, I decided to try it first. Where do you think it would be better to try? Now this thing. Only a few of them are only for the time being. It can be said that I just accepted it, and it would be really dangerous if I didn't try it and put it into production. Be conservative. Li Shimin decided to experiment first. Otherwise, waiting for all the money to be invested, not to mention losing money. How many people can accept the taste of this beer? His Imperial Majesty, this small official thinks. Come on. Do you want the Imperial Court guys to taste this thing first? After all, it is definitely not the people who can drive this thing first, but these powerful Sun. Zhang Sun Wuji squinted and said. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. No, there is another place where you can try out this wine market in an instant. Yanlai Building. Also, if you ask Cheng Chumo to take this thing out. Old man, why? You are very bad, my family Chumo. You just learned from those guys. You let him do this? Why? Zheng rolled his eyelids. Your son is not much better. That is better than your son. My son is now in his Imperial Majesty's errand around. Look at. Come on, don't pinch when you meet. Li Shimin waved his hand. Simply sit on a stone bench, pick up a skewer of barbecue, eat and drink beer at the same time. This matter is settled. Then who, Shu, you work hard at night. And then where to go to Fengtsai to get some wine. I said that I am on a pilot project. If it works, it is estimated that this matter will be settled in less than 10 days. Yes. Also, you quickly passed this incident to Cheng Chumo and some of them. Recently, I put you on a half-a-month fake. If you do this thing well, I will allow you to take a break. When Li Shimin's last words sounded, Wai Shu was really excited at this time. That was what he was waiting for. During this period of time, watching Cheng Chumo stumbling around in front of him, and showing off the wine girl of Yanlai Building, all this made him angry. But he has a responsibility. Physically, without the permission of his Imperial Majesty, he would not dare to leave Li Shimin for too long. But now, touching the poker in his arms, he couldn't help but rush all the way. Leading a fast horse, pulling his clothes, and changing with the handyman who cleaned Yexiang and ran away. Never mind the expressions of those eunuchs covering their noses in horror. The next morning, in the Palace of Political Statement, all ministers are full of red light. The first sentence everyone meets is, "How much did you make?" Every minister has a smile on his face. The body, feet, and even the bundle of hair on the bun all looked jeweled. Obviously, everyone really tasted the sweetness of this bone-strengthening powder. His Imperial Majesty is here. The voice of little Gizzy sounded at the door of the apse at the moment the bell rang. Everyone hurriedly bowed and shouted, "Welcome to His Imperial Majesty. You may rise." Li Shimin walked up Dragon Throne, sat down and waved his hand. Recently, I learned that this bone-strengthening powder is selling well, and all officials have made a lot of money because of this. This is a good thing. Only the officials on the Imperial Court are wealthy. In order to promote my Great Tang's economy more powerfully, I, Shanxing. Come on, serve wine. I want to drink a bucket of wine with numerous officials. Everyone is hearing this, shocked. His Imperial Majesty, what happened here today? It's about giving wine and admiring everyone. This is not right. Hasn't His Imperial Majesty been opposed to the Imperial Court Minister in doing business this time? Although everyone did make a lot of money, everyone's heart was like Der Spiegel. His Imperial Majesty is the one who made the most money. Which one of them doesn't know this thing they can hold with confidence? That's weird. Just last night, the Ministry of Work's high official came to the door in person and gave them a clear picture of how much money they made during this period. and also took the silver bills along with them. On it, what can they do? Are you not giving money? That is obviously anti-decree. Although they all know that His Imperial Majesty made this movie ticket, to put it bluntly, he wanted to hoard everyone's money and put it into Great Tang's state treasury. But they couldn't find a trace of opposition. After all, this silver bills thing is indeed lighter than the rolled coins, but it is always a piece of paper, without the piles of money. However, this is what His Imperial Majesty means. His Imperial Majesty is willing to make money with him. This is equivalent to His Imperial Majesty giving himself a chance. At this time, if anyone dares to say anything, that is really courting death. So, last night and one night, in His Imperial Majesty's state treasury, at least millions of tals of gold reserves were hoarded. It is strange that His Imperial Majesty is unhappy. But, at this time on the Palace of Political Statement, wine appreciation. Moreover, it's still a bucket, not an altar. This is something. Is His Imperial Majesty really happy? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 447. Thank you Lord for your grand grace. What can everyone say? Hurry to kneel and sing loudly. The moment they knelt, there was eunuch caught eunuch, hurriedly holding trays one by one, and on the Palace of Political Statement, Little Gizzy personally took the tray for Li Shimin. At this time, everyone dared to lift the head and looked at the tray in front of him. At first glance, everyone thought it was a mistake. Wipe your eyes to confirm that this is indeed a barrel. And it's the smallest bucket, the bamboo tube. This is wine? This is definitely wine? Numerous officials looked at the wine on the tray and couldn't help whispering, "AI, what kind of wine is this? Why does it smell like glutinous rice?" No, this is probably not glutinous rice. This ... what is it? All officials. Li Shimin laughed up, picked up the bamboo tube, unscrewed the cork sealed with gum, and said, "This is a good thing I got by chance recently. You can try it." Although the taste was a bit pungent and unbearable the first time, if you forcibly hold back the drink, you will find that you simply stop. Don't come down. Li Shimin's words made all ministers unable to sit still in an instant. Curiously learning the appearance of Li Shimin, they pulled out the wooden match, and even some people used too much force and instinctively broke the bamboo joints. In an instant, Baimoa burst out of the bamboo tube. Minister shivered in fright. He threw the bamboo tube in his subconsciously hand, but the hand held high, after seeing Li Shimin, resisted the panic and took it back. The white foam, following the hands of the minister, has been dripping on the floor of the Palace of Political Statement, and a weird smell instantly makes everyone irritate their noses. What is this? This thing is definitely wine. This is not right. Why do I smell like horse urine? You shut up. You don't want to live anymore? Everyone is horrified amidst the discussion. Li Shimin pretended that he couldn't see or hear the general, got up, held up the bamboo tube and said, "All officials, please drink this bucket." While speaking, Li Shimin didn't wait for everyone to respond, so he started grunting. Cheng Yojin glanced at the crowd contemptuously, and shouted, "Come here, let's drink too." A group of nerds, the smell of ink is normally in the mouth. At this time, His Imperial Majesty drank all of them. "What are you doing?" While speaking, Cheng Yojin and Wei Zheng and the others also picked up the bamboo tube and shouted. Even Cheng Yojin deliberately slammed his mouth and glanced at Yachi Gong. The jealous and provocative taste made Yachi Gong and other generals blow up. "Isn't it just a drink to find something? I have drunk all my own urine." "Are you afraid of this thing? His Imperial Majesty has been drunk. Can we not drink it?" The generals listened to the order. The generals looked at Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin. They all drank it. Can they not drink? These are all flesh and blood guys. The two generals drank it. What can they do? He's Great Tang. A loud voice sounded in the Palace of Political Statement. In an instant, everyone on the civilian court official's face could not help but blush. "What should I do? How can this be good?" "Drink it. His Imperial Majesty has been drunk." "Are we better than His Imperial Majesty is still hypocritical?" Everyone resisted the feeling of vomiting, forcibly swallowing all the wine in this mouth, Just it's like drinking poisoned alcohol. Li Chengqian is no exception, but when he thought that this thing was made by Jiang Feng, and yesterday, Father Emperor and retired Emperor both drank, and now Father Emperor is still in front of numerous officials' noodles, find someone to drink, how can he not drink it? At first, his stomach was really churning, but after the third sip of wine, he really slowly tasted a little taste. This thing is really not that bad to drink. Can't help but continue to drink. A bamboo tube is under the belly. We don't wait for him to taste it. Cheng Yojin, who was standing next to him, ran into Li Chengqian. How about this wine didn't run, right? It's not bad. What kind of wine is this? Beer. Beer? Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. This glutinous rice, fruit wine, water wine, everything, even the ethyl alcohol he has tasted, but this beer is really the first time he has heard of it, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. At this moment, Li Shimin put down the bamboo tube, looking at entire court civil and military suspicious eyes. Ha said with a big smile, all officials, how does this wine taste? His Imperial Majesty, dare you ask His Imperial Majesty, what kind of wine is this? Why is it number one? During the second tasting, Chen felt like drinking horse urine, but after the second time, why did he suddenly feel that the wine had a strong malt taste? This wine entered into the stomach, not as safe as other wines. Instead, the old official feels that the old official's belly is squirming. His Imperial Majesty, the old official also feels this way, and he keeps hiccups. The old official is a bit poor in digestion, but when this barrel of wine goes down, how does the minister feel? His Imperial Majesty, is this wine a tribute to the barbarian race? Otherwise, how could this kind of wine never listen to others? Mention? Ha, this wine. Nothing else. It is the product of our great Tang. The name of this wine is called beer. Here the street market is set up on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. After waiting for the next day, if you want to drink, there are too many, and this bamboo tube only needs a penny. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 448. On the Vermilion Bird Bridge. At this time, little Gizzy had long been drinking on the Palace of Political Statement, and quietly retired and came here. Here is already full of people from the Imperial Dining Room, and fatty Imperial Kitchen is commanding the front and back. As the Ministry of Works followed Jiang Feng's barbecue rack, it could only produce more than 30 overnight, and there were even more than a dozen braziers made of temporary iron bars on more than 20 braziers. Although it doesn't look as good as the well-built brazier, but at least it can be used. At this time, 50 barbecue grills were lit on the Vermilion Bird Bridge at the same time, and the Vermilion Bird Bridge was instantly shrouded in a cloud of smoke and dust. Guards on patrol would come to scold them from time to time. But after seeing little Gizzy, all guard soldiers turned around and left as if they had seen a cat's mouse. Little Gizzy didn't bother to follow these big-head soldiers, lower oneself to somebody's level, simply moved a chair and sat in the most conspicuous position. But as soon as an individual came, he could be seen. This also saves a lot of trouble. Although little Gizzy is like a sheep in front of His Imperial Majesty and several national duke, but apart from this, he is the one who makes all the court eunuch and eunuch in the palace tremble. For nothing else, little Gizzy is too fierce, and always has a cold face. The person who looks at him is not aware of it, and for any order of His Imperial Majesty, even if it is a murder, it must be done for His Imperial Majesty. Now look at the weather and the messy scene. Little Gizzy is angry. You haven't eaten. There is 1 hour, and you're going to go down. If you wait for all the ministers to pass by and haven't eaten this thing, you'll just wait for the guy who eats on your neck to be alone. Throw it in for the miscellaneous family and go to the pit. Eunuch, wait a minute. Just have a cup of tea. Fat Yuki hurried over. Kneel down. Little Gizzy glanced at the fat royal kitchen, and scolded sharply, a cup of tea? Why don't you know that the matter of His Imperial Majesty was delayed? It is not respectful. How do you think about it? Resist the purpose. His Imperial Majesty wants to give you a chance here. You are like this. It is impossible to tell good from bad. You were found by the miscellaneous family. If you dare to delay the miscellaneous family's time, Your youngster has this flesh on your body. The miscellaneous family is. I really want to feed it to the cat. When little Gizzy scared people, the Fatuchus legs became weak in an instant. Eunuch, wait a minute. Everything will be done for 1 hour. Normally, the imperial dining room is basically a place that doesn't care, as long as you can put His Imperial Majesty on time, Empress, and the meals for the concubines' harem have been arranged, and basically no one is asking anything. This time, I thought I would be able to follow this dead fatty for a while, but didn't expect came across the ruthless setback of little Gizzy. The people who came this time were basically the people in charge of the catering room, not for anything else, because this time there was something to do with a stall on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. At that time, His Imperial Majesty Empress and numerous officials were all going here. This is a rare opportunity to be appreciated and then climb up. In case His Imperial Majesty is happy, he will be able to take off in an instant, but they have long been unfamiliar with this fire-making thing, and they still have the ability of this barbecue. After hearing little Gizzy say 1 hour, numerous officials were about to come to eat, and everyone panicked. Everyone is bulging their cheeks, squatting on the ground and blowing on their mission, not to mention the spark. Even the ashes are blown out. Little Gizzy is getting more and more popular. Fatty, are you sure you didn't resist the decree? These guys, are you sure you are from the Imperial Dining Room? Fatty hearing this, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's from the Imperial Dining Room, but these are people who normally don't do anything. While waiting for the fat Imperial kitchen to speak, a little court eunuch next to little Gizzy whispered said in his ear, "Isn't there a beauty? Where can these people sit? Isn't this coming?" Little Gizzy hearing this, how angry. Come on, drag all the miscellaneous family off. Give the miscellaneous family 50 big boards to serve, and then inform me the Ministry of Justice, that is, the shelter evil people and accept wrongdoing. Let the Ministry of Justice, the people of you will check them miscellaneously. Hearing this, all the people in the Imperial Dining Room are frightened. Kneel down in a hurry. Eunuch, please be forgiving. Eunuch, I have no credit for hard work. I hope Eunuch will spare the little ones once. Spare you? Then wait for His Imperial Majesty to come, and see what you look like. Who can spare the miscellaneous family? Come on, you are all dead. One, drag the miscellaneous family down and fight. Fight to death. Fatty, you can quickly go to the Imperial Dining Room for the miscellaneous family and transfer the person who does the work, and once again, you will soak in the pit for the miscellaneous family by yourself. Yes, this time, Fatty really didn't disappoint little Gizzy. Fatty and he are fellows, and they met by chance. Yesterday, His Imperial Majesty was looking for an imperial kitchen. At this time, little Gizzy used some means, but he didn't think about this little imperial meal. There is so much filth in the room, how can I not let little Gizzy go crazy? If this spreads out, his little Gizzy, dignified the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, will not even help a fellow villager. Isn't this slapped him in the face? And little Fatty is also very face-saving. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone has brought it, a group of sloppy, greasy men all over. Little Fatty waved his hand. Everyone was familiar with making a fire, cutting meat, washing meat on skewers, without any orders. Obviously, Fatty Aku had already ordered them when they were on the road just now. Seeing this, little Gizzy is truly relieved. The moment the bell of retreat rang, little Gizzy waved his hand and said, "Go, set up the wine, set the table and everything in the same way as the vendors in the chain and city market, and put the table in front of each grill, chair, wine." Little Fatty, now it's up to your barbecue. Go. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 449. Imperial Court Assembly basically talks about current things, but now there is basically no major event except for the food shortage after the locust plague in Great Tang. Fang Xuanling also explained the origin of the beer like everyone else. Unfortunately, everyone closed their mouths after all. After chatting for 1 hour, Li Shimin waved his hand at the suggestion of Court Eunuch. All officials, retreat. Let's go to the Vermilion Bird Bridge together. Today I specially put a surprise on the Vermilion Bird Bridge, which is regarded as a reward. but this food can be counted as money. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Thanks His Imperial Majesty Ron. Empress Her Majesty is here. It's this time. Zhang Sanwagu, dressed in a court dress, dragged a long phoenix wing cloak, and slowly appeared at the gate of the Palace of Political Statement. As soon as the officials saw them, they hurriedly bowed again. Congratulations to the Empress Her Majesty. Although they worshipped, everyone was secretly surprised. What day is this today? This Empress Her Majesty actually came out in person, and also put on the phoenix robe that hadn't been worn for 3 years. What's wrong? No gift. Zhang Sanwagu did not enter the Palace of Political Statement, but instead let the door open, waiting for Li Shimin. Li Shimin waved his big sleeves, and when he came out of the Palace of Political Statement, he slapped Empress Zhang San, and together with his ministers, he slowly walked towards the Vermilion Bird Bridge. His Imperial Majesty, yesterday I heard from Shu and Kiana. What did you drink with Father Emperor in the back garden? Yes, but wait, don't drink it. If you want to drink it, you have to wait until after you return to the palace. Why? This ... Wait, you will know. Li Shimin played a mystery. Zhang Sanwagu rolled the eyes. Room, old man, your youngster hides deep enough. Don't you tell us such a good thing? On the way, Cheng Yojin and the others again started complaining about Fang Xuanling. Fang Xuanling seemed to have heard nothing, with his hands behind his back, and followed closely. Look, the answer is here. What did the old man say? Isn't this all here? When Fang Xuanling was talking, several people smelled it. The taste of cumin and the smell of meat made everyone look towards the incredible Vermilion Bird Bridge. On both sides of the Vermilion Bird Bridge, there were piles of incomprehensible stalls. In these stalls, people wearing imperial kitchen services are handcuffing handfuls of meat skewers on the stove. But are these meat skewers a bit smaller? All officials, please start. Li Shimin waved his hand. The crowd on the Vermilion Bird Bridge knelt together. Congratulations to His Imperial Majesty Empress. You may rise. Do whatever you need to do immediately. Yes. As Li Shimin's voice fell, at this time Fat Yucca's eyes rolled around and shouted, roasted chicken wings. The top-rated chicken wings. Hearing this, what else can all the royal chefs wait for? Now all the heads of the imperial dining room have been arrested, and now the fat royal chef is a barbecue chef appointed by His Imperial Majesty, or a fellow of the provincial chief. What dare they say? They followed the appearance of Fat Yaku, like the vendors on the street poetry collection, and started selling them. It can be said that Li Shimin's this move is really the essence of Jiang Feng. This is also the first time he has done such an unreasonable experiment in the nearly 1 year since his contact with Jiang Feng. On the one hand, he wants to experience both Empress and the harem that doesn't go out often, but he also has a more important plan, which is to increase a bit of popularity in this empty imperial palace. There is East Market Zai Market in this Chainan city. Do you have to get one in the imperial palace? In this way, there will be a place for the running water in the imperial palace, otherwise the old it's stuck in the palace and there will be problems, such as those concubines and those who can't go out of the palace often. Actually, to put it plainly, he wants to get Li Yuan out of a small market, otherwise he will spend the whole day at the poker table. How can the body stand it? This Chainan city dare not let him go out often. But, for Li Shimin, setting up a market is just a wave of hands, that's all. This experience of Prince Imperial Princess can be given to the people of Ministry of Works for implementation. How much is this roast lamb? At this time, Cheng Yojin's loud voice pulled back Li Shimin's conjecture. General Cheng, this, a bunch of 3 pennies. Okay, let me have 30 bunches. While speaking, Cheng Yojin grabbed it a large handful, and sat on the seat while eating and drinking. On the one hand, no one dares to do this now, but Cheng Yojin is afraid of a hammer. I drank like that with His Imperial Majesty yesterday, and now there is no one to act. So he will not take the lead. With his lead, Wai Zheng, Zhang Sanwuji and the others also went to a stall and sat there to eat and drink. When the ministers saw that several national dukes had acted, they couldn't help but step forward to buy something. Although the quantity of this thing is small, It has been through the imperial court assembly for more than an hour, and attending the imperial court before it is lit that day, I am greeted by this unique fragrance. Everyone am already hungry, dizzy and eyes blurred. The old man will come with 30 bunches of lard, make it fatter. I want that pigtail, yes, and pig ears. Come on, this is the silver bills of a silvertl, look at it. How much is the chicken wings? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 450. Guanyin. Let's eat some too. This thing tastes better than that of the muddy sheep. While speaking, Li Shimin beckons with the hand, and Li Chenqian and Zhang Sanwagu sat on a table casually, and the fat Yaku ran over sharply, like the tavern little servant said, His Imperial Majesty, Empress Crown Prince, what do you three have to eat? Give me a little of everything. Come on, 3 of you can sit down well, later come. Come on. Serve His Imperial Majesty wine. Get roasted pork kidney. Li Shimin hearing this, complexion stiffened. Cough cough, cough cough. Little Gizzy hurriedly coughed and signaled. Only then did the fat Yaku come to realize that His Imperial Majesty was not angry, and hurriedly shouted, that's wrong. His Imperial Majesty wants to eat pork ribs. Pork tenderloin. Little fatty. What is your name? Li Shimin asked after the fatty chef finished shouting. Tao. Fat Yaku hearing this, knelt on the ground excitedly and replied, back to His Imperial Majesty, the younger one is called Zidafu. This name is Happy. Li Shimin haha smiled. Tell me, your body is. Back to His Imperial Majesty, I entered the imperial dining room 3 years ago. My ancestors were all cooks for 3 generations. I have a brother who is in charge of the chain and restaurant. 3 years ago, I was here to join the brother, but by mistake, he entered the imperial dining room with his craftsmanship. Zidafu briefly introduced. Take a look at yourself. Zhang Sanwagu is also interested. You look lovely. But this palace host has heard that you and Little Gizzy are hometowns. Hearing this, Little Gizzy and Zidafu knelt down together. Li Shimin he smiled. Get up, here is the market, Empress has nothing else to say, you two get up and talk. Thanks His Imperial Majesty, Empress Her Majesty. The two said thanks and hurriedly got up. Back to His Imperial Majesty Empress. The miscellaneous family is indeed the same hometown as Zidafu. But it was also during the last His Imperial Majesty banquet that I went to the imperial dining room and accidentally heard him speak his hometown dialect, but no need to explain, if you don't worry about it, who can you worry about? Li Shimin's faint sentence made Little Gizzy tears of excitement fell off with a bang. Li Shimin didn't get rid of him, but looked at Chow Tai-Fuk and said, Chow Tai-Fuk, I would like to hold a rally like East Market Zai Market in the lanes of the Imperial Palace every 3 days. What do you think? Hearing this, not only was Chow Tai-Fuk stunned, all the ministers who were eating shouted were stunned. Quiet instantly, waiting for Li Shimin's next words. See here. Li Shimin got up, took a sip with everyone, holding a bamboo tube, and said, you also know that the rules of the Imperial Palace are strict, but this is also the place where the Imperial power is concentrated. I always feel that the Imperial Palace is a big cell in the middle of the night. It locks me and everything in the Imperial Palace. His Imperial Majesty, absolutely don't say that. His Imperial Majesty can't say this, can't say it. His Imperial Majesty. That's all. I just felt it. Li Shimin waved his hand. Actually, I have thought about this a long time ago. In this imperial palace, all disciplines are ironclad. People inside are not allowed to go out, and people outside are not allowed to come in. So I wonder, I want to try this. If this is to set up a market in the imperial palace, will this cold imperial palace have a little more warmth? And this will also make me remember living with the common people, will give Empress Her Majesty more relaxation. His Imperial Majesty benevolence, this method is feasible. His Imperial Majesty, this method is very second czar. If this is the case on this Vermilion Bird Street, I will wait for attending the imperial court before I can drink a bowl of hot wine, or a bowl of glutinous rice, and eat a skewer of barbecue, especially in winter. That's a supreme gift. His Imperial Majesty, when you say you will do it, old Cheng will bring the servant to help. Ha ha ha. Fine, since the ministers are not opposed to it, then I will make it. Do you will discuss this matter with Fang Xuanling! Exclamation mark. Follow the order. Wait and continue. I am happy today. All the money, count me. After that, Li Chengqian frowned. Father Emperor, you want to give the retired emperor eat meat? Oh, Li Shimin drank the wine lightly, looked at the appearance of the ministers, and then said, Zudafu, I have a secret order for you. Would you like to take it? Secret order? Zudafu was stunned. But His Imperial Majesty was talking with laughter at this time, and he was not very excited to kneel. The fat on Zudafu's excited face was trembling. His Imperial Majesty, just say it, even if you want the meat from me, I will cut it off without the slightest hesitation. 1 inch. Who wants your meat? Why? Li Shimin frowned. I want you to go to a place to learn cooking. You can only bring your mind and eyes. You can't task and see. You only need to remember his each step operation. It only takes 3 days. It can be done. A slave will die. Well, this thing only has 3 days. When the time comes, I will let the crown prince go with you. Can it takes as long as you can. Remember, wherever you are, you must spend all your cooking skills. But there is one more point, this place, this person, and any word they say, you can only rot in your stomach. Is it possible to do it? The minion dare not say half a word. If you say it, it will be thunder bang. Okay. Only then did Li Shimin let go of the last worry in his heart and looked at Li Chengqian and said, Chengqian, then I will give him to you. Child and subject understand.